Okay. I had a bunch of technical difficulties. Sorry about that, guys. And then I went and banged my knee up and had to apply some pain relief cream. This really sucked. So apologies. Let's try to figure out what's going on today. I've got
6 Alpha Sierra on command.
Got Shasta.
6 Alpha Sierra ready to go.
I got Shasta SHU online.
Alpha Sierra just transitioned Helco with 5 Alpha Sierra. Ready, copy. 6 Alpha Sierra now on Helco at 11:22. Copy, correction. 5 Alpha Sierra is now Helco. Ready, copy. 5 Alpha Sierra.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say, just as you can hear, is that there's not much useful coming out of that feed. I want to switch to the windy for a moment to see what's going on. I've just got back online. It's very frustrating the way that the construction site next door keeps killing my internet and having it come back and forth, but I was assured that it should be up for the rest of the day. So trying to get the other windows up like flight radar. Just deal with me over here. This is one of those where I got deep into looking at my computer problem, not thinking that much time was going by. I looked and all of a sudden it's 3 hours later. I just don't know how that happens. I know exactly what's wrong with the computer for the most part, but I can either take it down today, and we'll probably be down a week, because I have to go back to other things in my life at the same time, or I can have it limp along and try to have a half-functional system work. And so I figure half-functional right now is better than not being down. I actually just probably canceled all my plans today, and I'm really bummed out. There's only a few more days of good weather this year for doing outdoor things, and I probably just don't have any. But here we are. It's kind of important to be there for people needing fire info. So, sorry guys, welcome back. Hey David, hey, hello, good to see you. Yeah, it's good that over there at Shasta things are looking better. That's looking good. But when I looked at here, this is not looking good. You know, this the KNP windy. So I want to figure out what's going on. Looks like the Tobias Peak camera is down, and we know that California Hot Springs has been evacuated. Just not good. I just did a couple of time lapses. Shirley Peak 2 is in constant rotating mode. Sorry guys, I feel like I'm losing my voice again. I'm trying to baby it. The whole idea of taking Friday off was to prevent this. I would just drive around in the car and go places and not speak. That would be the whole point. But there's more crisis going on, so thanks for being here, guys. We'll try to figure this out. Hey, Super B, how are you? Good to see you again. I've had a bunch of stuff happen in the background. I'm trying to juggle. So this is the cam from Shirley Peak 1. This is right north of Lake Isabella. Remember the cam from the French fire? The one that almost got burned up? That windy fire is getting really close to it. I don't know if we just lost the Tobias Peak cams. I don't know if they just burned up. Do you guys know what happened? Or is it just that the Tobias Peak cams just happen to be down like they are for several hours a day when we need them? Alleyman 420 says that the Fawn fire is still east of I-5 and north of 299. Good. I'm trying to hang on. This is what, day 75 of my stream with 6 days off in total. I just I just keep thinking, okay, now I'm going to get a couple days off. There will be a couple of days where there's just no major huge fires and there's no major news on the old ones, and it isn't happening. I knew the Windy fire wasn't going to be like that, and the K&P. Hang on a second, I've got to turn down the volume.
Those two SHU dozers, if you're willing to give those up.
Okay, that's just they're talking about arranging dozers over at Shasta. I have to turn that down in my headset for a second, so I can even hear myself talk. This is one of those things driving me crazy.
Reporting location will be the saddle on Bear Mountain Road. Contact branch 5 on TAC 31.
I have to stop speaking like every couple of seconds because that's how often they queue up. But mostly they're just talking about rearranging where they want dozers and things to go. So they're taking the tractors up the Bear Mountain Lookout Road is basically what they're saying right now. So yeah, thanks, K-Doc. So yeah, we're gonna look at Tulare County here in a second. This is the Shirley Peak. So this is the Windy was visible on its cams. The French fire is not out by any means, but it's not expected to go nuts or do anything. But
patient will be able to fit due to size.
Okay, there was a medical helicopter, but I was wondering if that was an injury going on at the Shasta fire at the Fawn. But now they're talking about they're not sure if the patient will fit in the helicopter. And so I can't imagine a firefighter being that obese, so I don't think that is fire related. So yeah, C Pro. Oh, hey, hello. They're talking again. I don't know what to do here. Hang on a sec. Okay, thanks for the camera. Set up link here. I don't have any blood sugar. I skipped breakfast and lunch now, and I gotta have a lunch. I mean, kind of barely functional. 1 second, guys. Okay, we're looking at the Tobias Peak camera to try to see what happened to it. Tobias Peak 1 offline since 11:55 this morning. Okay, change the brightness on this monitor real quick. Okay, backlight number 1. Okay, we're good. Okay, next cam. Take a look at Sierra Foothills. This is our selection of cams, but I'm not seeing anything that's really going to show us the K&P or the Windy. I was just checking this out. Yeah, somebody says it's orange. The sky is orange in Southern California. Yep, that would be the aerosol pollutions from the massive wildfires. When air tries to leave the California Valley, it usually does in 2 places, near San Francisco and then down by Pasadena. So you'll have it all concentrate down there.
Agent 533, rating copies available. Can you place a call to command center?
Now, unfortunately, the Shasta SHU is not just about the fires. There's a bunch of random medical calls, and that's kind of driving me nuts. I was listening to Shasta.
Engine 33 available.
I was listening.
Copies available 1131. Can you place a phone call to command center?
All right. See what I mean? there's like ready fire engine available, but then there's patient can't fit in a helicopter, and random car accident, and random somebody had a heart attack, and somebody fell, and this has been kind of depressing to listen to. I think I'm just gonna mute that for a bit. If something exciting happens on Shasta, I will tune back in. I'm gonna try to go to my other feed. We have a Sequoia and Sierra National Forest, Kings Canyon. I just don't think that's going to give us anything. There's Cal Fire Tulare unit, but Cal Fire is barely involved in the KNP or the Windy fires. So let me go back to chat here. Hey Shaz, how are you? John Murray says, are these fires frequently this bad? Yeah, they are frequently this bad because what PG&E starts doing is lighting major fires every year, which tend to be billion-dollar disasters on average, like the Camp Fire. And when they do that, like when they lit the Dixie fire with their equipment and negligence or whatever it was that happened, we'll find out when the final reports come in. I mean, they went on the podium and explained how their equipment started the Dixie fire, but they're trying to buck pass and make excuses. But their policy did just the guy took the stand and said he wanted to shut the power off to prevent the Dixie fire, and he saw the line was surging. But apparently they don't allow their employees to shut the power off, even if they suspect a fire is happening, without calling headquarters. So he got on the witness stand and explained that to a judge the other day. Policies like that are just really unreal. So every single year, 2014 is when I started studying this, Pacific Gas and Electric will start a fire with their aging equipment and their policies, such as allow lines to fail instead of maintaining them. And all of our firefighters and units are busy fighting those extra fires we don't need to have, like the Dixie, the Camp Fire, the Zog Fire. And then there's not enough firefighters to send to other fires. So these small ones, the Windy, the KNP, the River Complex, the McFarland, the Monument, the Caldor, all of them have in common is they got big because there were 6,000 firefighters on the Dixie. 25% of the nation's firefighters went and responded to the Dixie, and there was nobody to send to the other fires when they first started. Less than 200 people on average. But you need a huge response. You need these fires to be put out when they're really small. Usually, if they're struck by lightning or start on a day that's not red flag, you could, usually in 24 hours, get a fire contained. If you have enough airplanes, enough engines, enough hot shots, enough crews to respond. So once the Dixie began, there were 6,000 firefighters plus on the Dixie. We got that many because we had to pull in other firefighters from other states and other countries, like Australia's help too. Once that happened, there was nobody to send to these others, and all of them got big because of that. So what would have happened had a PG&E company not been starting these fires every year, these major ones? Well, most of the California wildfires had a really good potential to stay small and be back page news, and nobody at all would be even wondering the same questions right now, such as why is the Dixie California's second largest wildfire ever? And the reason is that the power company started it, and decided not to prevent it. So the Dixie fire, when it started, there was already the Beckworth going. There's already started by I think that was a lightning one. Can't remember. The bootleg fire was running up in Oregon. That was already huge. It's a manpower shortage in a nutshell. Immediately solvable is the part where we don't have extra fires started by a power company, but we need laws to change. I think one of the first things we can do about this is have a letter writing campaign and really pressure that company to change their company policy immediately. And then we have to change the California law so that corporations can't even have such a policy. If a worker thinks that a wildfire is starting, under any circumstance, or any kind of fire is starting, they should have the right to shut off power to something, to err on the side of caution, to try to prevent a fire in California, and not fear losing their job. If we have that law, then these workers could take their own initiative, no matter what kind of evil policy the company has. That would be a great place to start. So let's look back at things. These two here, these monster behemoths, the K&P and the Windy and the Tamarack, all of those, they had a period of time where they were just pretty small, more than a week, but there was nobody to send to these fires. They called for help. The firefighters here in the K&P and Windy have mostly come from the Rocky Mountains, and it took them more than a week to arrive. Oh wow, Mark has a new headline. PG&E was charged with homicide today? What? That would be a new kind of charge. Is that real? Just reading the comment. Wow. ABC 10 is reporting PG&E was charged with 4 homicides and environmental crimes in the Zog fire, which is last year's fire that happened, back to the topic we were talking about, the LNU lightning complex, or not the LNU, the August complex, the lightning fires of the Coast Range last year. Just when they were starting to get a handle on things or help the situation, they had to drop everything and go fight the Zog fire that PG&E started, their equipment started. So that's incredible. I just read the title, but that is holy mackerel. So they already pled guilty to manslaughter, so I don't understand with the double charges. Negligent homicide is the appropriate charge in my opinion. They pled guilty to 84 counts of manslaughter in the campfire. Yeah, this just came down the pipe. Albany Democrat Herald. It's in multiple news agencies. Wow, thanks Mark for the link. PG&E charged in California wildfire that killed 4 people last year. This was live on my stream when the Zog fire broke out. We were already trying to cover, I think it was the Glass fire or the LNU complex and the August complex, which is sort of Bay Area and north of Bay Area, when we had red flag-ish or red flag conditions. And they did not turn off the power near Redding, and it burned up neighborhoods, much of the landscape west of Redding. And people, they began to evacuate Redding. People came into my channel like, what's going on? And I said, I wonder if that's PG&E again. And we were actually right, all of us in the chat who were speculating. They didn't turn off the power, and their rickety lines fell down. And all of a sudden we had these heartbreaking radio calls over dispatch saying there was people with burn injuries and animals too crawling down the road that the fire crews had come across. Some of these people that they rushed to the hospital died. And we saw the bobcat with the burned up paws that was walking around on the almost red hot asphalt. I think we named him Boo Boo on the chat. So it says Pacific Gas and Electric was charged Friday with manslaughter and other crimes after its equipment sparked a Northern California wildfire. What do you mean A? They start several per year. So anyway, they killed 4 people and destroyed hundreds of homes. It's the latest action and nation's largest utility, which is a monopoly, that pled guilty last year to 84 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Oh, I would have changed that. I would have made that very voluntary manslaughter, But anyway, I guess that's the best thing that Butte County can negotiate. In a 2018 blaze, ignited by its long-neglected electrical grid that nearly destroyed the town of Paradise, became the deadliest U.S. wildfire in a century. Correction, it did destroy Paradise. It was it's a partly functional town to this day. It's a huge area of empty lots, and burned up trees, and the occasional surviving home and business. You know, when you have like 5% of your town left, you can safely say it was destroyed. In a news conference, Shasta County District Attorney Stephanie Bridget announced the 31 charges, including 11 felonies against the company. She said in July, after her office had determined that PG&E was criminally liable for at least for last year's Wildfire, which burned near the city of Reading. Pushed by strong winds, the fire began on September 27th last year. Oh, we're coming up on that grim anniversary. And raged through the rugged Sierra Nevada and communities, killing 4 people, burning about 200 homes and blackening 87 square miles. In March, state investigators concluded the fire was sparked by a gray pine tree that fell onto their transmission line. And just an aside note, they legally have to trim back vegetation from their lines, away from it, and they need it is their legal responsibility to identify hazardous vegetation that's leaning, that's diseased, that's messed up, or it's just simply growing too close to their lines, and they've neglected that for about 30 years or so. So anyway, same thing that happened on the Dixie, and same thing that happened on the Wildfire this year. So Shasta and Tehama counties have sued the utility, alleging negligence, saying PG&E failed to remove the tree even though it had been marked for removal for 2 years. So that wasn't the end of the story. That's just a nutshell. They had power lines down, arcing and sparking all over the place. The rest of the story they're not saying right here is that PG&E made a promise after they killed so many people with their wildfires that in red flag type conditions or high wind conditions along any line where they have deficiencies, meaning maintenance issues or vegetation around them, that they were supposed to cut off the power to prevent wildfires, and they just didn't. They had promised the governor that, they promised the people of California that, and they promised the federal judge overseeing their probation that, and it was a failure for them to do it. So this article goes on to talk about the many people that PG&E has killed, including they are still on criminal probation for a 2010 pipeline explosion in San Bruno that killed 8 people, and they blew up a neighborhood with their natural gas pipeline. So that was when they became a convicted felon corporation. That's when the federal judge gained oversight over the company. So the judge and California power regulators have rebuked PG&E for breaking promises to reduce dangers posed by trees near its power lines, and I have to say, and plus other promises too. So PG&E emerged from bankruptcy last summer and negotiated a $13.5 billion settlement with some wildfire victims, but really as an aside, most of them got screwed. It still faces both civil and criminal actions. So the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office filed charges in April over a 2019 blaze that forced nearly 200,000 people to evacuate. This is a really skimming, kind of a nutshell, kind of a Democrat Herald article. I want to see if other places are covering it more comprehensively, because I'm not hearing homicide. I'm hearing more manslaughter charges. But ABC 10 just said homicide on their that's a very different kind of charge. They just said that in their video over here, their title. So I'm trying to verify: is it manslaughter or is it homicide? But it just happened like it just hit the press. Let's see. We may have to see if they amend their article. Was that a mistype? If it's homicide, then dang, that is a crazy escalation of things. 31 criminal charges against PG&E, including felony charges for the 2020 Wildfire, through criminal negligence and 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. That's not homicide, so 3 people were killed who tried to run for their lives, including 8-year-old Fayla McLeod, an 8-year-old, and her mother, Elina Rowe McLeod, or Roe McLeod. Their bodies were found burned beyond recognition in a pickup truck that ran off the road into the burning forest. A neighbor, Karen King, was found burned to death on the roadside next to her car. A 4th victim, Kenneth Vossen, died at the UC Davis Burn Center after succumbing to wounds from the fire. He had 2nd and 3rd degree burns over 90% of his body and was found lying in a pond on his property where he apparently attempted to douse the flames on his body. Jesus. Similar to the pending criminal charges filed earlier in Sonoma County for the 2019 Kincaid fire, which PG&E also started with its equipment, PG&E will face charges for illegally sparking a fire that destroyed more than 100 homes and for environmental damage. Will anyone go to prison? The question of whether or not a person is charged in the case is not academic. It's the only way the alleged Zog fire crimes will be punishable with prison times. If the PG&E corporate entity is convicted of the manslaughter felonies, the maximum punishable fine will be $10,000 for each person killed in the fire. No individual employees or officers of PG&E were arrested for Friday's charges. However, Shasta County District Attorney Stephanie Bridget says the criminal investigation could still lead to arrests. I hope so. Prosecutors chose to file the slate of felonies and misdemeanors against PG&E Corporation on Friday, September 24th, due to the 1-year deadline set by California's statute of limitations on misdemeanors. Most felony charges come with a 3-year filing deadline, allowing prosecutors at least 2 more years to develop charges that could lead to an arrest. Families of the dead would like to see more meaningful accountability of that. Yeah, especially when you're killing children by burning them alive, from your actions. I can understand that. Related article, PG&E quote, continues to engage in criminal thinking, says former regulator. Oh, man. So, Cal Fire arson investigators and the Shasta County District Attorney concluded PG&E should have prevented the Zog fire from ever happening. It found a 105-foot tall pine tree threatening a PG&E power line by leaning over it. Should have been obvious. The investigation found the tree also had a large injury from a previous fire damage since at least 2018. Anybody who was looking up there at those trees would have seen it, said the district attorney. Wow. So, yeah, the charges would not be PG&E's first homicides. Yeah, this is, I love ABC 10. They're one of the few brave, groups of journalists that'll actually just lay out what's actually going on. Most of the other newspaper entities in mainstream media are really too chicken to say anything about powerful corporations or money like that. But they're saying homicides. So, but it's only in the headlines. Like, I need actual verification about this to make sure that that's not a typo. I mean, it's a brand new, hot off the press.
As you know, the Fawn Fire started this past Wednesday, September 22nd.
What is that, an auto-playing video?
Thankfully, CAL FIRE acted quickly, and the responsible person is already
in
custody.
Where's an auto?
Alexandria Suvernaya
was
reported in the area by several civilians that she was acting strangely.
There's an auto-playing video. Hang on a second. I don't know which tab is playing this video. Some sort of a random. Just get off the screen. I'm trying to turn it off. Okay, sorry guys. Let's go back and look at the Windy. But thanks for the link. We'll look back at that and see if it's actual homicide charges. That would be a real huge escalation from what PG&E has been charged with before. So let's look and see what's going on down here at the Windy. So let's see here. Yeah, Desiree, that brought hot off the press about 45 minutes ago. PG&E, ABC 10 said they were just charged in homicides with the Zog fire. But the I can't verify that those are the charges. Other outlets are saying manslaughter. They've been charged with manslaughter before, 84 counts of it last year, and well, not last year, but in the late 2018 campfire, and they already did plead guilty to other manslaughter charges in, I thought, on the Zog fire. So it's a little bit confusing about whether or not that was a typo or if that's real. We'll go back and look at things. Yeah, that's the most crazy cap on victims payouts I've ever heard. There's no cap for you and me. If we kill somebody on the road, from our negligent driving, we could be sued for everything we own. We could be sent to the poorhouse, bankruptcy. Somebody could sue you for $1.5 million for their injuries, and you would have to pay it if you had it. But a a billion, a corporation worth billions or whatever it was, I'm not sure what their assets are. If you disregard a couple of things, but just look at the whole big picture, multimillionaires and billionaires paying $10,000 is like digging out a penny out of your pocket to them, considering their income, cutting the penny in half and handing it to somebody. They don't give a damn. That is not a deterrent to criminal behavior. So it's just insane. And what the governor did, what Gavin Newsom did here, is he signed legislation allowing them to raise rates on the victims to pay out the victims. That's why everybody in California has extremely high power bills right now, more than they should be. It's so that they didn't have to pay out of their own personal pockets. It's so that they could bill people of California for the people that they killed to pay the families. It's just absolutely disgusting. Can't believe he wasn't recalled, but that's just me. It's not a political issue. That's a justice issue. I just think most people in California didn't know that. So it's absolutely disgusting. I don't want to think about it for the moment. We've got a situation here on the Windy here. And guys, if Gail needs to leave, let her. Don't tell her to stay when we are discussing something like that. What people need to do is come and go. If something gets intense, like triggering of memories, people should leave and they should come back after a little bit. So anytime we do read an article about homicide and PGE and stuff, if somebody wants to turn away, that's okay. They'll come back. So the Gail needs to. Gail's been through a lot. But I am going to continue to talk about that because we need to do something about PG&E. That is breaking news, and we'll look at it. So Mark says the video has audio problems, but you watched it live and it was a homicide, is what they said. Well, wow. We'll see if we can figure that out later. So let's go back up to. I'm trying to read chat real quick. Oh, Dusty, you think the Tobias Peak might have been burned over? Let's see. It's Larry County. Wow. Well, it could have just could have just burned through their it could have burned through their power lines or lines for transmitting the Tobias Peak cam. I don't know. That could be the fire on Tobias Peak, but it may be that the satellite updates in a moment. But it went down earlier today, much earlier, didn't it? That would have been the best thing to look at. We have a couple of others. We have Shirley Peak. So here's the Windy fire as it got closer and closer to Shirley Peak. Shirley Peak is pretty far south, down by Lake Isabella. So even if the camera's still alive right now, it's probably about to get killed. The fact that the Windy fire is that close to Shirley Peak is nuts. So Yeah, exactly, Katie Wilson. What about all the animals that died? Is it not animal cruelty? I know, it's an environmental crime. What about everybody lost their jobs and lost their businesses, and everybody who lost their homes? PG needs to write them a check for their new house. Instead, we have people still homeless, living at the river bottoms, because the stupid bill that the governor signed allowed, instead of the cash payouts that people needed from PG&E, they got stock options instead for their worthless stock as they declared bankruptcy. That is just absolutely disgusting. There are huge tent cities all around the river bottoms, around Yuba and Sutter County and Butte County, and people trying to live in parks because they lost their homes in Paradise still, and the other wildfires, and they don't have one anymore. So yeah, Dusty says there are several other cams with an angle on the windy, but they're either totally smoked out or pointing in a new messed up direction that doesn't show much. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to see felony animal cruelty charges as well. Seeing the poor animals burned and running away from the fire, and I don't show them on my stream. It's absolutely insane. But killing an 8-year-old girl and her mom, I see red, guys. They almost killed multiple members of my own family. And that's why I am this mad. They did kill our family friend in the Cascade Fire, which was a forgotten one of 2017. Every year that they do this, they kill people and they just get their hands slapped. They almost killed hundreds of people in Greenville this time with the Dixie Fire. That was a mass fatality event narrowly avoided. That's why it's such a dang serious topic. Let's check out the Ventus sky and check out our wind. Let's see. My family will never be the same. My brother had to leave the state. He's on the East Coast now, and he'll never be coming back. I'll barely be able to see him from now on. This it personally affects me, and that's why I talk about it. Do you like me? Do you like me talking to you right now? Well, it could have been me. We used to live out there in an area that PG&E burned. The fact that we didn't burn to death, with our family friend, we moved. That's it. We had moved. And the neighbors and family friends. Why does this randomly go to Alaska? I'm sorry, guys. This is kind of nuts. That could have been me. Maybe I'd be dead right now and never talking to you. That's just absolutely insane. They'd get away with it year after year. It's going to keep happening. We're going to have worse and worse wildfires until that company is stopped. We have to talk about it if we want fires to stop. You can make the best defensible space in the world. But if the power lines and trees fall on the power lines right next to your home, you are absolutely screwed. It'll erase your town. PG&E will get a hand slap, but they still keep their personal jets. So let's adjust our wind speeds to the 2,500 meter mark. Wow. Now that, I believe what we might be witnessing is the fire creating its own wind and changing the wind patterns around the area by Visalia. It may be so big that it's pulling in wind around the Visalia area. That is unreal. Maybe a meteorologist could tell me if this is a normal wind pattern, but we do see this on mega fires sometimes. Let me get the pen out. High Sierra says Redding very smoky this morning. Took a looky-loo drive on west side of I-5. It's too smoky to see to get a new view of the fire. Okay, it's looking better up there. We'll look over at it, but I'm not saying it's changing the wind patterns like way up there by Merced, but right here where it says Delano and Porterville, it may be sucking it in right there by Porterville, back in on itself. Because it's so large that what fires do, and here's the pen, finally the program loaded, so much heat goes up vertically, up in the sky, and it sucks in cool air from below with the chimney effect, because it's a vacuum basically. And we've seen it pull, smaller fires, we've seen it pull in air from different canyons and change the wind direction. But when a massive old growth fire like this, the likes of which probably hasn't been seen in probably 50 years, it really could be pulling and changing the wind patterns from like where they could be just headed that way, just pulling them in right around the Porterville area. I'd like to have a meteorologist like Susie come back. She's recovered from surgery though. It's just kind of nuts. So today the wind direction is scheduled to change by 8 p.m. and that will mean probably bad news for California Hot Springs. Whether they've evacuated it. Let's go see how close it is to California Hot Springs. Let's put on a layer for OpenStreetMap. It's supposed to be a street map, but doesn't really like to label anything. Oh, it's right at its doorstep right now. Okay. This is awful. Does anybody know of a broadcastified feed? Hours ago, they went to mandatory evacuation, but it's just Tulare County just doesn't have anything. Let's look back at the chat here. They hit it with retardant. They hit it with retardant to try to protect the town last couple of days. Maybe that will help them get a little bit of time to take up defensive positions, but this is the location of California Hot Springs right here. Tobias Peak camera is right here. We've got the heat detections all over this zone. California Hot Springs is the historical town we are looking at. Now we have playing the Sequoia Kings National Forest feed that's never really given us any sort of a windy fire thing. That's over by the KNP. I'm going to try my best to look at Broadcastify to see if we can get any sort of feed. We've got that's probably Air Attack doing a survey of the area. It's at 12,500 feet, but you see how it went around the fire. You can't fly into it. The airplane just went around like this. The kind of winds inside of a mega fire will rip a aircraft from the sky. You either have to be at extremely high altitude above it, or you have to go around it. So where is the fire exactly? The best way that anybody can tell is going to be satellite with heat detections, because it's too smoky to even see. Firefighters don't even know at the time that this happens. So I'm going to go off screen here to look at California. The counties next to Tulare are Kern and Kings and Inyo and Fresno. I was hoping that Kern might eventually give us something, especially aircraft, but if there's only one plane flying over there, it's not going to matter. We've got Kern County Fire Departments. Northern California major incident, but that almost never has anything. We'll see. Let's check it. Yeah, that's not too useful. Well, that could be an actual radio transmission, but the ham radio operator is too far away to have it coming clearly. The label is Northern California Air Tactics. So, but that's kind of Central California. California Fire Special 1 is not active. Neither is Kern County Sheriff Tactical Police Dispatch, CHP. Anybody have an idea? Okay, thanks, Dusty. Let's take a look at that. Right. It goes image viewer. We see the smoke. Now, which band is going to be best, Dusty? The blue visible? We've got smoke drifting towards the southwest. It's headed straight. That means that it's headed straight for California Hot Springs. That would be real bad for the KNP as well. Let's look at evac information. Hang on, I gotta log into Facebook over here. I have to eat in a second. All right, notifications. Where's Tulare County? 22 minutes ago, an update from Sequoia and Kings National Park. KNP Complex weather update. That's loaded about 9 minutes ago. Let's take a look at that.
And I will be giving you the weather update briefing for Friday, September 24th. So the high pressure that has been dominating the area is building back in across the area. That's going to keep the winds very light across the fire, both the surface and aloft. So today we're expecting generally terrain-driven winds. They'll be going up the valleys at the surface, and aloft the winds are pretty much light and variable. So what that's going to do is that's going to take the smoke and just kind of meander it around the fire line through the day. So visibilities around the fire are expected to be pretty low through the afternoon. But that should keep most of the most dense smoke in the fire area, and probably not as much drifting into the San Joaquin Valley proper itself. So we are expecting temperatures to be a little bit higher today. We're expecting about a 5-degree increase from what we saw yesterday. That's going to bring our humidities down. We are expecting humidity to drop to around 20% this afternoon for most of the fire area. But again, the main focus is the smoke. The smoke will stay over the area, and we are expecting that to linger through the day and settle in again tonight. We are watching over the weekend. High pressure stays in place to keep the smoke in the area. We are watching a few showers possibly popping up on Saturday on the Sierra range itself, but we are not expecting those to move over the fire, but we will need to keep an eye on those for any impacts those may cause. So with that, that is Saturday on the Sierra range itself, but we are not expecting those to move. We are watching over the weekend. High pressure stays in place to keep the smoke in the area. We are watching a few showers possibly popping up on Saturday on the Sierra range itself, but we are not expecting those to move over the fire, but we will need to keep an eye on those for any impacts those may cause. So with that, that is the weather, and have a good day.
That's it? Okay. I don't see what he's talking about. We don't have up canyon stuff happening right now. We have the smoke going out to sea, which means that it's going down slope and down canyon as we speak. So I That's I was really hoping for some insight. That not really good. Oh, hey John, thank you so much. I'm trying to provide info. We don't know what the heck's going on. This is really horrifying. We don't have cams. We don't have comms. We don't have updates. I mean, that was the last thing from Sequoia Kings Canyon. Let's look at Tulare County. Let's look at Tulare County. Fire department and
This coming Monday, September 27th, will mark the 1-year anniversary.
What is the auto playing?
The Zog fire.
What is this auto playing? I'm sorry. I apologize. I just had to mute that. Yeah, I have the old ABC 10 windows back there from those articles. I just want to keep them off screen so I can refresh them, and auto playing video is going on. I apologize. Okay, so 1 hour ago, Tulare County issues an evacuation order for Sugarloaf Mountain Park, Sugarloaf Village, Sawmill, McClenny Tract, White River, Idlewild, Posey, Panorama Heights, Pozo Park, Balance Rock, Spear Creek. For the existing HotSprings order, West King George Peak to south to County. What's that radio? Hang on. Somebody's en route to Blue Canyon. That's Sequoia and Sierra National Forest, the Kings Canyon radio. But that was so low I could barely make that out. I'm sorry. So there's a huge amount of new evacuation orders. Most of these are areas rather than communities. Like King George Peak is a hiking area, I believe. So this is a huge new area that's under evacuation orders. Immediate threat to life and safety. So I'm going to read that again. Sugarloaf Mountain Park, Sugarloaf Village, Sawmill, McClenny Tract, White River, Idlewild, Posey, Panorama Heights, Pozo Park, Balance Rock, and Spear Creek. And also from the existing HotSprings evacuation order, West King George Peak, south to the County M56, including Oak Flat, Twin Peak, to Vincent Ranch at the Tulare Kern border, east to Portuguese Peak, and back north to Dunlap Meadow. This will continue to include structures, side roads, and any attached roads down to Tulare County line. Please use Jack Ranch Road through Glenville to reach Porterville. If you need assistance with evacuating, please call 911. Well, a temporary evacuation point is Porterville College, 100 East College Avenue. Individuals with RVs and trailers may find info about where they can park at the college, or you may call some other things. Call 211 if you're out of the fire area, basically. Go to tularecounty.ca.gov/emergencies, which is a link in the description of my channel for windy fire evacuation warning and area map. Oh my god, or look at InSweb. So when you do this, when you go to windy fire evacuation map here, it doesn't really name places very well, but you can get an idea of what's under evacuation right now. So I'm going to play the channel for CAL FIRE Tulare unit, just hoping that will come to life in the Tulare County Fire and CHP Pink. Yeah, Dusty says Pine Flat is the largest and most endangered community in front of the push. It might already be involved. Yeah, Pine Flat is right next to California Hot Springs. That's why I say the area. It's just people have heard about the Hot Springs because it's a big famous place, but it's right next to it.
13 I see.
What's this? Let's see which one's alive right now. Hang on.
Present to the Porterville units, reported 23152 in the area of Road 224 and County Line, or Avenue 2. Citizens report to the SO advise that the field workers are all 647F. It occurs daily. They drink after work and then they get in vehicles and drive home, and it's occurring now in the area of Road 224 and Avenue.
Okay, sorry, that's just some random. That's Tulare County Fire and CHP dispatch, so it's going to have a bunch of unrelated crap. But Pine Flat is here. Look at the structures map with the orange. Wish I could change the color code. There's a lot to lose here. They've been peppering the area with retardant, but looking at flight radar, there's nothing in the sky except air attack is just basically looking around, and we can't hear. But you know what? What's the county to the east? Oh, that hurt my ears. What is the county to the east, guys? I'm going to look. And, you know, maybe on the eastern side of Sierra we could hear it. Is that... let's see. Clicking on that button. Eno. Let's look at Eno County. Eno County Sheriff's Fire, EMS, CHP Gold, California Major Incident. But yeah, that isn't per.
Engine 201, FA.
Engine 201, 1217.
Special Fire Event is not active. Big Pine and Bishop Fire is not active. Dang it. I was hoping we'd get lucky with that. So, I do. Give me...
Service, City of Sanger.
I could use a copy.
82 in service, City of Sanger.
Yeah, exactly, Dusty. Where they can get around it, but we can't hear anything. So, hey, Bugs, how are you? We're desperately trying to figure out what's going on. That's a whole lot of new evacuation info. Way too much to put on my scrolling thing. I was hoping I could just sum that up easily in a nutshell, like just this entire region is under evacuation to the Kern County line. Can we draw a line like this and just name 4 specific areas and put that on the ticker? That would be the goal. Because I think that would give the impression that people need to know where the whole region to evacuate. Now would be the time, guys, to make your phone calls, make sure that people know about this. That's a brand new evacuation order that's expanded around the California Hot Springs area. Yeah, exactly, Randy. We're going to have to wait for Holt. That 1.5 minute explanation of what's going on with the fires. Oh, thank you so much, Husky, for the coffee tip. And thank you. I appreciate you so much, John. We're trying the best we can.
605.
Is that Cal Fire Tulare unit? Hang on, let's listen. Okay, they're not saying anything.
605 in the area of 20, and we have forestry department in crews and law enforcement at the White River Fire Road. After that, just assess turn remote and update the forestry that is there. All the way up to 450.
Okay. All right, I have an idea. We'll use the topo map here. and compare the two evacuation maps to be able to sum this up.
205. Emergency conclude that it is now immediate evacuation.
From last I heard, it's a mandatory all the way to closing, I believe, to the county line. You can call DOC to confirm.
Affirmative. The alert just came over the phone saying it is now immediate, but I'll make that phone call.
Okay.
Also, GCSO should be in the area for the evacuation. I just need you to assess for structure protection and return to the station and call station assistance. For water tanker force available.
Okay, I'm saying mandatory evacuation
21.
from George Ridge to California Hot Springs / Pine area. What was that? Pine Flat area. Okay. Entire region, George Ridge to California Hot Springs, Pine Flat. South of Tyler Creek. And then east to, I'm gonna just call that Baker Ridge. South all the way to Kern County line. Go now. Immediate threat to life and safety. See Tulare county.ca.gov/emergencies for map. Refresh often. Okay. All right, mandatory evacuation, entire region, George Ridge to California Hot Springs, Pine Flat, everything south of Tyler Creek. Tyler Creek, east to Baker Ridge, south all the way to the Kern County line. Go now. Immediate threat to life and safety. See Tulare county.ca.gov/emergencies for map. Refresh often. Boom. Scroll. Got it. Okay. I think that's about as comprehensive as we could be in a nutshell. So, yeah. Hey Xavier, how are you doing? Let's go back to the chat. Okay. So.
Show the fire under control. We got about an hour and a half mop up here. If we have a light and air coming, we can cancel them.
It's a different fire. It's like a house fire or something.
1224.
We just heard them talking about trying to get people out.
Light Air 19 cancel. Light Air 19.
Okay. All right. Let's try to figure out.
19. Move up and cover station 16.
Let's go and find out about. Let's use Windy and see what it says in comparison to our other tools like Ventus Sky, miles per hour.
Air 19, I copy 1225.
And wind gusts. It says that they're mild. It says Windy says they're basically like 12 mile-an-hours and 16 mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Station 11, station 16, move up and cover station 11, 1225.
It depends on where you put the little man, but It could just be it's just straight up fuels driven and it's making its own weather, because that is not the kind of thing you see with fire behavior with 15-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is it may not need wind to be moving this fast wherever it wants. It's absolutely nuts. If we look at the animations, yeah, depending on just where you put the little thing, it almost changes from ridge top to ridge top. So here's telling the story 30. Okay, I can barely hear that. So
208 is going to be available at the
we have 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts that are basically east winds blowing to the west, just south of there. So I'm going to chalk it up to this. It's a false report because there's so few weather stations in the area. Maybe a couple just got destroyed. That most of these weather apps are probably just showing really lazy winds, going like so or like so, and we can't trust them because there are just a few weather stations in the Sierras around here, like 5 around the Windy Fire. It probably just destroyed a few. If looking at the heat map tells us anything. So what they do is these programs guess. They just kind of guess at what's happening in between the stations, and I think that what we can go by is the satellite views for the real story. That right there is not showing light winds. That's not showing, up canyon winds, whatever's in the forecast. That's showing the truth of the situation. That's showing higher altitude, fierce winds, and it's blowing the fire embers off of peaks, and they're probably lighting spot fires all over the place, because those are 8,800 foot tall peaks. Okay, somebody's getting an investigator started on that map, on that dispatch. If I sound a little weird, it's because even though I mute it for you guys, I'm still listening to 4 different radio stations at once for fire dispatch. Some of which is related to the windy, but a lot of it's not, which is just really frustrating. So the cams would tell us which way the smoke is blowing. That the satellites can. It could be making its own wind at this point. So. And what we have is the wind tunnel effect. So in each little canyon, and on each ridge, you can have the wind going a different direction than prevailing winds. So right now, here's Pine Flat. That's a lot of structures to try to defend. The Hot Springs Ranger Station, the old historic town of the Hot Springs. This is just making me sick. It's approaching things. It's possibly an active fire battle right now to try to save the town or structure protection.
You can cancel your move-up assignment.
Unless we get an update, unless they want to tell us. So let's look at
29.
I should add this to the evacuation info. Sorry, let's do that real quick. Use Jack Ranch Road through Glenville to reach Porterville. There. Okay. Well, that just made all the text really small. Oh God. Okay. Hang on. Let's get the red scrolling. Maybe that will help. I hate this program, guys. I'm sorry. I need to switch to another streaming program, but I don't have a day off to even learn anything new about what I'm supposed to be doing. I hope that are the words big enough right now to read? Can you give me feedback, guys? Is it big enough on the screen, like on a phone? Dusty says the sat cam has been showing multiple pyro clouds on the head of the Windy, and they're just going up and down. Yeah. So we can safely assume it's making its own winds. So earlier we had the evacuation orders for, California Hot Springs area, but it's been enlarged. So I'll keep checking the situation. That's the fire department. They said they've been actively engaged 14 hours ago in the Windy Fire. 2 TCFD strike teams have been working to protect the area of Johnsondale as part of a structure protection group. They worked into the night as the Windy Fire events to it. Okay, so we have images about what happened yesterday when we were deaf, dumb, and blind also. So there's images taken from Johnsondale, excuse me. But did they lose any structures? That's what we want to know. Like, what happened? What's the result? Okay. All right. We have some pics. 17 hours ago, they're talking about control burning. That has nothing to do with the windy in that area. Okay. The bear thing. Let's go to the sheriff's office. It's like the sheriff's office. Yeah, KDoc, you don't need to spam that. We already have that running on the screen, but thanks, mate. When there's spam all over the chat, it means that I can't look back and quickly find info that people are giving me. I got it covered in the red text. I just want to know if people can read it. What I did, instead of the really, really long text that I was talking about, I summed it up nicely by saying from this region to this region to this region to this region, go now. So, but we don't want to just fill up the entire chat with that, or I can't tell what people are saying. But thank you for the info. When people ask about which specific areas, like which specific communities, you can go ahead and paste that. But I need to keep up with chat. The chat that I'm trying to reach up and look at is, yeah, I think Husky, that it is creating its own windstorm. I mean, it's just, hey, the sheriff's office doesn't have any different. Looks like the same EVAC info is on the sheriff's office and the other one. The Mountain Mike says many cabins and summer homes throughout the whole area are between California Hot Springs and Kern County line. Yeah, there's a lot of structures. That's going to be a road clogging kind of a evacuation situation. Let's see. Looking at. Yeah, is it big enough right now to see, guys, the scrolling stuff? Yeah, KDoc, the map sharing, I think that's the link to share right now. Thank you so much. Terry says, hi, Kathryn. Hi, guys. Some homes lost Thursday in the windy ABC 10 in case KCRC said. Okay, thanks. We could check that. We're very limited on what kind of news media I can show for copyright reasons, but it's really sad. Well, that's what I asked for you guys to tell me about. Is it big enough to read? So if it's not, I'll just make it bigger. You have to actually inform me, guys, about whether or not what I'm doing matters. Why would I do anything if nobody can read it? Just bring it to my attention until I know about it. Especially if I ask you guys, that will help me the most. So, what does it look like now? Is it good enough? Okay, and do tell me what kind of size screen you have. Cell phone, computer monitors, I know they're okay. It's big now? Okay. Maybe slightly too large, but yeah, it makes everything I think that'll be about good. It makes everything else too small. Now we're waiting for a new pass of the satellite. It's was 7 minutes ago pass. The wind button I don't think will be very useful. Now, like if you hit the wind speed button on CalTopo, it's talks about speed versus gusts. But we don't know where CalTopo gets that info. If it goes up canyon, that would save the town, theoretically, but then it would mean bigger problems for the northeast. Towns northeast of the fire, like, well, Johnsondale again, but they've had a long time to prep Johnsondale. We can only hope it stays away from there. If we look at the K&P, it's we've got heat detections of that canyon upriver from Three Rivers at the Ash Mountain National Park headquarters and such. This we look back at satellite. We do have some smoke, higher elevation smoke going like so, but what's happening at exactly the peak level is what we want to know. That could be wind direction higher than matters, you know. So overlay that with the MODIS info. Okay. So overlay what with the MODIS info? It looks good, Laura says. Cool, thank you. The Wildfire, I listened to chatter for a couple of hours, and it's going much, much better. So, Big Al says they're doing burns near Ash Mountain Park headquarters. Okay, good. If it is going up canyon, then they do have that opportunity. Okay, so overlay what though with what in CalTopo? What with what MODIS info? Like all satellites button, is that what you're meaning? Like so, or but yeah, Terry, the Wildfire, check it out. He did an awesome job, really responding to it yesterday. I know that there's probably a terrible aftermath that we have to investigate later, but just motospheres, okay. Man. So this is 4:51 Mountain Time. And how does that make sense, though? Because that would be 3:51 Pacific, and it's actually 12:40 Pacific. Is there something I'm not understanding about the MDT? I thought that was Mountain Time. That's... I know, but it says 9:24, and it is 9:24. So... Oh, it's 4 in the morning. Gosh, okay. Guys, I'm sorry. I really need some blood sugar. Gotcha.
Effective immediately on the Mineral King Road, there will be no more traffic eastbound with exceptions of branch directors and division supervisors. Again, effective immediately, the Mineral King Road is closed down to eastbound traffic except for branch directors and division supervisors. KMC 735 dispatch clears 12:39.
Wow. Okay, so they just closed down Mineral King Road on the KMP.
83, go ahead.
So we're going to be built in San Mateo. I have a 27 for you.
Yeah, that's a good sign that I need some food, guys. I didn't...
83, 10 for your Italy 1097 with FSO Phelps in San Mateo, go ahead.
It's Frank 8399399.
83 Frank 8399399.
Here's our Blue Mountain Kern time lapse. The smoke's going right to it. I don't know that this will matter.
8327. 83 license has suspended or revoked on a Class C to a Israel Baraga Sanchez, 11/13/1980.
Okay, that's just some CHP stuff. So they just closed Mineral King, and only the people with the highest levels of clearance, I think, in firefighting can go on Mineral King Road. So we want to check on Silver City right after this time lapse is finished. Okay, let's look back at chat for a second. Last pass for Veers was 10:30 hours, and new data should be posted at 3 hours after that. Okay.
Area 1, Medical Aid, Avenue 288 and Road 156.
MDT is the timestamp for when the computer calculated the spots.
Engine 208 out of Area 11, 1 unit from Visalia City. Medical aid for a seizure, Avenue 280.
Okay, that's the seizure stuff. So, Tulare County, CAL FIRE, and CHP Pink, both of those two channels are basically just doing a bunch of medical calls right now. We did hear about some of them earlier responding to helping with the evacuation. But this is our current view. This is our current view from Blue Mountain Kern 2. I'll go in the kitchen and get food in a second. Maybe I was hoping we had some sort of a video. King George Ridge to the north. King George Ridge 2 is rotating, but it has bushes in front of it. Just why? Why would you put up a camera with bushes in front of it? Shirley Peak shows ominous smoke. Tobias Peak still dead as of 11:47 yesterday in the morning. So I just think they never got it back online from yesterday. The fire was not there yesterday, but trying to find other views. Just frustratingly blind here. Well, Rocky Point 2 kind of shows something. Let's do a 3 hour. The air's clearing at Rocky Point 2. Maybe we'll get a peek. This is looking pretty far from the south. Yeah, it's clearing up a little bit. We can see the smoke column in general is, I believe, running that direction. Let's play that again. Yeah, maybe a bit more towards the cam. Alright, so which direction is it facing? Almost due north, slightly to the west. So that smoke is traveling south by southwest. Okay. Buck Rock is snowed in, basically. The other cams, let's take a look. Yeah, we're just pretty much blind. Shirley Peak is, unfortunately, like the best thing we got for any of these. Bird Springs. Nope, no, not relevant. All right. Mackenzie Ridge. Let's do a 3 hour. Alright, so back at
Division 4, 1245. 56. I copy. Call's been downgraded. Priority 3. We're extended from Exeter. Patient's in a white Ford Fusion on the north side of Avenue 288.
Okay, I thought CAL FIRE was going to talk about CAL FIRE stuff, the CAL FIRE channel, but that's still just a bunch of patients. I'm going to mute that for privacy reasons. Oh, Mackenzie Ridge is no longer looking to the north, so that, well, it needs to look to the south. It needs to even be pointed in the correct direction. Yeah, you're right, Dusty. The cams are just not with us today. Blue Ridge is pivoting. Blue Ridge 2. Looking to the north first. Okay. I'm so frustrated. I don't know why they don't point at wildfires, especially when life and property are threatened. But okay. We'll keep checking that. Let's turn on our detections. Maybe it's made a new pass. Okay, we have red.
This coming Monday, September 27th.
That stupid ABC 10 autoplay just happened again. I'm muting the whole tab. Autoplay is not supposed to be a thing anymore in the new browser settings, but well, whatever. So sorry, Terry Ann. I had tech problems today. This morning. I tried to solve. It's semi-functional. I have to do a complete reinstallation of Windows, and do some other technical things, install equipment, and plus my ISP right now is being really screwed up. So, but did you hit the ringing bell? You should have been notified as soon as I went live, an hour and 26 minutes ago. Let's see. I'm back up here. Did I miss anything in chat? Okay, thanks Big Dog for the feedback. Thanks Big Bugs Bunny too. As long as it looks good on most cell phones, that should be okay. If people turn their cell phone sideways, that enlarges the picture. Some people don't know that the screen will rotate. Definitely somebody should full size it. Now we have a full closure. That's the latest news of Mineral King to everyone except for the certain firefighting units. And looks like the KNP might be coming over the ridge finally, which is a big nightmare scenario. But they've had at least more than a week to prep the structures for defense. But can you imagine the flaming debris going off that extremely steep ravine and rolling down at the speed of sound? I don't know if there's full-size trees and such here, but that would be some insane kind of rollout where you just have to get out of the way. It'd be like an avalanche of flaming debris. Let's go to global imagery. This is a big concern. Take up the other layers. I don't know how big the trees are on this ridge, but this is in the Sequoia National Park. I was hoping we'd have something for scale, but it looks like it's a heavily forested, rocky outcropping and an extremely steep ravine. That if a tree on fire at the top of the ridge, breaks apart and rolls down the slope, that's going to pick up extreme speeds, especially chunks of it, especially dead snags, and roll down and probably take boulders all along. This is a crazy steep area. They only made this road because it went to the mines, and that's a long way down to the creek with no hope of road access. It's too steep to hike. And so even if that's thousands and thousands of feet at plunge. If some of the full-size trees roll down that slope and they're on fire, they'll make it mostly intact, partially intact, down to the base of the creek, and then they'll just run up the other side. I just don't see, without any access, that many crews could be down there trying to babysit it, and if they were, they'd kind of be suicidal. There's just a couple zigzaggy roads.
Patrol 14
14 service local.
or the remains of them.
Patrol 14 in service local, 1250.
But dotting the landscape when we turn on structures is a lot of historical structures. Mineral King, Cabin Cove, and Silver City, the preserved ghost town. They're really going to try to save that area, but we don't know. And there's Mineral King, the proper location here. So if we turn on our activity, the Paradise was actually scheduled to reach this area sooner, but a couple days ago. But the crazy stroke of strange fortune was that the Wendy's smoke nailed down the KNP, which was the colony and the Paradise that merged together, and kept it kind of inactive or less active for the better part of last week. Unfortunately, that means the Windy was more active at making the smoke, but now that there's more winds, the smoke blanket is moving away, and both fires are extremely active. So, and it's not looking too good. Becky Johnstone says the Lookout posted a good YouTube update this morning on the fawn. He showed the progression of the lines. Pretty good, yeah. I can't show his videos, but we could look at his blog. Zeke, I respect very much for his insight. He and Daniel Kearns were like the best source of info for anything happening on the Dixie for most of its fire crisis points. So we have extremely active fire. We have Wilsonia, possibly in danger. I don't know if it's gone to a mandatory or not. Let's check. Let's check the social media best we can. There's a new notification. Well, yeah, that's an old weather update. An hour ago, there was an update for KNP Complex. Let's see, I'm scanning this for new info. There was 8,522 acres of growth on the KNP complex in the last 24 hours. The majority was in the Ash Mountain area, where a burning op took place to protect the park buildings and infrastructure. Resources continue to be allocated to protect things. 17 dozers are operating in the Heartland-Wilsonia area to help open old roads for better fire access and improve control ops. Good. When they say old roads, they probably mean 1930s roads. After the 1964 stupid bill for roadless wilderness, which basically primed our landscape for no fire access and screwed everything up, sometimes they haven't even maintained roads that long. So previous fuel treatments helped protect the Big Grove and Kings Canyon area, and burnout operations have been used in the Crystal Cave area to reduce fuels between the fire and the hidden fire burn scar. Crews are prepping for burnout ops to reduce fuels in the park headquarters near the Ash Mountain Paradise Ridge. Yeah, thanks you guys for telling me in the chat. The north of Mineral King Road tentatively scheduled to occur in the next few days as conditions permit. Heck, maybe they're able to do that now. I hope that's part of what we're seeing. Maybe that's why they closed the roads. Or maybe it's the fire spread. All we heard was just an announcement that they just closed the road. Today's weather forecast: high pressure continues to dominate the region. Winds remain light and terrain-driven. Well, terrain-driven can mean heavy winds. So, I mean, terrain-driven is a wild card term. But overall light, yes. Areas where smoke clears, we will see more active fire behavior in the afternoon. Poor humidity recovery and warmer temperatures will lead to drier conditions through the afternoon. Buckle up. Air ops will continue to support ground ops as smoke conditions allow. Yeah, which we haven't seen any aircraft up except for that looking aircraft checking out the situation. There have been no new evacuation warnings or orders for the KNP complex in the last 24 hours. All evacuation warnings and orders that have been issued are still active. But major difference in the Windy, where the new ones are coming down the pipe. Yep, we've got some public information maps. KNP complex operational update. I do want to watch that Let's just turn that on and watch it, because I got to go into the kitchen and get some food.
Our morning update for the 24th of September, 2021 for the KMP complex here in the Sequoia National Park and the Sequoia National Forest. So let's start at the south end today. A lot of folks in the Three Rivers community saw a pretty big glow yesterday evening late. And so I wanted to talk about that a little bit. Some of you may have even looked at the maps this morning that you pulled off the internet. And we've got a big red blob right here above the Ash Mountain Park headquarters. And so what happened yesterday late in the day is we had put in a control line from park headquarters up to a giant rock face. And so we were able yesterday late in the day to go in and burn out from that rock face back down to park headquarters. And so that burnout effectively stopped any more forward advance of the fire in that area. So all of the residents, all of the park infrastructure, private residences, all that now is no longer threatened by this piece of the fire. So a lot of good work yesterday by our day shift, and through our night shift, folks also stayed up on the hill with that, making sure it didn't go anywhere. Right now it's all looking very good. Moving on around, we've continued to work on this line and improve it. It's still a very rough, windy road. It's hard to describe driving around a single lane road with a 1,000-foot drop off on the side of it, but that's very much what most of this road system is like. It's an interesting place to drive from somebody from Georgia. So still working on this, still prepping it. We're going to start moving some crews in here today, hotshot crews, aerial ignition crews, to start looking at how we're going to bring fire off of this ridge and out to these control lines. And again, this road system up Shepherd Saddle and up North Fork is our primary control line, with the river, the North Fork River, is our backup. So a lot of work going to be going on in here in the next couple of days, and the reason for that work is to protect all the people and all the infrastructure here lining the south and western side of this fire. Moving on up to the north in the Heartland area, on up toward Wilsonia, we had 17 bulldozers on the ground in here yesterday, opening up these old Forest Service shaded fuel breaks. All the money that the Forest Service has invested in fuels treatments over the years, we've been taking advantage of those treatments there on the forest. 17 dozers on the ground, opening up roads, cleaning things up, and preparing an area that we can defend when this fire eventually moves up into this area. Again, all designed to protect the communities of Heartland, Wilsonia, places like that. Very important. Moving on up, this giant area up here, this big grove, a big history of prescribed fire in there. And so we're actually going to be able to use that as a place to help contain the fire as well. Again, this fire, the KMP complex, isn't moving through these fuels treatments well at all. They've been very effective in slowing and even stopping the spread of this fire. Coming on down around the General's Highway, you'll see a couple of strange looking lines on the map this morning in here. And again, those are some burnouts that we've done. And so what's happening in this area is there's an old fire scar, the old hidden fire from a few years ago. And so the fire's not wanting to move through that area very well. But where it is moving, it's taking advantage of the topography, it's taking advantage of available fuels, and it's just moving in little stringers. And so we went in yesterday and lit off a few ridge tops using our drone, our UAS, so that fire would start moving down the hill to meet the KMP fire as it moved up the hill. So we're going to be watching that very closely today. So far, it's been an incredibly effective tactic for us, and we think it's really going to help us to slow this fire spread down in this old hidden fire scar. Moving around the map a little bit more into the area above the Wukashi Lodge, the area around the Lodgepole Lodge. This fire is continuing to spread up into those rocks. We pulled a lot of our resources out of this area to get them down to the south so that we could more readily defend the people and infrastructure down here. Not many people up in this neck of the woods. It's really moving up into federally designated wilderness area once it gets out of the park, and so it's important to us, but it's not as important as the people, the giant trees, and the park infrastructure. So all this minimal staffing. We still have crews in here around the Lodgepole Lodge. We still have our National Guard crews in here preparing campgrounds, protecting other facilities and infrastructure, and getting ready for this fire to come into those areas. Down in the giant forest, place that a lot of people are interested in, General Sherman is still standing this morning, as well as all the other giant sequoias. These fuels treatments, the General's Highway, again, really effectively stopped this fire spread. Firefighters are in there continuing to work, continuing to mop up, clean up, get the heat out of the bark on those giant sequoias. It's a really interesting fact that the fire ecologist here at the park told me the other day. She said that the bark on these trees is about 12 inches thick, and so the bark is really designed to take fire. It's a fire-adapted species. The cones on these trees are serotinous, and so they open up after a fire and spread seed. So very fire-adapted, fire-dependent maybe even species, the giant sequoia. Moving on down the General's Highway, all this is still holding on the western side of that road. All that's still looking really well. Going up the middle fork of the Kauai, still fire moving in and around this rock, but not very fast. It's really hitting some barriers in there and stopping and slowing. And again, this isn't a high priority area for action because there's no people or infrastructure out here. The last piece we'll talk about is the Mineral King Road. Very important piece of ground for us. There's about 80 to 100 structures out here. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but in places like Silver City and Mineral King. And so yesterday we put 5 hot shot crews and a bulldozer in here, really trying to open up this country, get a line in so that we could stop the southern progression of this fire. They made a lot of progress yesterday, but they didn't finish. And so today we're going to put 3 crews in there, as well as the bulldozer, to try to finish that work off. Those remaining 2 crews are going to be back over here on the other side of Ash Mountain. Coming down off of Paradise Ridge, we had a hand line in place. Yesterday we got the hose, the water system installed on that hand line. And so this afternoon, I anticipate, if the weather conditions allow, we're going to be doing another burnout coming off of Paradise Ridge to tie back in to General's Highway. And so that is again going to be very visible from Three Rivers. But that line, getting that in successfully this afternoon, is going to be one of the key pieces in protecting this community. It's going to stop all of this progression in that direction. So a lot of work going on here in this southwest corner over the next few days. You're going to see pulses of heat late in the day. As the sun goes down, you're going to see the sky glowing a little bit more than you have been. But then things are going to get better as we get these lines secured. So be patient with us on that. We're going to continue flying a lot of aircraft. Yesterday was a great day for that. We're going to keep pressing away at this thing, trying to protect the communities and the people around the park and the giant trees in the park. So thank you.
Okay, I'm still in the kitchen. Now, I couldn't see the monitor when I was in there. Now, where he was gesturing on the map, I want to rewind real quick. So let's see here. For the
coming down in there.
Wrong video. What? Facebook, why are you like this? I just want to rewind the video we were just watching, not go to the next video. Watch again. Okay, hang on.
Good morning. Water system installed back in to General's Highway. And so that is again going to be very visible from Three Rivers. But that line, getting that in successfully this afternoon, is going to be one of the key pieces in protecting this community. It's going to stop all of this progression in that direction.
Okay, I want to find out where the burning by the Mineral King is.
So a lot of work going on here in this southwest corner over the next few days. You're going to see pulses of heat late in the day. As the sun goes down, you're going to see the sky glowing a little bit more than you have been. But then things are going to get better as we get these lines secured. So be patient with us on that. We're going to continue flying a lot of aircraft. Yesterday was a great day for that. We're going to keep pressing away at this thing, trying to protect the communities and the people around the park and the giant trees in the park. So thank you.
Okay, I guess that isn't the point where he was gesturing, but he was talking about the north. What about Mineral King? What about Mineral King? I want to know if the fire reached the ridge, or if they've done firing ops. Okay, there it is. He's touching it right there. All right, so
the last piece we'll talk about is the Mineral King Road. Very important piece of ground for us. There's about 80 to 100 structures out here. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but in places like Silver City and Mineral King. And so yesterday we put 5 hot-shot crews and a bulldozer in here, really trying to open up this country, get a line in so that we could stop the southern progression of this fire. They made a lot of progress yesterday, but they didn't finish. And so today we're going to put 3 crews in there, as well as the bulldozer, to try to finish that work off. Those remaining 2 crews are going to be back over here on the other side of Ash Mountain. Coming down off of Paradise Ridge, we had a...
Stick to a fire? My jumping is confusing. What do you mean stick to a fire? This is the stream that tracks all the fires that we can. And jumping where? Sorry, I'm going back up to read chat. I don't know. Where? What? At what point in time? I don't know. I don't stick to a fire. That's the whole point of the stream. Anyway.
Hand line in place. Yesterday we got the hose, the water system installed on that hand line. And so this afternoon, I anticipate, if the weather conditions allow, we're going to be doing another burnout coming off of Paradise Ridge to tie back in to General's Highway. And so that is again going to be very visible from Three Rivers. But that line, getting that in successfully this afternoon, is going to be one of the key pieces in protecting this community. It's going to stop all of this progression in that direction. So a lot of work going on here in this southwest corner over the next few days.
Yeah, he's not really explaining about how they're going to protect Silver City. They got the hotshot crew in there and the dozer, but also, are they going to fire the hillside from Mineral King Road? Why did they close the road? We probably should know why. So, Dusty says, is the team running windy doing any of these briefings? Yeah, I don't think so. I've never seen it happen. If they are, I don't know where we would find them. That's the big frustrating thing. It's like, okay, we know that all eyes are on the KNP because of the giant sequoias up there, but the Windy has giant sequoias.
Sierra Patrol 43, location change, Dinky.
Sierra copies, Patrol 43, changing location, Dinky 1311.
So we have, once again, I'm pretty confused about when I was being asked to stick to a fire and jumping around. I don't know. We will always focus on the greatest threat to life and property. It doesn't make sense to do anything else. People got enraged when I looked around, a couple people got enraged when I looked at the Caldor fire after the Dixie. Like, you're not covering Dixie anymore, bye. And I was like, what is wrong with you? There's a fire racing towards, a population center of 20,000 people. Yes, we will still continue to look at the Dixie, but right now, California Hot Springs may be erased off the map. There may be an ongoing battle to save Pine Flat here. We just had a massive evacuation order. We're trying to figure out everything we can. The KNP, when we saw heat detections by Three Rivers, that's a pretty dang big community too, over here, the whole Three Rivers area. So I'm glad that we found out that much of this is a control burn as scheduled, like we just watched a video to find out. But this right here, I'm not sure if this is a control burn, or if this is natural progress of the fire, because if it is natural, it may be why they closed the road. It's too dangerous to be there. Or they could have just closed the Mineral King Road because they are doing a control burn and just want people out of their way. So, frustratingly, we don't really know that at the moment. But the reason we even changed away from the Windy and the KNP to the Fawn Fire yesterday is the Fawn Fire had the biggest threat to life and property. So we're always going to be doing that. And there's no reason to stare at the only thing we have on one fire, which is a satellite map for 20 minutes when it doesn't update for another 20 minutes. If there's something else that we could find out about other fires, we'll switch to them and then we'll switch back. So if you're ever confused about what the topic of discussion is, I've tried to help the situation by putting the bottom static message here. The video that we are currently watching is always, with a hashtag, and I'll say it was posted 4 hours ago, and this is the morning update, right? And if we're listening to a feed, and it's confusing, I write down which feed it is. But there's a lot going on today. The problem with this is that usually California's weather all gets worse at once, and then it all gets better at once. So we have, on days that there's worse weather and more wind, we have every single fire flare up at the same time. We got to switch back and forth to it. I'm sorry that's confusing, but right now we have the fire roaring, the Windy fire roaring towards several different communities, including Camp Nelson. So I'm hoping we could find an incident management team which will talk about this. But Camp Nelson went to mandatory evacuations yesterday. So if you have a specific question, I have to eat. I've been trying to eat for 3 hours. Haven't had any breakfast. I don't do well without good blood sugar. But while I'm away, my mods will hook you up with whatever you need to know about whatever specific fire. Or put it in chat, flag me, say @Kathryn. And when I scroll back up, I'll see my name highlighted in orange. But I canceled my entire day plans right now. I'm pretty upset about it. This was going to be my first day off in since July. The other days off, I only took off because I was pretty dang ill, unable to leave bed, sick. So I have not. This is day 75 of my stream without like a weekend or a day off or anything of the sort, and I've been at my station for 14 hours a day. I'm really upset. This is pretty much the last couple of days I have left of summer to do anything outside. I have been outside only about 4 times since July 14th, maybe 5 or 6, maybe. So I'm really not feeling well, but I'll do my best, you know. But please be real gentle with me in chat and real respectful. I would really appreciate that. If you would like me to do something, please say that you would like me to do something, but I will react pretty badly if people start telling me what to do and just give me some sort of a general critique. I'm doing pretty dang well, considering this is day 75 of a 14-hour shift. So, just tell me what you want. We'll try to provide it. This is an extremely stressful situation, and people are losing their homes. We're losing a huge chunk of our history and a huge chunk of our environment. It's hard enough for me to just watch, let alone just continue to do this every day without any kind of a break. I'm going to try to go out tonight, even though I canceled all my plans, and just try to take a drive or something to cool off. But this is very difficult to just keep everything going. Yeah. If anybody knows which incident management team may be in charge of the Windy and making videos like hidden morning operational briefing updates, like on YouTube, just like we had with the Dixie where they changed around, or if anybody knows about the new West Zone operational updates, please let me know. We have an update for the Windy's InstaWeb. Ow, this is burning a hole in my head. 14-minute ago announcements. That's the new evacuation orders, which are what we already have. I was scrolling by. This is just a blanket statement that was on social media already. We go to information. I was hoping we'd see incident management team, but we haven't had community updates and briefings like the other fires, and that's really kind of bad for us to know what's going on. Incident Management Team 5. Sometimes if you Google that, or say California Incident Management Team 5 on YouTube, you can get stuff like that. Yeah, I know, Mark. I'm not complaining because that would be really whiny and brat-like if I was complaining about how my summer was gone, because a lot of people lost more. They lost homes. They were impacted by the fire. I'm trying to say, though, that this is hard for me to do emotionally. I'm watching my homeland burn. I'm watching the cabins of my relatives and such burn. I'm not going to have much of a Plumas County to go back to. Since in that way pretty hard, I would like to have a day off right.
Sierra, Fresno 4, radio check 3.
What the heck?
Fresno 4 Sierra, coming through Scratchy on channel 4, tone 3.
And Sierra, Fresno 4, how does sound on sound 5?
Fresno 4 Sierra, coming in loud and clear on channel 4, tone 5.
Fresno 4.
Okay, I was hoping that would be a little more illuminating. That was the Sequoia and Sierra National Kings Canyon radio. The point is this: I've been taking a whole lot of flack recently for crap I don't deserve. My stress level is so high just because if you do anything without a break, 14 hours a day, you just burn out and you just break down. I'm happy to do this. I'm trying to help the public in the best way I can. But I'm not anybody's servant. I don't talk like that. I am not here to be told when to go to bed like I'm a child either. And if people continue talking to me like that, I'm just going to have to purge, because that's not what I'm here for. My stress level is too high. I'm here trying to provide a service. If people want it, then just tell me what you want. But don't tell me how to run the show. You can make suggestions. Don't say, hey, you're not covering the fire that I want to cover. Well, go ahead and do it. I'm here to teach you the tools to cover fires for yourselves. Broadcastify is free. CAL FIRE is free. Oh, looking at the cams is free. Looking at InstaWeb is free. You are free to go and look at whatever fire you need right now. Everything in the link to the description of my video will point you at that. But I need to figure out what's going on with the windy. I am going to focus unapologetically on the fire that is the greatest threat to life and property. I'm extremely stressed. I have been frustrated on many angles here with the computer breakdowns, ISP, you name it. My neighbor's house almost burned down yesterday. I was really looking forward to the one day, like today, that I was going to go outside and do something, and it just got dashed. So I'm here to continue working. But patience is running short. So I really do appreciate everybody gently helping me through the situation. This is one of the days I'm still kind of recovering from the flu. I should just be in bed, but I'm here. I was awake for 2 days covering the fire yesterday. I got 10 hours of sleep. I'm okay, but I'm really not well. So, the total personnel on the windy is 1,540. The size of it was 56,802 acres, but that's going to change drastically today. We can just see the incredible activity throughout the night. If somebody can help me find these videos, just go ahead, because I don't have time to go fishing and looking for things. We still don't see any aircraft, and that's really a pity. Aircraft would have been the best helper in the situation of safe structures by California HotSprings and Pine Flat. So cool. Dusty has a camera for us to look at. Cool. We'll check that out soon. Yeah, Mount Mike says new windy team seems like they're still trying to get up to speed. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of we don't have videos and stuff because they kind of just arrived. You know, the locals, the local Indian fire departments from the Tulare Reservation are doing what they can. We had a meeting the other night, and that was it. Like the first one. The Sequoia Kings National Park is really KNP oriented. That's up by the KNP. We could just do stuff like this, like windy fire, just a hashtag, and see if we have updates. But other than Tulare County Sheriff's Office and Fire Department. Oh my God, look at that one. And it's gotta be terrifying to live through right now. Yeah, that's at risk. Giving a snake a drink of water. Now that's interesting. I think we saw that already. But there's no official anything really. Kern River Conservancy was at God. One of the trees was lost at Trail of 100 Giants. They were saying. I can follow this page. I can follow this one. And if they have new videos, we'll get notifications. New posts.
Sierra Engine 343 is in service local.
Update.
Sierra copy, Center 343 in service local 1324.
That was independent article. Sequoia National Forest Service. Kind of forgot about them. Okay, let's put that on my new favorites. Standard videos, notifications. Yep, highlights. Okay, maximum notifications. 1 hour ago. Okay, here now we're talking. 1,540 personnel, just like InstaWeb is saying. 43 hand crews. 103 engines, 21 helicopters, 13 dozers, 4 water tenders. I mean, that's not a lot. 13 dozers and 4 water tenders. just we don't have enough gear in the area. Today, California Interagency Management Team 5 assumed command of the Windy Fire, or the Bureau of Indian Affairs on behalf of the Tule River Reservation. You're right, they just set up shop today. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, thanks, Lori. Thanks for the pats on the heads. I really appreciate that. I wanted this to be more of a fun, upbeat kind of a stream, but I'm really not feeling fun or upbeat. This whole situation sucks. Let's see. Current situation: 5% containment on the Windy Fire at 56,000 plus acres. On Wednesday, a weather front with increased winds moved throughout the area. Lifting the smoke inversion caused the fire to rapidly grow around the perimeter, which is well yesterday. The fires impacted several giant sequoia groves. Specialists are evaluating the trees to determine the impacts. Last night, the fire was very active on the south and southwestern flank on Greenhorn Mountain Ridge and along Sugarloaf Road. The fire is now 1/2 to 3/4 miles from California Hot Springs. 2 spot fires were reported near California Hot Springs on Lion Ridge and above the Forest Service Work Center. Today, the priority will be structure protection in California Hot Springs, south towards Pine Flat, Ponderosa, and Camp Nelson. A mandatory evac order was issued for those areas. Along the west side, on the Tule River Indian Reservation, crews will continue to hold and advance the containment lines, looking for opportunities to build direct at the fire's edge and indirect containment lines to stop the progress towards the west. Crews are looking to use the 2 1/4 road to contain a small slopover across that line. On the north side, crews will strengthen and improve containment lines down Crawford Road to Coy Flat. On the northeast side, crews continue to provide structure protection around Ponderosa and look for any potential spot fires. On the east side, along Lloyd Meadows Road, crews will continue to use the road to strengthen containment lines south to M99. When conditions are favorable, crews will use a defensible firing op to remove vegetation between the active fire front and east side of the road. Weather and fire behavior: smoky, warm, and dry conditions will persist. Afternoon temps will climb into the upper 70s, lower 80s. Humidity will drop into 10 to 20% range today with poor recovery tonight. So things will just get bad and stay bad for the next 24 hours. So call 211 for any fire information. I'm glad they have that hotline. And please refer to tulare.ca.gov/emergencies. And Tulare County residents can sign up to receive emergency notifications by registering at alerttc.com. Hunting in Sequoia National Forest is possible outside of forest closure areas. Blah, 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 media info, daily smoke outlook, blah, blah, blah. And hey, 2 hours ago there's a video. Cool, let's watch it. Now let me go get my food and we'll start it. Hey, stupid autoplay. Let me go get my food and then we'll watch this. I have to see the map, so hang on. We'll Yay, we finally have a briefing. Okay, let's go get the food. Okay, let's get my stuff together. One moment. Got the food over. Just need a drink. Let's get the drink. I could really use something to de-stress. I had planned to go to a hot spring and just soak into it and sleep all I needed to, and maybe get a massage, maybe come back, be alert, fresh, rested, the way I want to be, which is happy, lucky as normal, and reassuring and cheerful, but it's just, I'm not immune to the whole, not again, oh my god, look at the horrifying situation. Like, I was making personal phone calls yesterday to my family in Reading, saying, you really may want to leave, you know, and hearing them in their reactions on the phones about things. Neighbor's house just about burned down yesterday. They nearly caught their kitchen fire. I just desperately want to have a day of good news. That we just aren't getting one, and we're all in the same boat. And I sympathize greatly. It's just like, man, couldn't we just use some good news? But every day there's just a new fire or something going on. I'm boiling in rage that a person caused the one in Reading. I have a lot of personal feelings related to that. California doesn't need any new fires. I'm holding back when I think about that situation. And it's non-productive to focus on bad emotions like that. Right, let's watch this. Here we go. I'm muting myself to eat.
Good morning, Ernie Villa. I'm a Planning Ops trainee here with California Incident Management Team 5, here to provide you your morning update. We'll go ahead and get started up here in Division Echo. For Division Echo, the fire perimeter remains fairly quiet along the old footprint of the slate fire as it comes south along the old hand line from the slate fire back into Peppermint Work Center here. Fire remains fairly inactive here, coming back into the Western Divide. Earlier this morning, we did get a report of a spot fire fairly close to the community of Ponderosa. I just got a message that that we were unable to locate that spot fire currently. Currently, we have people, resources coming into the area to try to validate whether that spot fire and the location of that spot fire. Also here in the community of Ponderosa, we do have a structure group that will remain inside of the community of Ponderosa until we can alleviate the threat of the fire spread to the north towards the community of Ponderosa. As you come down the south of the Western Divide Highway, we are looking for opportunities to pick up the fire's edge.
Here, copy is firefighter 421 in quarters, Blue Canyon 1334.
Ponderosa. As you come down the south of the Western Divide Highway, we are looking for opportunities to pick up the fire's edge as direct as possible, but with the fire activity currently flanking north, we're looking at opportunities to utilize the old pad line and dozer lines from the Castle Fire moving east out towards the Lloyd Meadow Road. As you come down on the Lloyd Road on the eastern edge of the fire here, we have a lot of prep work that's gone in down here. We do have a...
Sorry guys, we have to see if they're going to say something on the radio. Mostly they just talk about firefighters returning to quarters or this and that, but we...
42, engine 343, on a 4-tone 4.
43, battalion 42.
Yeah, did you say that Fresno 3 was working in the Ross Crossing area?
I believe he was on the 69 road someplace. I'm not exactly sure.
Copy, you're really weak, but I heard they're working on the 69 road. Copy. And additionally, can you confirm that that road closure is still in effect? The date on the posted sign is the 17th. The posted road closure sign on the 69 road is dated expires September 17th. Did it get renewed?
Okay. I'm just hoping they'll talk about something like why the roads are closed if they're doing a firing op. I would hate to mute this channel to watch the video because we almost hear nothing from it, but then we heard some really good info about the Mineral King road closure. So we are trying to find out if that's because they're doing a firing op or if the fire reached over Paradise Ridge or what's going on. It's K&P radio basically. But I'll start playing this again. This is our Windy Fire update. Let's go back.
43, patrol 43.
Okay, one moment.
Engine 43.
Yeah, Ivor, what's your location?
Yeah, we're on the 69 road, just past the Bio Jamison turnoff.
Yeah, copy. I'll be posting the new order. It is still closed.
Okay, I copy that. Thank you.
Well, alright, sounds unrelated. Okay, sorry guys, we'll keep going. This is the first windy update from this new management team that finally arrived. I tell you what, guys, we don't have enough firefighters in the entire country. They just set up shop, and the Windy Fire's been going since the 9th. It's the Windy Fire, just like the others, was at one point a really small fire on a mountaintop, and now it's probably just killed about 10% of the world's sequoias. At least. I mean, most of them are in Tulare County here, so this is just horrible. Let's go back and look here.
From the Slate Fire back into Peppermint Work Center here. Fire remains fairly inactive here, coming back into the Western Divide. Earlier this morning, we did get a report of a spot fire fairly close to the community of Ponderosa. I just got a message that we were unable to locate that spot fire currently. Currently, we have people, resources coming into the area to try to validate whether that spot fire and the location of that spot fire. Also here in the community of Ponderosa, we do have a structure group who will remain inside of the community of Ponderosa until we can alleviate the threat of the fire spread to the north towards the community.
Patrol 43, go ahead.
Switch over to R5.
Once again, we gotta wait. We're desperate to hear any new information now at the KNP, so I'd hate to mute it for this video. Heck, I'm just gonna do it. Okay, tab is muted. Let's just watch this. He's talking about Ponderosa now.
Ponderosa. As you come down south of the Western Divide Highway, we are looking for opportunities to pick up the fire's edge as direct as possible, but with the fire activity currently flanking north, we're looking at opportunities to utilize the old hand line and dozer lines from the Castle Fire moving east out towards the Lloyd Meadow Road. As you come down on the Lloyd Road on the eastern edge of the fire here, we have a lot of prep work that's gone in down here. We do have a few structures that remain out here in front of the fire. We do have dozer line around these isolated structures. We do have hose and pumps set up around there as well. We will be looking at doing structure protection around these structures that remain within the footprint of the fire in direct threat of the fire. As you come south along the fire here, we do have resources that have identified the structures right here in the private property near the Deerwood area. We'll be having resources in there evaluating and assessing that area for as the fire has potential to cross over the Lloyd Road. As you come south along the Lloyd Road, we were able to pick up the fire's edge direct from the Lloyd Road right here in Section 2, heading south. We still have a little bit of hand line to tie into the dozer line that starts up here in Section 3. The dozer line continues and then turns into the hand line. This hand line needs a little bit of improving coming back into the Lloyd Road, but everything below the Lloyd Road, we feel pretty confident currently that we have a good, solid direct hand line and or dozer line around any fire that's slopped over to the east side of the Lloyd Road. As you move further south, we were able to pick up some of this as direct as well. And then as you, this larger finger of fire that came out between Elephant and Capitol Rock here, we do have a mix of hand line and dozer lines that pick up the fire's edge direct, coming all the way around back into Mountain 99. Continuing down into Kilo here now, we'll continue going south into Kilo Division. Fire remains fairly active across the 16 road down into Flynn Canyon. It's still backing and flanking. Right now it's still up in probably sections 9 and 16. As you get up higher here on the main ridge line near the 16 road, the 23S16 road, the fire was very active overnight. It had a north wind on it. It remained very active. It pushed pretty far out, probably right over the top of Deer Creek drainage here. Continuing on the west side of Division Mike, fire activity was active overnight. Fire progressed fairly far downslope, down into sections 27. We ended up getting a spot fire down here, and the main fire is pretty well established down into the bottom of Tyler Creek, mid-slope here. We are looking at opportunities to use dozers to cut off the switchback roads as a containment feature as we come back into Hot Springs here. For Division Mike today, the main priority is going to be to provide structure protection for life and property down in the community of Hot Springs. At 05:30 this morning, we were pulled an mandatory evacuation for the community of California Hot Springs and Pine Flat. And currently looking at warnings for the communities of Sugarloaf and South. Today, as they pull resources in here, we're looking for opportunities to pick up as much fire as we can and keep the fire off of the communities here in California Hot Springs. As you come up the Mountain 50 here, yesterday we did receive spot fires. Overnight, those spot fires remained very active and continued to progress down towards the southwest. We will have resources in here looking at coming off of Mary's Camp, off the Mountain 50 road, tying it along through ridge lines back in, out towards the state EPA out here, out towards Lone Pine Peak. There's a plan to kind of get that line put in to tie it back in towards the Thule Reservation along road systems back into Division Mike. For Division Mike last night, everything remained pretty static. They did continue to mop up and improve where they've already got containment, and they're looking at for opportunities to advance that containment further to the south. They'll be looking at opportunities to tie this back into the Lone Peak area as we do resources become available, we'll look at trying to push them out here to the south. As you continue in Division Whiskey out towards the Division break here, the fire in BP 65 did slop over our containment line. We're looking for opportunities to use the 2 1/4 road coming down to tie it back in, hopefully somewhere right here by Chololo Dip. That fire that slopped to the west side of the main 212 road right here is very active, so they're going to look for opportunities to bring it out along the road system. As you go more north towards drop point 57, the road system's still viable currently, but it might change if they do find another option that's more viable to contain the fire. As you move into the forest boundary to the north here along the 94 road, the 94 road's currently being prepped to possibly look at a firing operation to contain the fire that's moving to the north down below Slate Mountain. Currently, the community of Camp Nelson is evacuated, so if we're able to allow the fire to back to a point where it's safe to pull off a firing operation, we will look at doing that to allow in the future the communities of Camp Nelson to be repopulated. As you come back into the division break, everything still remains static. That'll be in the report.
Okay, wow. So, and what is this autoplay setting? Is there a way to turn that off? I just wanted to rewind. Okay, all right. I guess we do this. Here we go. It's best when this is all confusing to stop at each area and kind of tell people what it means. There's a lot of firefighter terms that keep getting used. But I was just eating, so I'm almost done with my meal. I just sort of wolfed something down. Yeah, Dusty was about ready to type that stuff. He says that too long didn't read version of the briefing is Division Echo. Looking good. Other divisions, holy beep, run for it. Kinda, yeah. Echo, though, where he's pointing, has a spot fire that they're unable to locate, so I don't know that that's particularly looking good. It either is sleeping or it's out, but they have no idea. And by the time he made this video was uploaded, this was shot sometime this morning. This was probably shot like, I don't know, 8 in the morning or something, but it just was uploaded like 2 hours ago. They don't specify when they actually made the video. In that kind of bad upload speed area, like rural Tulare County, it may have taken hours to upload the video. This is a 7.5 minute one, so yeah, everything is probably obsolete, but it helps us to understand what they've done so far, which helps us to understand what the fire may be doing right now, like what kind of active firefight may be going on. The area down there of most concern that with the most recent, 1.5 hour ago evacuation warnings, is down here by California Hot Springs in that region. So I want to fast forward to where he was talking about it. We know about Ponderosa. They've already done tons of structure protection. There's a frustrating upload by Tulare County Fire Department that says, here's where the fire was, and they didn't even show if the buildings were still standing. People have been celebrating that they saved all the buildings last couple of days, and I kind of have the horrible task of telling them, don't celebrate yet. They saved Greenville a couple of times, and then it burned down. So just keep your expectations of not like doom and gloom, but not like everything's fine either, right in the center. Because this is a mega fire. They may have saved Ponderosa or other communities, Johnsondale is what I meant to say. Yeah, Johnsondale. As well as Ponderosa, actually. They may save them one day if the fire approaches calmly on one day, but then it can become a mega fire, and if it approaches at that point, they just run. Every day that goes by, they have a better opportunity to protect structures and get them ready and burn the rest of the landscape off, burn the duff off the ground, and help the situation. So but keep your expectations tempered. When he goes down to Kilo, that's where Johnsondale is, which is K. So let's try to fast forward it. We saw the airplane flying around just recently within the past hour, trying to look at the fire from the east side. And if the airplane stayed around on the east side, then that tells you one major thing. The airplane took a path like this, kind of like this, and before going that way and then doing a circle around like that. That means that they can't fly into the fire because it's a mega fire and that would rip the plane out of the sky. Those thermals, they're no joke. The thermal updrafts. They can't fly directly overhead either. That would probably be a pretty high altitude deal, and it wouldn't matter. They would need the special infrared cams and stuff. That would be for different aircraft. It was regular air attack. So we went around the edges, and the fact that he stayed around this edge so much means the smoke isn't going here. It was clear to see. The airplane did not do any of this because the smoke is all going to the west, to the southwest, which is where the fire is going to want to go, which is where everybody just got evacuated from, mandatory. The California Hot Springs got evacuated last night, but they just expanded everything to a huge solid block that's pretty much like that. Actually, yeah, in a nutshell, pretty much like that, all the way down to Kern County line. So, when he talks about kilo, let's just go over that real quick.
We do have a mix of hand line and dozer lines that pick up the fire's edge direct, coming all the way around back into Mountain 99. Continue.
All right, just here where he put his stick. That's Johnsondale, isn't it? I think so. But I mean, I can't really see.
Going down into Kilo here now. We'll continue going south into Kilo Division. Fire remains fairly active across the 16 road down into Flynn Canyon. It's still backing and flanking. Right now it's still up in probably sections 9 and 16. As you get up higher here on the main ridge line near the 16 road, the 23S16 road.
Oh, hey, Josh. Hey, Batman has arrived here. We need him. Where is it raining, Josh?
Fire was very active overnight. It had a north wind on it and remained.
And just like Dusty said, fire being very active overnight is understatement of the year.
Very active. It pushed pretty far out, probably right over the top of Deer Creek drainage here.
He is actually gesturing off the map to the south because the map is not big enough to show where the fire expanded. He's using the previous day's printout, and he's talking about what happened last night, and he's gesturing down south off the map. They didn't even print the map big enough to where the fire expanded. That's how explosively it's been over the past 24 hours.
Continuing on the west side of Division Mike, fire activity was active overnight. Fire progressed fairly far down slope, down into sections 27. We ended up getting a spot fire down here, and the main fire is pretty well established down into the bottom of Tyler Creek.
Bottom of Tyler Creek, I think is what he just said. I'm sorry, that beeping sound. I was hoping they would give him a lav mic. They could, the kind of mic that clips right to your shirt. That would get the background noise out of there, but they're working with what they can. And so he's saying that the current footprint of the fire was basically kind of like that, and somewhere down here off the map. And I'm not being critical. I'm saying that the fire's explosive growth has taken everybody by surprise. That explosion that happened over the last 48 hours was so massive that even the map printing people couldn't anticipate that it would be that big. You see this? That's an old line of some sort. If I'm reading that map correctly, we'll have to get the downloaded version of it. The map key is down here, which I can't see, but it's well past down there. Their hopes of containing it up like that are just completely dashed. It's rushing for the south. It may have killed the Tobias Peak cam. This is pretty crazy. So down here we see the words Hot Springs. This is where California Hot Springs is. That's where the current heat signatures are. That may be where the ongoing battle is right now.
Mid slope here. We are looking at opportunities to use dozers to cut off the switchback roads as a containment feature as we come back into the hot springs here. For Division Mike, today the main priority is going to be to provide structure protection for life and property down in the community of Hot Springs.
Yeah, and looking back at chat, Dusty Smoke, the firefighter, is interpreting what firefighter speak means. So pretty well established, quotation mark, equals it's toast. Meaning we lost that area. It's done. And so what they look to do is just try to get back away from it and then make lines, go back to the drawing board and make lines, you know, further away from that area. It means they lost it. It's a sad thing. But you can't go in there to try to put fires out. You can only try to estimate where they will go and get in front of them, count the beans, do the math, and find out if you have enough time to make a dozer line that far ahead of it, and paint the land with retardant and do other things, and light backfires and do the Hail Mary pass at this point, and save what you can in the situation. But when people come in here and ask, well, can't they go in there and put it out? Nope. That's not humanly possible. Not in a mega drought, not in a mega forest and areas with no roads. And just it's too big. It's a mega fire. So
at 05:30 this morning, we were pulled an mandatory evacuation for the community of California Hot Springs and Pine Flat, and currently looking at warnings for the communities of Sugarloaf and South.
Okay, that already happened. And the scrolling red text includes the areas of Sugarloaf because it goes all the way down to the Kern County line. In fact, it was such a huge list of communities and areas that were evacuated that I just decided to do this and simplify it from here, and here, you know, which shows on the evacuation map. Everything is evacuated, and that's basically the way it is.
Today, as they pull resources in here, we're looking for opportunities to pick up as much fire as we can and keep the fire off of the communities here in California Hot Springs. As you come up the Mountain 50 here, yesterday we did receive spot fires. Overnight, those spot fires remained very active and continue to progress down towards the southwest. We will have resources in here looking at coming off of Mary's Camp, off the Mountain 50 road, tying it along into ridge lines back in, out towards the state EPA out here, out towards Lone Pine Peak.
Okay, so I can draw that. Their next plan is to take their existing dozer line, which starts out here, and wrap it all the way around because the spot fires are already lighting this stuff on fire over here. So they estimate that they could get in front of it and have time to make a dozer line like this. I don't know that that's going to be possible, but this is what he was talking about, you know, them wanting to do. So we can even look at that on the map. We can, it basically would go from this mountain road, anyway, just south of Cold Springs Peak to Corral Hill to Gibson Peak is where he was just gesturing with the stick. So we could look at that, look at the heat detections.
There's a plan to kind of get that line put in to tie it back in towards the Thule Reservation along road systems back into Division Mike. For Division Mike.
So that's actually a huge, elaborate dozer line plan through pretty rugged wilderness. So Mike is down here. I think what he meant was whiskey when he pointed the stick up there. That's whiskey. Mike is M, but it's okay.
Last night, everything remained pretty static. They did continue to mop up and improve where they've already got containment, and they're looking at for opportunities to advance that containment further to the south. They'll be looking at opportunities to tie this back into the Lone Peak area as we do resources become available. We'll look at trying to push them out here to the south. As you continue in Division Whiskey out towards the Division break here, the fire in BP 65 did slop over our containment line. We're looking for opportunities to use the 2 1/4 road coming down to tie it back in, hopefully somewhere right here by Chololo Dip. That fire that slopped to the west side of the main 212 road right here is very active, so they're going to look for opportunities to bring it out along the road system. As you go more north towards drop point 57, the road system's still viable currently, but it might change if they do find another option that's more viable to contain the fire. As you move into the forest boundary to the north here along the 94 road, the 94 road is currently being prepped to possibly look at a firing operation to contain the fire that's moving to the north down below Slate Mountain. Currently, the community of Camp Nelson is evacuated, so if we're able to allow the fire to back to a point where it's safe to pull off a firing operation, we will look at doing that to allow in the future the communities of Camp Nelson to be repopulated.
Cool. Now, that's one of the critical things that we were wondering about. Maybe that is what we see as one of the heat detections over there south of Camp Nelson. It's the southwest portion. We have a huge, big square heat detection. But if the wind, basically what we're seeing on the satellites, is doing this, that's perfect. Light the fire here and burn this off in front of the dang fire to make a scorched earth line. And I imagine he didn't show it, but you'd probably have to do it here, here, and here. Very risky, though, if the wind shifts. But really, what else are you going to do?
As you come back into the division break, everything still remains static. That'll be in the report.
Okay, so let's go back and look at the map of where we're seeing these heat detections. So, somebody was saying flash flood warnings. That's what I was seeing. Nice casinos. I don't know if they have nice casinos in Tulare County. They look like they had tiny ones that kind of look like a bingo hall in a way. But and those, they just gave them the ability to make them like starting in the late 80s or early 90s. I mean, for the most part, the Indians were screwed out of the good land. That's the general point. The reservation system was supposed to be a good thing for Indians, give them areas where white people can't encroach and can't do things to them. And they said, great, we'll sign up for that. They negotiated treaties for the choice portions of land which would sustain them and keep them out of poverty. And then that got crossed out, and they said, no, actually, you get places like this. I mean, they were mostly given areas that were kind of useless. Anyway, that's a different thing. The point that Dusty was making is they don't have nice, stable, flat farmland areas, which would make a nice, easy fire break. They have dry hills, and it's going to be very difficult to protect the Tulare Reservation. Just like it was difficult to protect things like Paradise, this is some of the world's worst places to fight a fire. The edge of the Sierras is kind of looking like down the barrel of a gun, with the crazy mountain winds and the crazy fires up in the mountains that can happen. Any community that is at the base of any sort of a canyon where wind terminates, any community like that is essentially looking down the barrel of a gun if the fire is upwind of it. For example, California hot springs, everything. So the situation at hand, if we look at Camp Nelson, put it on a scan topo thing. I want to know about the flash flood warning. San Diego County is far away, sort of, but the weather forecast was that thunderstorms would probably come and destabilize the area, but not give any rain. That's just a devastating kind of a forecast. So it hasn't been really anything in good news except for the northeast portions. These fires, if they can light the backfires, that would be good. So here's Camp Nelson. If they did this and they did that, then that's probably good. We just don't know if they were successful. Hopefully InstaWeb will get updated with it. This They saved Ponderosa the other day, which is this little guy here. But the fire being past it is concerning. We've got other areas like Pyle's Camp here, which I think might be more of a campground. I don't know. But it is spreading. So we'll have to figure out. We just read an update, but tomorrow's early morning update is going to look real different. I'm glad at least they're sharing the videos. So nearby thunderstorms causing torrential rain doesn't help. That's how we got into this mess. The rain that helped rain out, the Dixie and the monument, or at least in some spots of it, and really put a lid on it. It was the same series of storms that just did dry lightning down here. So La Nina is starting to come into effect by their estimates, and that means that this strip of California usually remains dry. It's just part of the La Nina thing. This is just a general concept. But La Nina can be a wild card. So we can look back at the latest satellite info. I guess the flash floods or whatever would be from these fluffy clouds down in San Diego County. Something coming up from Baja, looks like. Dusty says Highline Trail cam on the Fawn Fire is showing heavy equipment building a fire break. Cool. Let's take a look. Take a break from that for a second. So, do you want to work, Cam? Yeah, it was Shasta Modoc. Highline Trail. Heavy equipment. There's a lot of retardant. So, boy, is this looking better than yesterday up by Shasta. We continue to monitor all the fires, but the fact that just in less than 2 hours ago we had new evacuations, we tend to focus on the one and get as much info as we can. That's the greatest threat to life and property. Bear Mountain is still down, but hopefully they saved the cam in general. They just need to hook up the power again. Down to the right side of the canyon. Oh. Is it right there? I just saw something move. That kind of looks like a dozer. Is it this guy? I think it does look like a little dozer. Whoops, just lost it. Oh. I see a couple things which might be equipment. Maybe that. Yeah. It just moved. I think that is a dozer down there. Neat. So, is he looking at stuff? Play it for 15 minutes? Okay, let's do that. Yeah, they're down there working away like little bees. The problem is that we can't zoom. Not when it's in animation mode. I can't zoom now. But do you watch the bottom right? Was that an aircraft? You can see very faintly they've got this, whoops, they've got this rope of around, it's like a velvet rope at a nightclub of retardant on the hillside, kind of where the smokes are, like so. And they're building a line somewhere around down there. So what retardant does is buy them time. It means that the vegetation is very difficult for the fire to burn. And then they go at the dozer construction. So they're clearing away all the vegetation in a wide swath. And it looks like they might be trying to do it like this, up the hillside. I don't know how steep that is. I would have thought that might be too steep, but I think that's what they're trying to do. You can just see the trees disappearing. And then maybe they're using masticators or something. But where's the frame with the aircraft? Let's take a look. I think that was a plane. Oh, no. Yep, in the beginning. There! There's our plane right there. Kinda cool. Is that it might be an S2, I can't tell. I got a small monitor over there. So, yeah, sure, I'm trying to explain what he's saying. Jason Parker says it's raining in Coachella Valley. Wow. Let's look at the live image of thunderstorm coverage. Windy can be okay for that. Radar and satellite. We have to refresh this. Lightning. That's what that snapping sound is. Okay. Yeah, this frame is a little cut off. There we go. So we can play the last 6 hours in a loop. And now you can see the little flashes of lightning. They're the little lightning bolts. Something is really condensing over there in northern Baja, California. Kind of over Phoenix. And the Yuma. You can see it's at the end of the animation here. That's wild. That's got to be starting all kinds of fires unless it has a torrential downpour. The reds, though, and the greens, I think that is rain. Reds being pretty dang heavy rain. So up into California, Temecula, Indio, Redlands, I can see that getting that flash flood warning. Because the red center there at the end of the loop is really heavy rain. Why not over the fires? Why? Porterville has a tiny amount, but you know what that is? That's the fire releasing vapor. It's not rain. You can see how it's like doing this kind of a trail thing. Part of the combustion process is the release of water vapor. That means the windy is going up like crazy. It's not rain. So, Annette Cable says we had dry lightning in Whittier when the fire started in the Sequoia. I'm 200 miles from there. Oh, yeah. That is absolutely insane. Like, I can imagine this massive thunderclaps and whatnot going on in San Diego at the moment. Satellite view should show clouds. Here it is in satellite view. Is that the remains of what was trying to become a tropical storm or a cyclone? Usually they form off Baja and they go straight west and then curve north to affect places like the Philippines and China. Let's zoom out a little bit. Or is it the remnants of something else? What in the world? That's a 2-hour time lapse. Let's do the 12. Okay. And whatever it is, it's forming. Watching a San Diego weather update might help us understand what the heck that is. some tropical moisture is headed that way to the southwest. It usually heads the other direction towards Hawaii, but okay. Anybody have yeah, that's a big shield-shaped cloud. That's kind of concerning, and it's formed over the last 3 hours. All right, let's go to, that's the blue. Let's go to visible spectrum. The horrifying smoke clouds can be seen drifting out to sea right there. Now, the reason why all these clouds pencil in and animate is because the sun's reflection off of them as day breaks and such. Wow. That's the line of daybreak. Now, whoops. We can go into infrared. All right. That's gnarly. So usually, the thing about Baja is it's got a big warm water pocket, and so that's where a lot of tropical storms like to form, is right here in the Baja Peninsula area, and then they usually form when they go off, taken towards Hawaii, Philippines, New Zealand, whatever, and it becomes their. Remember, now that we're getting towards winter, they're getting towards summer down there. Storms at sea take a lot of their strength from the hot ocean temperatures and the hot water, and it may be building it from off the San Felipe right there, just gathering strength because it's stuck right there. Dang. And it's being fed by more moisture coming in from the south. But I really don't know enough about the weather to tell you anything more than that. But that's wild. There's an incredible amount of lightning happening. So let's go back to the weather radar. Let's do the 12-hour loop. That'll show us the lightning as well. Just shimmering all over the place. San Felipe got hammered. In Mexicali, wow. That's thousands of strikes. Goodness gracious. Hey, Majestic. Hello, people who just come in. We're trying to figure out how this might affect the fires, because this whole instability thing is kind of wild, and San Diego's getting flash flood warnings. If we would only go north a bit, that would be nice. Do some torrential rain on the dang fires. God. Okay. Over by Phoenix, they're getting smashed too. Yeah, Mark Scheinfeld says probably flash floods on PS and Cathedral City. I don't know where that is, but yeah. Whenever you see reds, that's a whole lot of moisture. That's pretty torrential. Purples are apocalyptic, like hurricane level deposits of moisture. So Majestic says I'll stay in Inyo Kern. Yeah. So let me go back up and look at the chat that I missed. Dusty says you can see the little cats digging around and dust flying. I see the mice. Oh yeah, the tractors and stuff there. It's pronounced Nice or Nice in Lake City. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Let's go back up to, yeah, it's just formed in the Atlantic. I'll go back to the top. Go back up to, what else did I miss? Joining up some more chat. J-Cat, this is the forecast for tonight is it will be dark. Ha ha ha. Yeah, very true. Alright, going back up to make sure. Did anybody have any questions I missed? I'm sorry, during my eating process and watching the video, I wasn't really looking at chat. Thanks for the pat on the head, John. About not getting the trolls, letting them get to me. Trying not to. Yeah, Mountain Mike says the windy fires up to 56,000 plus acres. Containment down to 5% on InstaWeb. I don't know, Mountain Mike, that it was ever more than 5%. In fact, I was surprised that they even had 5%. I don't think it's reduced to it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Fires less than 2 miles from Tobias Peak and 9 miles from the French fire. All Sequoia Groves on the Hot Springs district are threatened. Yeah. So let's go back and look at that. Well, we'll continue to monitor the weather down there. I wonder what Ventus Sky has to say about it. Yeah, it's showing that little guy, that little system. Let's see what it does by 5 p.m. That's wind at higher altitudes. What about ground wind? It says the ground level stuff will be going, the wind direction will shift. Yeah, south wind will be pushing to the north, I guess, probably because of what this weird mini storm is doing. Hopefully it's impregnated with moisture, but I doubt it. I think it's dumping it all right now on Mexicali and San Diego. Let's do a refresh. This will be the big day's wild card. We're now at 2:23 p.m. This is ground level winds. If there's a south wind, that might save California hot springs. In fact, that they may have just done a control burn in front of Camp Nelson. I don't know if it would blow back on them or if it was concluded, it would be like, whew, we just got it done in the nick of time. Because the fire would approach Camp Nelson from the south. Wild. This is wild. Let's look at radar. So, can we animate this? Play. New weather fronts in our Android app. Okay. So here was at 1:50 a.m., 2 a.m., 2:10 a.m., 4 a.m. Everything was hunky-dory back then. Let's pull out like this. 3:40 a.m., 4 a.m. Yep, something's starting to form up. 5 a.m., 5:30. And yep, it's kind of coming up here from the Baja area. 7:20 a.m., 7:30. Starting to get that moisture just appearing there. 8:20, 8:30, 9, 9:30, 10. Yeah, that's radar. Let's just go to satellite. Would have been better. I wonder if I can make it go faster. Let's see what was going. Let's roll it back to 8. Keep going. Go. Oh. Combs model. By 10:40, it was kind of hanging out. Yeah, this is a little too slow. I want to kind of. Yeah, it's a brand new program, I think, so we'll give it a little bit of a pass. Okay, so there's a thunderstorm. Wow. Press play on that one from 2 p.m. onward. Yeah, that's a lot of hot water that's feeding that. Storm's coming over from the Caribbean. Houston's gonna get it. It ends at 11 p.m. tonight. But I'm trying to figure out if any model is showing it going over the fire. It just doesn't look like it. This modeling is showing it heading off to Phoenix and Albuquerque and Colorado Springs. Oh, okay. Well, we could hope, right? It just doesn't look good. Okay. Let's look at current wind and current wind gusts. Yeah, 35 mile an hour wind gusts over the fire today in general. Overnight, the wind gusts should subside, but the windy doesn't need wind gusts to do crazy stuff. So tomorrow, by 4 p.m., lots of wind gusts over the Dixie and the Caldor and the KNP and the Windy and even on the coast by the river complex. So, unfortunately, this weekend is when they're going to have new activity on the fires that have been kind of sleeping due to that torrential rain. The all week of drying out thing is what's going to finally have the McCash and the monuments and stuff get new activity as they were thinking about. And boy, Monday, 45 mile an hour wind gusts where there's red. Yikes. We don't want the windy to go further south. That's where there's traditionally higher winds by Lake Isabella. I mean, we're talking about the last couple of weeks as a tradition here. But look at Monday at 6 p.m. 45 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts. Right now, the current footprint of the windy is a fire that's like this. And so if it goes down towards Lake Isabella, coming down that way, I'm just drawing the general concept on the map. We could have a way worse situation. I wonder if they need to take steps to protect the whole lake area again. People that just breathe a sigh of relief, like all around the lake, are probably like, "What? Again?" Yikes. Okay. That would be ironic if the French fire burn scar protect the Woodford Heights. Wouldn't that be a trip? Okay, so there's other updates. Let's see if they have a brand new one on the windy. We can't really hear anything on the radio. We've got Sequoia and Sierra Kings National Park radio back on. Nothing new from Sequoia National Park. Let's go back to cams and such, take a look. Now, this was Shirley Peak 2 cam. Whoops. And I did a time-lapse because it was one of the rotators. We had some pretty scary images of what the windy fire did last night. And you have to do it frame by frame because the camera kept rotating. I could individually cut these out and make a video, but that would be kind of a waste of my time. You can have the concept of that's the windy when it's looking north, northwest, north, and northeast. Then it rotates around and looks south, and then we see it rotate around again. Now, the thing is, it's not doing it clockwise. Unfortunately, from its central axis, sometimes it goes like this, and then here, and then there, and then back to here, then back to there. Sometimes it'll do a full 360-degree rotation, but it's so disorienting. Just know that when it's looking at its own tower, that's back the other direction. It's back towards the south, and so this is the north. So this was its next frame that looked north. Those are lights from an encampment. Next frame when it looked north. Smoke in the valleys. The next frame when it looked north, and we can kind of skip ahead towards around dawn. And then this was at 4:42 a.m., just a massive, gigantic, and that's why the whole understatement thing. The windy fire remained active last night. Yeah, understatement of the year. Something like a huge monster. Huge monster might be a good way to describe that. So, this was right before dawn. And I guess the tower's still in view when it's kind of looking to the northwest. But the big shot of the tower, like where it dominates the frame, is typically when it's looking more south. But absolute madness. Good way to describe that. But remember, we lose the ability to see heat when it flips into daytime camera mode. So we go pretty blind, and all we would see is smoke the moment that dawn breaks. And see, it's looking south when it has stuff like that in it. Here is another frame. It went out of focus. It's a bit more in focus. So yeah, it was huge. And when dawn broke, we saw the images like this. But the heat would tell the story. So Shirley Peak 1 was zoomed out further, but you can get the same idea. Dusty says, hate to bring bad news, but the winds at the Wildfire are shifting around and heading north. Good for Redding, but the north edge is still unlined and free to run with it. Dang it. Okay. Yeah, Wendy says it's going nuclear or Caltopo. Yeah. That's, we'll take a look. Randy says after several days of clears, skies were getting smoke from the McCash. It seems to be moving to the southeast, currently at Fort Jones. 89 degrees, 13% humidity with light breeze from the northwest. Yeah. Today and tomorrow is when the McCash and the river complexes were supposed to become active again, because they calculated that's how long it would take for the fuels to get bone dry again. Yeah, looking back up to... Yeah, no big dog, I know what you mean. Exactly, Desiree. At this point, I don't care if it is a torrential flood. I don't care. I'm not going to ask for perfection from nature, just for help. I don't care how much rain it is. Just give some enough, on the fires. Even if we have to deal with a flood, we'll deal with a flood. That's better than a mega fire. You can recover from a flash flood a little bit easier. But these trees have to live. We can replace buildings lost in a flash flood. The trees have to live. They are what feed the community too. It's their livelihood. People come to see the trees. Communities don't rebuild if they're burned down, and plus everything that drew the tourists is gone too. You can dry out a building and re-put in some new drywall. You can't replace trees from the Bronze Age or the ecosystem that supports a tribe either. Let's see. Current Blue Ridge cameras. Let's look at our camera roundup. Do we have any that can show anything at all on the K&P or the Windy? What is that? Is that a new start by Bakersfield? What is that? Is that a house fire? That started in the last 15 minutes. Oh crap. It's a black column of smoke. It's probably a structure fire. Somewhere southeast of Bakersfield. Well, that sucks. column of smoke is going almost straight up. Well, no, it's being buffeted by the winds a little bit. But the ground surface winds aren't too bad there, but that sucks. Oh, man. I hope that situation turns out okay. King George Ridge is completely orange. People say in general the sky is orange in Southern California. You have flash floods or extreme dryness and nothing in between. It's just hard. Okay, we'll continue to look back at the cams. The one by Lake Isabella was called Rocky Point. Okay, we have a little bit better. This might be our only view of the windy. Let's do a 3-hour. Looks like the wind cleared up. The smoke cleared up around Rocky Point, which means the winds aren't pushing the fire or the smoke due south like they were. It's headed off more towards the west-southwest. Yeah, there's the windy right there. There's its pyrocumulus. It just shifted to look more directly at it, but that's horrifying. Let's just do the last 15 minutes. Wow. So it's building strength right now in the last 15 minutes. You can see the little poofy puffs at the top of its cloud. It's the pyrocumulus chugging away. Alright, okay, keep an eye on that one. Majestic says, wondering if I should start getting ready. Like I said, I'm saying in Inyo Kern by Ridgecrest in Kern County. Let's take a look. Let's take a look where that is. Inyo Crest, Kern County. Now here's the thing that sucks about evacuation orders, which they need to change. Every county has their own set. Okay, did I spell that right? No, Inyo Kern by Ridgecrest. I'm sorry. Inyo Crest. Okay. Each county comes up with its own decision-making process about where to evacuate. And so the ones for this new windy fire, they stop at the Kern County line. That's because they can't issue it for somebody else's county. It doesn't mean that the threat's any different. And I hate this. It makes it appear that there are no Kern County evacuations when in fact there could be. Let's go to Kern County Sheriff's Office. We run into this time and time again. I didn't know that there were any evacuations for Alpine County during the Caldor because the multi-county map did not include Alpine County. So all the evacuations stopped just south of South Lake Tahoe, when in fact Alpine County had evacuation orders. Let's go to Kern County Sheriff's Office. Haven't been here in a while. We were for the French fire. Post Academy celebrations. Kern County kicks off a fair. Lemonade stand. Okay. Apparently there are no new evacuation things. Oh, they lost a deputy. That was really sad. Oh well. Okay. Okay, so we'll continue to look at this. I'll like the page and follow it. And I think the French fire had its own website, didn't it? One of the fires did. We'll follow Kern. Yeah, I'm already following Kern County Fire Department. They're congratulating newest members. Civil Air Patrol tonight. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Thank you, firefighters and the like. Okay, 9/11 celebration. You know what I would suggest to Facebook is have a special notification for evacuation info, and only official sources could flip that button, and it would go to the top of everybody's feed. That would really be helpful. So, let's go back. What the heck conversation's going on? The last thing I see is old, white, and haphazard. Age is relative. Color is what it is. What? What the heck conversation's happening here? Okay. Fire insurance is expensive in these areas. A lot of times it's impossible. Yeah, sure, Majestic. Going back to the map, we don't see a Kern County evacuation notice. This actually might change, though. But where Eno Crest is, here, and the latest heat detections are over there. Always be prepared for wildfire, just period. You see all that crazy lightning that's just south in San Diego area? This lightning could start something on your back porch. Do you have an A, B, and C evacuation route? A car accident down the street could start a fire. An idiot with a barbecue, a weed whacker, or a gender reveal party down the street might start a wildfire. Do you have an A, B, and C evacuation route? 3 main roads in 3 different directions. Do you have those? Some communities only have 1 major road. Elevate yourself to a higher level of danger if you don't have an A, B, and C evacuation route. Do you live on an unpaved road or on a hill that would take you a while to wind your way down the hill to get to the paved road? Elevate yourself to a higher level of risk. Do you live on a dead-end road on a hill that's unpaved? You have to be elevate yourself to an extreme level of risk. Do you have anything around you for a shelter-in-place plan? You have your A, B, and C evacuation routes, and your D, your shelter-in-place plan. It's not going to be in your home. It would be a nearby bridge underneath it, a culvert underneath the road, maybe even underneath the driveway, a pond, a pool, a lake, something that you could, within a short walking distance, if fire was approaching your house really quickly. If you have none of the above, even a neighbor's shelter, a neighbor's pond, or anything, a pool, do you have a flat area that's really, really wide, like a big box store parking lot, or plowed field, or like a construction site, or just a big open and broad area where there's nothing to burn in it? If you have none of the above near you, you are in a very, very high fire danger area. And when you are under watch, you should consider yourself under go. If any of the above applies to you, making you especially vulnerable, especially if you take a long time to leave or get going, then you should elevate yourself 1 step above to 1 evacuation level above than what you are at. So, awesome, Majestic, perfect. My bags are packed, my gas tank's full, we have maps and ways to get out, and I'm following your channel. Perfect. Thumbs up. And remember, find out if and how you can open your garage door from the inside without the aid of the garage door opener. That's been one of the crazy things that has trapped people and killed them and gotten people into trouble. Do you have the physical strength to yank on that handle and open it by yourself? Oftentimes the answer is yes, if the car's not in the garage. But if your car is parked in the garage and you lose power, do you have a way to open it? Do you have a way to open it? That's it.
Oh, yes. here with the afternoon components. Area 528, ignition component 59, spread component 41, energy release component 79, burning index 122. Area 529, 47, 34, 60, 98. Area 532, 43, 12, 82, 70. Area 533, 62, 5, 48, 39. Dispatch level zone 1, moderate, zone 2, high. This concludes the afternoon components. Time check 1445 KME 26.
Right now, I don't know about the windy. We'd have to figure out the forecast and see what it did today, what the defensive lines are. I don't know the region. I don't know if this might help. I think there's a big river here. I've never been here before. I don't know if it can get past it, if there's a road or whatnot that might help the situation, or if it's just a rushing river or like rapids. Doesn't look like it has roads. Probably not going to be a barrier then. This is a big, giant, uninhabited wilderness. My feelings are that the only thing going to stop this is winter, just like last year's KMP. Now, I'm frustrated that the French fire hasn't been put on the history layer, because I would like to see it at the same time as the history layer. It's the best we can do. But I want it to be in detection mode. See what I'm saying? When a fire gets past 90% containment, it probably should show up on the history layer as well as the current fire layer. This will be crazy if it makes it down there. But there's a bunch of buzz and a bunch of talk about it. The Cedar fire, I don't know how much they salvage logged or how bad it was in 2016. I wasn't covering and looking at California fires in this region in 2016. But it's already up against it by Tobias Peak. I would imagine that's just primed and ready to burn by trees being dead that long, plus the amount of brush that has grown back since late 2016. So I don't know what'll happen, but it might be a powder keg situation, or it might be, hey, we have fresh dozer lines to revitalize. It might be a good situation. My opinion is probably it's a bad one. Just knowing what I know about the lack of salvage logging in California in general. Now, if we go back up and look at the Redding thing, the question was something about structures. I don't think they've come out with a structure damage yet. It'll probably be
510, dispatch status check.
It'll probably be a while before the surveyor types go out to find out which areas were the most devastated by yesterday's thing at Shasta. Then they'll have a map, an interactive map, where you could click on it to find out what structures were lost. Are there still houses on Sunrise Drive in Redding? We could type in oh yeah, this whole area was just devastated. See, I don't have a whole lot of hope for that area in general, but we'll try to see what happens. I'm sure the news media will be allowed in somewhat soon to look at the situation, but that's basically where it just rips through. I remember a lot of 911 call things going to dispatch of people being stuck around that area. Did we have any fatalities? I woke up and I've been combating computer problems, and then I went live. We looked at the Windy, looked at PG&E's new criminal charges in the Zog fire. And we're coming up on the anniversary of the Zog fire last year that killed an 8-year-old girl, her mom, a neighbor and a different person, all from severe burns, and a whole bunch of animals, and it's devastated the whole communities in this area by Redding. And I was just starting to think at least Redding hasn't had a fire this season, and then yesterday's thing happened, and I really hope that whoever is found responsible is held to the fullest extent of the law. That just makes my blood boil. If I did, I mean, Sunrise Drive is right in where everything was bad. Thankfully, it's going better right now. There's some new heat detectors in the last 15 minutes. Let's check the cams. Take a screenshot of that. It had the airplane in it. Okay. Let's look at... let's look. Oh, you know what? My multicam view, we could take a look at. That's kind of a cheat sheet for the cameras in general in these fires. I almost forgot about it. Let me get it. Let me get that link. If I missed anybody's questions, I'm sorry. I've been trying to keep up with chat. And we see there's probably an ongoing battle by California Hot Springs. It says Rocky Point 2. Now here's what's going on at by Lake Shasta. Sugarloaf cam is smoked in. Round Mountain Shasta doesn't show anything. And Shasta Lake 1 is smoked in as well, so we're not going to be able to see too much about what's going on with any fire today. This is so frustrating. Oh. So. Yeah. They lost more than 25 confirmed structures. Okay, thanks for the link, K-Doc. You are Link Master. You continue to be really, really awesome with what you provide. Thank you.
Patrol 43, go ahead, Brian. Jason, I just found out that person that was locked behind the gate is on the one south of that metal lookout. If you go RTO back over there and let him out. Yeah, it's going to be a little drive, probably like a maybe 2 hour wait on his end. Okay, it is what it is. Yeah, copy. I'll be en route that way.
What? Somebody's locked behind a gate and they have to wait for 2 hours? Some fire crews is going to have to sit there. Oh, okay. Wait, that was the Sequoia National Park one that's probably related to the KNP fire. That sucks. It is what it is. Okay, so CAL FIRE's report for, we're watching the Windy. This is the live view from Rocky Point, because it's about the only camera that we have that shows anything. With the Fawn Fire, it's 10% contained. The last time this was updated, I don't know, let's see. It says 12:40, it was updated. Been active for 1 day now, one county, affecting one county, Shasta. 10% containment, probably because that's much of the lakeshore and probably a little bit from the work that they did by I-5, if I had to guess. It's at 5,850 acres. And 25 confirmed structures lost. A whole host of evacuation orders still in place. All roads east of Interstate 5, north of Old Oregon Trail, all the way north to Shasta Lake. All Holiday Road, south of Old Oregon Trail. All roads north of Old Oregon Trail at Anchorage, north to Pine Grove. at east of I-5, Tierra Oaks.
Fresno 4 is returning to North Fork.
Here copies, Fresno 4 returning North Fork, 1455.
Tierra Oaks and surrounding area. All roads east of Dry Creek along Elk Trail East, north to Shasta Lake, back down to Dry Creek. Pretty much the same as yesterday. There's a lot of evacuation warnings still in place all the way down to Shasta Dam. But everything west of I-5 can breathe a little bit easier than they did yesterday, unless some crazy winds pick up. Thank God nobody died, at least that we know so far. There's 11 helicopters, 85 engines, 17 dozers, 25 tenders, 950 personnel, and 28 crews on it. I think what turned the tide yesterday was that massive amount of aircraft. That was nuts. That just shows you how important aircraft is to do rapid early response and intervention. Otherwise, Redding would have neighborhoods as a pile of rubble right now, I'm pretty sure. Aircraft kept it at bay. Especially on the flanks. And then where crews could get in front of it at the head. We're not really sure how they responded, but hopefully we'll get a video about it. So, let me take a look. The evacuation map still looks like so. And they're continuing to fight it right as we speak. It's not over, but it's looking way better. Way better. They've got an endless source of water right there for helicopters. That's the nice thing about Shasta. Even if it is a puddle right now, there's still enough. Okay. So let's go back. Chris Jones says the giant orange is okay. Yeah. Exactly, Frank. That was a fortunate place too. Redding Airport is the base of operations for all the aircraft that was fighting the monument in McFarland, and some of the Dixie, and so they were smoked out too. The aircraft that was at the ready to fight the Windy, I think that was where the DC-10s came from. They came from Southern California because there was nothing to do at the Windy because of visibility, and they were like, well, we're available. So on these fires, one fortunate one is misfortune in another oftentimes. So let me put away my food here in the kitchen. I'm having trouble just kind of staying awake. I was up for 2 days covering the fires yesterday and last night. I got a good solid chunk of 10 hours, but not quite well. I'm working on it. Okay, let's go back to the task. So that's our latest fun and news. Right now, we still don't see any aircraft on the Windy or the KNP. There's a scout plane wandering around. Now, we've got something going over Lake Isabella. That's probably a private craft. I don't know. It's a Piper or something. I'm sure there's a flurry aircraft working around the. Isn't there aircraft on the Fawn right now? I just want to keep checking on the Windy. This is just looking really bad. Let's check, see if there's been any new evacuation notices. But Majestic, I would just constantly look at Kern County Fire Department and the Sheriff's Office. And let's see, how do I put on that? I thought there'd be more follow options for the page. In the Sheriff's Office to see if there's any evacuation notices. Let's go to Tulare. Nothing new since they did the Sugarloaf area. Let's go to Tulare County Fire Department. See if there's any news. We have a map on the KMP. Got a smoke forecast, which is abysmal. Three Rivers is very, very unhealthy. It's just Bishop and Lone Pine are the least affected by tonight, but man, the Grant Grove is in deep purple. You don't see that too much. Deep purple and hazardous zone on the borderline. So Three Rivers is at very unhealthy purple. And not surprising considering the sky is orange. So that was the briefing. See why I'm a little confused here? I see now. It says 45 minutes ago Tulare County did it, but down here it says that Kings Canyon shared it 6 hours ago. So Tulare County Fire Department posted it 45 minutes ago, but the video is 6 hours old, and I have to remember to look at the two different timestamps. So looking back at we've got no official new info. I'm checking it. Now where's Sequoia National Forest? Yep, just a map of 2 hours ago. The public info map is not what I want. I want the briefing map. Let's see if they've made it. Oh, this InstaWeb was updated 3 minutes ago. See, the only map that's here is from three days ago. What was in updated 3 minutes ago? It won't tell you which part. Maybe photos? Doesn't look like there's any new photos. Now it's saying it was updated 34 minutes ago. Did I just misread that? Yeah. Frank says I watched M. Henderson's video on the fawn earlier. It showed low light fuels underneath oak trees in most of the area. Well, yeah, except up by the lake. The fuels change a whole lot. Once you get up by the lake, you're climbing. I-5 North at that point climbs hard in elevation. You go from the valley floor to high elevation in a pretty startling kind of a height. You know, it's a breakdown point for a lot of older cars with bad radiators. A real hard climb for the trucks. You have a very drastic change in fuels from the Lake Shasta area down towards Redding. It seems like every 10 minutes you drive north, you're a new type of fuels. Okay, something is in my eye. Hang on. Ouch. Looking at, actually would tell us which parts are updated, but I'll just read this. Significant events on the Windy Fire. Active short crown runs, group torching, long-range spotting. Active fire behavior in the form of persistent backing fire in timber causing uphill runs when aligned with the slope. High intensity runs with long-range spotting when wind, slope, and fuels are in alignment. Understatement of the year. Current weather concerns. Continued dry conditions, above average temps, and periods of smoke will persist through the weekend. A cooling trend will commence on Monday and continue through at least the middle of the next week as temperatures fall below average. There's also a slight chance of showers in the higher elevations of the Sierra, along with increasing winds in Kern County. A weak trough passing through the region has lowered our temps, generally between 3 and 6 degrees compared to this time yesterday. However, more pronounced cooling is expected in the foothills in Tulare and Kern counties, due to the smoke from the KMP complex and the windy fire. Well, blocking out the sun, you know. Smoke will become thicker tonight and through all of tomorrow, as winds turn to an easterly direction. The air quality alert by San Joaquin Valley Pollution Control District will remain in effect through Monday. So it shall be orange until Monday, probably. For tomorrow, short-term ensembles and deterministic model solutions all indicate the ridge situation over the eastern Pacific will expand over the region, while a weak cutoff low sits over Southern California. As the ridge expands over the area, high temps will increase between 3 to 6 degrees compared to today and will be up to 10 degrees above average. On Saturday, ridge slightly weakens as the cutoff low remains over Southern California. Temps throughout the district will tumble a few degrees, but will still remain above average. By Sunday, the cutoff low over Southern California moves east and a deeper trough of low pressure drops to the Pacific Northwest. This deeper trough will start to break down that ridge, further lowering 500 millibars. Projected incident activity on the windy. Fire will continue to spread to the south and southeast along Greenhorn Ridge, Lion Ridge, and Baxter Ridge above Ant Canyon. Fire spread to the east will threaten the Kern River Canyon in the area of the Peppermint Ranch and Dry Meadow Creek. Fire spread to the north and northwest will progress up to Black Mountain, Solo Peak, and further up Coy Creek drainage towards Camp Nelson. Movement to the southwest will move.
Engine 343 is returning to quarters.
Engine 343, Sierra, you're broken. Can you repeat?
Show us returning to quarters.
Sierra copies, returning quarters, 1507.
Control 43 to Channel 42. Control 43, go ahead.
Chase, when we get up to that gate, can you also make sure that that gate that goes to 6 more springs to Balch is closed? There should be a gate there.
Different.
So what the windy fire is projected to do continued. Fire spread to the north and northwest will progress up to Black Mountain, Slow Peak, and further up to Coy Creek drainage towards Camp Nelson. Movement to the southwest will move further down Bear Creek, Rube Creek, and North Cold Springs Creek. Remarks. Resources will be going direct when possible, which is not really that possible in front of a mega fire, but on the flanks and heels maybe. Using roads, ridges, and other natural and man-made features when direct attack's not possible. Due to limited operational resources, meaning we don't have enough people, we don't have enough dozers, we don't have enough tenders, we don't have enough, well, our aircraft is a moot point because it's too dirty to fly, but we don't have enough people, strike teams, dozers, tenders, gear. Not enough. Crews and equipment have built extensive indirect control lines, and as the fire reaches them, limited firing operations will begin to strengthen those lines. Crews and equipment on the eastern flanks of the fire have been very successful with structure defense and are going direct in numerous places with some success, which is great. What they're talking about is the Johnsondale, Camp Woods, and Ponderosa areas. Infrastructure in Johnsondale, Camp Whitsett, and the Redwood Meadow area continue to be impacted by the fire, and evacuation orders are in place. Additional evac orders include the areas of Peppermint Ranch, the Work Center, Lower Peppermint, Ponderosa, and Fairview. Evacuation warnings are in place north of those and west of Ponderosa to Camp Nelson. Well, that seems to be very old because Camp Nelson went mandatory 2 days ago. Multiple giant sequoias are being threatened, etc. I don't know if they updated this entire thing. Major historical sites that are threatened include the scattered logging camps, the mill sites, as well as the Redwood Corral and the associated structures in the Tule River Reservation. This is why I'm super depressed about this. I was supposed to come here and film all the history as well. I just can't believe it. It's actively burning through the Pacific fish are a suitable habitat and has burned through numerous spotted owl PACs. And there's a whole lot of animals dependent on old growth, and this is one of the last old growth spots on Earth, so especially in the west. Fires advanced closer to the community of Ponderosa and 2 organization camps to the north. Within the planning area, values at risk include public and private property. On the Tule River Reservation, communities of Ponderosa, Camp Nelson, Cedar Slope, Rogers Camp, California Hot Springs, Peppermint, Johnsondale Work Centers, Goshawk PACs, Cultural Resources, Slate Mountain Botanical Area. There are numerous campgrounds, recreation sites, trail systems, etc., etc., etc. Let's see the new evacuation info. Power transmission lines from Johnsondale north to Camp Nelson have been de-energized by SoCal Edison for firefighter safety. That's good. Smoke is a major concern for local communities, etc. I just don't see anything new. Okay, here's something that's a little new. The Mill Peak Lookout was destroyed. It's one of the 2 structures, as well as the SQF Forest Net Repeater. Active fire behavior has compromised the Western Divide Highway between Ponderosa and Holy Meadow. Incoming Type 1 Team Young shadowed today on the 23rd and is taking the incident at 0600 on the 24th, which was this morning. All divisions engage in opening and improving access roads and advantageous ridgelines to prepare for possible defensive firing or finding opportunity for direct line construction. It's a multi-jurisdiction fire and unified command with BIA, USFS, Tulare County Fire, and Tulare County Sheriff's Office. Okay. Nothing too new. So, look back at our heat detections. We tried to figure out what this was, and we don't have cams. We have Highline Trail, but that's about all we see. The Bear Mountain is dead. Shasta Lake 2 is smoked in. Shasta Lake 1 is smoked in. And not exactly looking at it. It would be over to the right a little bit. And then a Sugarloaf isn't really showing us anything. South Forks Lookout is rotating around. Oh, that's the remains of the car fire burn scar and part of the Zog, I think. I can't quite remember. It's an already devastated landscape all around Shasta. Deforested wasteland is surrounding the lake in many spots. Okay. Yep, we can't really see anything, but we'll continue to try and check on things. Highline Trails, anyone that's kind of operational. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse. Okay. Looking back, oh, that's right. We were looking at that little fire start that was down there by, in the valley by Bakersfield. Sean Bishop, sorry, let me look back up at chat what I missed. Hey Chris, the fun had a very quick build up of resources, right? There's a new fire at Orange College Peak 2. Is that the one that was down there that we're looking at? You can see a huge plume really going north of Lake Isabella area. And the smoke is headed right towards California Hot Springs and the Pine, what is that? Pine, what's that community's name? Pine, sorry. One moment. could be a battle going on right now. Pine Flat. See this? I hope they are able to save things, but that's the way that the wind is blowing the smoke in that one available cam we have down by Lake Isabella. So while that's good, perhaps, for the eastern edge of the fire where they were doing prep structures and other places, not good at all for the down valley areas. The KNP is looking better. They had a much rosier outlook. Some of the heat detections are their firing operations. But the windy is a neglected monster. It was pretty neglected by the media. Doesn't have enough people on it, and the incident management team just got set up today, and the fire's been going since the 9th. That's when the lightning strikes rolled through here. So let me go back up. Yeah, Teen Homesteader, the Fawn Fire seems to be looking way better. So Mountain Mike says the Breckenridge cam is showing the windy fire and pyrocumulus. Okay, let's go back. Did I add the Breckenridge to my assortment? Nope, I have. Mackenzie, thank you for the tip. Let's check it out. Yeah, I think it was this cam that had the new fire. I thought it was a house fire. It looked like a single dark cloud, you know, east of Bakersfield. Was it Plato Peak East? I don't think it was this cam. Let's do a 15-minute. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's hardly visible, but you can see that pyrocumulus. I think it was already there. It was just obscured by its own smoke. I think that it's just building up taller because it just reached some new fuels. That seems to be the same story of what we're seeing on the cam by Lake Isabella. But yeah, thanks for the tip. Keep watching that too. Yeah, it was Lamont 2 cam that had the structure fire, I guess. Look how orange the sky is today. I'm having flashbacks of last year's Beachy Creek fire when I got in front of it and was evacuating my family. Yeah, it looks like they got relatively quick knockdown on that. It was, the time it began was just before 2:30. So you're saying Central Line is the cam? Which region? Oops. It's not Sierra Coast. Whenever you tell me a cam, tell me what region over here. Chris Jones says, yeah. Chris Jones was talking about, when I was remarking about how the climb is really hard out of the Shastas. Mom used to hustle us out of bed at the Reading Travel Lodge and sweat if Sambo's had slow service, which was the old classical breakfast chain, because we needed to get that 65 Buick station wagon over the Siskiyous before it got too hot in the day. Yeah, or the car would overheat. Same thing about our broken down GM pickup that we had that when we were trying to get to what is on the lens, a spider web? When we had to get towards Plymouth County and went up 70, if it was too hot in the day, that old pickup of ours, we'd have to pull over and and open the hood and fan it and add water and stuff. Yeah, Rocky Point. Looking up at the chat. More of those. Oh, K-Doc, don't just hide those spam botters. Hit the report flag and say pornography and sexually explicit material. That's the better way to handle that rather than hiding, you know, the botters. But thanks for pouncing on it. Yeah, Heather Williams is saying that's what it looks like out there. My 4-year-old is tripping. Well, it's a good education for a child. Tell them why the sky is that color. It's called aerosol pollution. It is made by a few sorts of things. There's natural aerosol pollution made by volcanoes. And typically that'll give you nice sunsets like pink skies. Once it rotates around the globe a few times in the upper atmosphere, then you have pollution from industry. It'll cause that kind of smog. Then you have also that colored smog, and then you have wildfires. And so the color can sometimes be related to the density of the amount of pollution. First you get a greenish look to the air, then you get a yellowish look to the air, then an orange thing, and it kind of gets to a muddy, darkish, grayish thing. And when it's deep red, you should be very alarmed. Not only is it very bad pollution, it usually means the fire is very close to you. If you're in the deep red. If a deep red column swings your way and you don't have a smoke column swings your way and you don't have internet, phone, or anything like that, just go away from where you're at. Just evacuate without being told. Now you see how much more red it is at King George Ridge. And that's an indication of how it's the density of the aerosols changing the colors. As much as I know on a layman's education, then you have an almost black situation with a little bit of red, and that's when firefighters will tell you they're usually running away from a fire when they see stuff like that. Yeah, Dusty speaking of the devil, Dusty piped up and said, when it turns black as night during the day, you better be in a highway going 55 the other way. Epic. You could be a rap artist, Dusty. I think you should invent a new genre of music called firefighter rap. And it could be very cathartic, you know. People say that nothing heals like writing, and that's one of the easier forms of poetry to get started with. Okay. You got a dark gray to the due east of Bakersfield. Okay. That is because of a little bit of moisture in the air too. Let's check the windy and see what's going on with that crazy storm. The weather radar. When you just sit at this mode, that's live lightning strikes. A lot of it going on by San Diego, San Felipe. In the it would be bad to be in a boat at sea, a fisherman in the Baja California area right now. Heather says that's good info to know. That's why I love you. Big hugs. Big hugs. I have no vehicle, so I'll go and take one of my parents' vehicles if they ain't ready to. Yeah. Mike says, watch dramatic video of the Windy Fire.
Fresno 3.
Well,
Fresno 3, Sierra.
En route, Aubrey.
Sierra copies en route, Aubrey 1525.
Sierra, Patrol 43, location change, Blue Canyon.
Sierra copies, Patrol 43, changing location to Blue Canyon 1525.
well, we're not getting the much movement on that storm. It still continues to dump rain where exactly it is already. Over by San Diego and kind of moving over by Pasadena. And San Bernardino, I think. A little bit. Temecula and whatnot. Escondido and Julian. Wow, look at that deep red right down here, moving straight towards San Diego. This is the last hour. Multiple lightning strikes. Yikes. And El Cajon and I bet people are battening down their sailboats. Okay. Dusty is the most from coast to coast, just like butter and toast. You're working right now, as a matter of fact? Yeah, because Dusty was saying we better not quit our day jobs. Dude, knuckle salute, Chris. That is keeping it real there. Please keep representing firefighters. Wow. You're on Team Red? Yeah. Alright. Caldor fire is still burning. Laura Cochran says, yep. A couple of planes are on flight radar. Viewable at Leak Springs cam and on Sierra Tahoe website cam. The planes are? Well, that's cool. Let's check the heat out. I was hoping a little bit of rain would go north. It's just not. This thing is parked. This thing is parked over Southern California. So let's do a 6-hour time lapse of what it's been doing. It could be just sending more wind over there and fanning the flame. We don't know how this is going to affect the fire, but it's not going to send the rain. But look at that. It's forecast to just head off to Albuquerque and Colorado Springs. Oh yeah, that lightning is going nuts. The Fawn fires is going pretty well, Desiree. We just covered it best we could. We had a couple new heat detections on the east side of I-5. Whether or not they're firing or what, we can't tell by the cams. I had it's going very well compared to yesterday. Going up, burning by the lake, and they're really working on things. But all the cams are pretty smoked out. Now, where's the new fire that I'm supposed to look at? And Mountain Mike, I can't show copyrighted videos. I could look at it myself, but I can't really, show it here unless it was taken by a firefighter. If it's the work of the United States government, I can show it. Let me look it up to just see if it's safe to play. Yeah, that says Sacramento Bee. No audio. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Mountain Mike, that's the kind of stuff I don't show on the stream unless I have a huge disclaimer. And I need that to be a teaching tool, such as like somebody's in chat that won't evacuate, then I'll use a reality check video like that. But there's too many fire traumatized people that come and hang out here for me to want to show open flames, destruction, and those kind of things. I very carefully try not to show a burning structure too during the live stream, unless I am doing a special, like unless firefighters are in here, we're kind of examining a mystery, like a structure fire mystery. Portland, Oregon had some arson. I want to do a fire stream based on that because they don't know who did it. And I went and I filmed the location recently, in July, and I wanted to kind of do a special on, like, I want people to come forward. You know, please help us find out more about it, because there were fatalities. But make sure, if you suggest somebody to watch it in the chat, guys, if you could, say that it is like it's got for the fire traumatized may not want to watch it. So, Teen Homestead says fires visible in San Diego on Cuyamaca Peak South. Okay, so which region of the cams? I guess San Diego has its own region, right? Excuse me, this one. Yeah, there's a... Is it LA and Orange? Or Tijuana, sorry. San Diego region. Yeah, there's a little smoke right there. Good eye. Let's do a 15-minute. Yeah, Heather, that could be a good thing to say, trigger warning. But the thing is that a lot of the older generation doesn't know what that means either. But if you say fire traumatized, they'll kind of get it. Or PTSD, trigger warning. They'll probably get that. But yeah, that is exactly what it's called. I can, let's see. Desiree says, thanks, I've been doing chores. Sure. Desiree says, I hope we get the moisture, just not the lightning. Yeah, I wish it came. The problem is we may get the lightning and not the moisture. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about we don't know how the storms might come in and move and affect us. All we know is it will have very little rain, if any, which sucks a lot. Oh, great. Lean back in this chair. Heather Williams says, we're in a rain shadow here in Bakersfield. The mountains always spit storms coming in right above Bakersfield. I know there's no wind right now. Yeah, thanks for the update, Heather. Let's look at Lake Springs as well. Come on, cams. What's your issue? Okay. Beta.alertwildfire.org is sputtering. Hello? Cameras? Weird. Okay. This one loaded fine, but the main alert wildfire page didn't. Okay, I guess it just sputtered for a second. Let's go back to Greater Tahoe. Lake Springs. Okay. Now, they were going to do some control burning. I didn't get the morning update, but that typically hasn't been very illuminating. The 5 p.m. should tell us how it went today. However, the current wind direction is contrary to what their control burn goals would likely be. They would have done it when the northeast wind was blowing to the southwest, or east wind was blowing to the west. You can see the smoke went straight up at that point, meaning there's very little wind. But then towards the end, it's laying. The smoke is basically going towards the east. or the northeast. So I don't know if that was a control or not. Sierra Tahoe is in front of a bush. Oh, okay. Hawkins Peak. It's got a lot of smoke. Radio Hill. We might show some of it. Let's do a 3-hour. If anybody has a question about one of the fires, go ahead and shoot it off. We barely have any info today right now. We can't see anything from Radio Hill. Armstrong Lookout has a lot of clarity. Refresh windy. Planted over the Sierras. Change to wind. And wind gusts. Stick it on one of the high points. Yeah, the wind is a west wind currently. 6 to 7 miles an hour with 20 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts at the Caldor fire. Relatively mild day. I think they'll probably have a nice opportunity in the nighttime after 11 to maybe do a little bit more firing, because it'll be a dead calm with the occasional 9 to 12 mile an hour wind gusts. From 11 to like 4 in the morning. South winds generally. That might work for some firing in between some of the good lines. Yeah, you would want a north wind as ideal, or an east wind, but as long as they just get a chunk of time in between wind gust sessions, that should be okay. Especially if the dozer line and the hand line widening has gone well over the past 48 hours. Tomorrow's wind gusts, though, and the rest of the week are looking pretty severe. Over here by the Echo Summit area, I'll just come back and you can read the color code since the words are so small. Look at tomorrow. The darker red colors are higher winds. So you've got the start to go from orange to a bit more of a fire engine color, all the way from Alturas to South Lake Tahoe. Well, right, Wairika, Susanville, South Lake Tahoe. And then 11 to 6, well, 11 to 8 tomorrow, there's 29 to 35 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts. At least it's not very hot, it's only a high of 68. But the middle of the day has some sustained winds behind it around 10 miles an hour. And it's worse on Sunday. Look at that little fat band of purplish red. 45 mile an hour wind gusts. Sunday. Monday is windy as heck. All day into the night. That's thunderstormy stuff there. Wow. This has changed a little bit and looking worse than when we looked at it yesterday, with the possibility of 0.02 inches of rain at 5 a.m. on Tuesday through 8 a.m. So it'll be really windy with a chance of sprinkles. That's looking nasty, starting basically Sunday at 8 a.m. through Tuesday at 2 p.m. That is one nasty amount of crazy wind. Mostly with the wind directions southwest. blowing the fire and trying to blow it towards the northeast. So I really, really hope whatever they've been doing is going to batten down the Cables area, because that's a bunch of nasty weather coming in. Now the humidity will probably be increased if this has any chance of moisture, but yikes. And it doesn't look good either for the windy. I mean, it's east of Porterville. While the heavier winds may not be down there, but we keep showing this. Whoops, I just moved the stick. Dang it. Meant to keep it up by Tahoe. But just watch down here, east of Bakersfield, that's a deep red. And the windy fire is approximately like so. It's just going to be fanned by all this activity, even if it's not directly in the center of it. And over by Susanville, that's a nasty amount of winds too. So the Dixie, it still has some issues up there. We can go and see if there's any aircraft. I'm hoping that today and last couple of days they can be prepped. Hey, Caldor 26, the Super Scout plane, is actually on the scene of a KMP. It's flying at 17,500 feet. It may not be Dirty Bird, that's Caldor 24, but it's Dirty Bird 2 or something. Literally, that's its call sign. And we got a couple of aircraft on the Caldor right at the point in question. That would be eyes in the sky. But there is a bit of a plume at that trouble spot. There is heat detection, so just hope that it's a firing op. I hope it just ended because the wind isn't in a favorable condition. And we've got a very interesting flight pattern. Looking like squiggle. Looks like a child drew this flight pattern over the Dixie fire at the Aero Commander 690A. That's pretty funny. It looks like silly string that came out of the can. You remember that stuff? This is the silly string flight pattern. Wow. It took off from Chester. And it's currently over the remains of Greenville and Indian Valley right now. Getting close to another aircraft. Hopefully they're at different altitudes, 7,000 and 9,000, yeah. And a little Cessna is headed that way too. Which probably is unrelated, but it's took off from Chester, went down past Belden and Tobin, almost to Concow, turned north, went around, squiggled a bit, went to Butte Meadows, went up to past Butte Mountain, checked out the area northwest of Chester, went over to Mineral in Childs Meadows, went up to the mountain, went to Old Station and squiggled around up there, and then it went over towards the 821 east of Prospect Peak. Then it went down to Coppervale, checked out Westwood, buzzed around Dyer Mountain, checked out Big Meadows, Big Meadows Reservoir, checked out Clear Creek, went over to Janesville, and now it's flying by Crescent Mills. It's a 47-year-old Aero Commander 690A. Dang. Okay. So looking back at chat, Dusty says, "Oh my God, the pilot's on drugs." Or the fire's on drugs, and the pilot's just following the fire's rim. Did you ever imagine that? So, am I feeling any better? Nah. I had a good 10 hours of sleep, but that doesn't make up for 2 days of not sleeping. mean, I don't feel like I'm being sledgehammered anymore, but I guess slightly, I should say slightly. But I needed the day off, and I canceled all my plans. I may be able to go out tonight a little bit if things calm down, but the windy is not calming down. We need to keep constantly checking on it. There's a new fire start down here by in Southern California. It looks really small, at least. Hoping to get on it. That one is east of San Diego. At least there's that could be like the recent lightning. I had to just guess. Maybe it's kind of small because it's wet too. Not sure, but there's still flash flood, stormy stuff going on down there. Chasing a dust devil. Yep. Oh, that's what the plane is doing. Yep. That would explain it. Maybe the big problem with our wildfires is they're taking drugs. You know, it's that would explain it. They got wild. They don't sleep for days. They're overactive and aggressive. They've got steroid rage. I think the problem is the wildfires have a steroid addiction. It's making them stronger. I never put that together, Dusty, but I think you just might be onto something. You just might be right. Yeah, Big Dog is saying there's still big hot spots by Mount Lassen. Yeah. They did a good job on the last meeting. They were talking about putting out a lot of smokes and stumps and things lingering east of Old Station on that ridge. I can't remember what that ridge is called. But it's still a factor. And we knew that all the moisture that they got would basically be dried off the ground by Friday or Saturday. J. Cat says that could be the Wildlife Reserve fire over in Imperial County. Yeah, it might be. I was wondering if any of these cams would show the rain. Like, if any of the cams would be showing the torrential flooding. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse over here in Crest 2. Here's the clouds coming. That crazy storm. Whoa, yeah, look at the clouds. That's mesmerizing. Yeah, look at that rain. Whoa. Yeah, it is in the process of dumping rain. Let's play that again. Bruce Morgan says Kathryn needs to get some sleep. The fires are on drugs, with a laughing face. What if it's true, man? What if it's true? They got hooked a couple years ago. That's why they got bad. I think I'm onto something. I think there should be a study. Alright, let's find more cams showing this insane weather. And San Diego is hit by flash floods. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse on the Volcan cam. Smitty says, Teen Homesteader, remember that retardant is a speed bump and it isn't a repellent. Right. It just takes longer for the fire to burn vegetation coated in retardant. The first thing that retardant does is dry out and lose a little bit of potency. I mean, wetter is better, right? Wow, that's mesmerizing. Mother Nature's show, man. And then, after about 3 days, it just sort of powders and starts to wear off and lose potency for most types of retardant. Let's try another cam. Rancheria 2. Never mind that one. It's a rotator. Sly Oaks South, 6 hours. I wonder how surprised the weather people were by the storm. It's not like I watched San Diego news. Yeah, Bruce Morgan. And by the way, thanks for being here. I think that's funny. You said that retardant has worked really well here in San Bernardino Mountains lately. Yeah, we saw those fires, and up in the hills just north. That didn't get as big as they really could have. It goes to show just how important early response is by aircraft. It really turns the tide. That's the first thing they did, is hit the lightning strike fires with aircraft, and they built a retardant ring around the K&P fires, and that bought them time. They actually... Okay. Whoa. That just scared me. Forgot the radio was on. Yeah, they're getting rain. That's a lot of rain. It moves by real quickly, though. Wow. Why didn't this come to the fire? Why didn't this come to the windy? The retardant rings put the windy and the early colony and paradise fires in a cage. That bought them time for the very, very small fire department on the Tulare Reservation and others. They actually put out some of the lightning strikes, fires from the storms that happened around the 8th and the 9th. But they didn't have enough people to respond to all of them at once in enough time. The colony and the paradise and the windy got established, and then it took more than a week for anybody like hotshots to reach it. The aircraft put it in a retardant cage, and that's why they stayed up there. And I kept saying, guys, this is an angry animal trying to get out. Remember at night how vigorous and active it was within the retardant cage? And we knew all hell was going to break loose the moment that it was too smoky for aircraft. They needed to reapply that retardant, and that was the best hope that they had. And they couldn't. Everything's going to change, though, in the future. When retardant dumping airplanes are unmanned and they're remote controlled, and they have all kinds of equipment to see through the smoke, everything about firefighting will change when they can do it at night.
Patrol 33, return the quarters.
Here, copy, Patrol 33, returning quarters, 1552.
Whoa. I just noticed the moisture in this time lapse. Moisture like fog forms down here and disappears. Check that out. I don't think it was a fire. I kind of wondered if there was a lightning strike and a couple of fires started and then rained out. I think it was just actual like a mist. So that's what San Diego's experiencing right now. Let's look back at, whoa. Okay, so that's Highline Trail. We suddenly have a good view of the Shasta fire and a decent view, sort of the windy. So let's go back and look at Highline Trail. Up by Shasta again. Where did I put that? Let's see here in foothills. Well, guess I need to make a new one. Shasta Modoc region. Whoa. Alright, let's do a 1 hour time lapse of that. Maybe the camera just zoomed out and that's why it looks so different. Yeah, Big Dog says unmanned drones dumping the red stuff one day. Yeah, I believe that's the next thing. We have to make our pilots safe. And It's extremely dangerous. There's a lot of pilots that get killed in wildland firefighting, and some of the plane crashes that were caught on tape were just absolutely heartbreaking. They're pushing the limits of the aircraft already, and a lot of it's old. Plus, they're in steep terrain, bad visibility conditions. The potential for mid-air collision is extremely high. The potential for any... See, every plane is protected by altitude. If something goes wrong, an engine shuts down, or something else happens, the plane starts falling out of the sky. The higher you are, the safer you are. You have more time to figure out what the problem is, push buttons, and pull up, you know. Being low to the ground, you have no luxury of time. You lose engines, or an engine, or a bird strike, or whatever happens. You're too low to the ground, you just boom, you're dead. Imagine losing an engine and not having the power to pull up in front of a mountain. It's if you understand a little bit about aviation and just how bad problems are, like when I was watching the show Aircraft Investigations and like other YouTube channels, they're at low altitude doing the craziest, most dangerous stuff. And the sooner we can put the pilot into an armchair of safety, an easy chair with a remote control, the better. Into a virtual cockpit and have them control the aircraft that way, the better everything's going to be. It'll be after the day comes when we have internet everywhere, like good radio signals, good internet repeater stations on peaks in these rural areas. Because the problem right now with remote control is the planes getting so low to the ground, down in the valleys, losing contact with the controller. However, there's a whole bunch of technology coming down the pipe which will fill in the gaps. Imagine for example, a little car driving up here, putting down a little station, or a helicopter drops it off like a communications van, and then there's a ready-made weather balloon. This weather balloon is tethered, and it contains radio signal. Happy birthday! 5G internet, high-speed internet for all the firefighters right around this little spot. And for the aircraft that come by who are remote controlled. And they can now go down. They now, without losing communications with the controller and crashing, the aircraft can dip down, that's remote controlled, and pull up. And even though they're down in between the mountains, you get communications the whole time. And in the future, they could just start putting in little places all over the landscape, mountain peaks, equipment stations. Just, they might even be the size of a toaster, but internet everywhere. Very few dead spots. That's more affordable than ever. This can come down the pipe if we want it. No more, hey, Charlie, I gotta drive 3 hours down there to get to a cell phone location, and then you can text me the map of where the fire is. That is not good enough. That is not fast response that we need. That's gonna get people killed. You lose radio comms. Dude, golf team. Fire's coming right at you. It's not good enough to hear. They need clear communications. A lot of times the firefighters won't go where they don't have a radio signal, otherwise they'll just get stuck. But technology is coming down the pipe where we can fix all that. So, let's see, that's going on with Link Springs. I think what happened was the camera just zoomed out, and that's why it looks so different. But that's the clearest shot that we can see what's going on at Shasta. We see behind the hills, since this is looking to the northwest, behind the hills you can see that the fires on the other side at the lake shore is still actively burning. Look at the dark columns of smoke. And the camera wasn't really showing this. It was mostly zoomed in on that.
Be advised of alert zone.
test.
All units here with the lookout check-in, afternoon report and weather forecast. Lookout check-in, Buck Rock.
Buck Rock.
Delilah.
Delilah.
Signal. All lookouts reporting loud and clear. Sierra continuing with the afternoon report. Adjective ratings for Area 528, actual moderate, predicted high. Area 529, actual moderate, predicted moderate. Area 532, actual moderate, predicted very high. Area 533, actual high, predicted moderate. Project activity levels. Jersey-Dale, Echo Victor, Minarets, Echo Victor, North Fork, Delta, Fence Meadow, Delta, Mountain Rest, Delta, Dinky, Delta. Dispatch level, Zone 1, high, Zone 2, high, we're staffing level 5, break.
Wow.
Sierra continuing with weather discussion. Continued dry conditions, above average temperatures, and periods of smoke will persist over the area through the weekend. A cooling trend will commence on Monday and continue through at least the middle of next week as temperatures fall to below average by Tuesday. Increased winds are possible on Tuesday as the cooler air pushes into the area. Area 590, Central Sierra Foothills. Tonight, sky weather, mostly clear, haze and areas of smoke, minimum temperature 63 to 68. 24-hour trend, little change. Max humidity 38 to 48%. 24-hour trend, down 5 to 11%. Wind 20-foot, 10-minute average. Slopes, up valley 3 to 6 miles an hour in the evening, shifting to downslope 2 to 5 miles an hour overnight. Ridges east 4 to 8 miles an hour, LAL of 1. Saturday, sky weather, sunny, haze, and areas of smoke. Max temperature 86 to 91. 24-hour trend, down 1 to 3 degrees. Minimum humidity 18 to 28%. 24-hour trend, up 2 to 4%. Wind 20-foot, 10-minute average. Slopes, downslope 2 to 5 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to upslope, up valley 3 to 6 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges southeast 3 to 6 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to the west 4 to 8 miles an hour by afternoon. LAL of 1. Sunday, sky weather, sunny, max temperature 82 to 87, 24-hour trend down 3 to 5 degrees, minimum humidity 24 to 34%, 24-hour trend up 2 to 8%, wind 20-foot, 10-minute average, slopes, downslope 2 to 5 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to upslope, up valley 3 to 6 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges northeast 3 to 6 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to the west 4 to 8 miles an hour by afternoon. LAL of 1, break. Continuing with Area 592, Central Sierra. Tonight, sky weather mostly clear, haze and areas of smoke. Minimum temperature 5,000 feet, 56 to 61, 8,000 feet, 45 to 50. 24-hour trend, little change. Max humidity 5,000 feet, 36 to 46%, 8,000 feet, 43 to 53%. 24-hour trend, little change. Wind 20-foot, 10-minute average. Slopes, upslope, up valley 3 to 6 miles an hour in the evening, shifting to downslope 2 to 5 miles an hour overnight. Ridges southwest 5 to 10 miles an hour, LAL of 1. Saturday, sky weather, sunny, haze and areas of smoke. Max temperature 5,000 feet, 78 to 83, 8,000 feet, 66 to 71. 24-hour trend, down 1 to 3 degrees. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 15 to 25%, 8,000 feet, 15 to 22%. 24-hour trend, up 2 to 8%. Wind 20-foot, 10-minute average. Slopes, downslope 2 to 5 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to upslope, up valley 3 to 6 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges southwest 4 to 8 miles an hour, LAL of 1. Sunday, sky weather, sunny, max temperature 5,000 feet, 75 to 80, 8,000 feet, 64 to 69. 24-hour trend, down 2 to 4 degrees. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 20 to 30%, 8,000 feet, 17 to 26%. 24-hour trend, up 3 to 5%. Wind 20-foot, 10-minute average. Slopes, downslope 2 to 5 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to upslope, up valley 3 to 6 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges west 4 to 8 miles an hour, LAL of 1, break. Continuing with Area 593, North James River. Tonight, sky weather mostly clear, areas of smoke and haze. Minimum temperature 5,000 feet, 58 to 63, 8,000 feet, 44 to 49. 24-hour trend, little change. Max humidity 5,000 feet, 30 to 40%. 8,000 feet, 41 to 51%. 24-hour trend, down 3 to 5%. Wind 20 foot, 10. Correction. Wind 20 foot, 10-minute average. Slopes, upslope, up valley, 3 to 6 miles an hour in the evening, shifting to downslope, 2 to 5 miles an hour overnight. Ridges west, 4 to 8 miles an hour in the evening, shifting to northeast overnight, LAL of 1. Sky weather, sunny, areas of smoke, haze in the afternoon, max temperature 5,000 feet, 77 to 82, 8,000 feet, 67 to 72. 24-hour trend, little change. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 17 to 24%, 8,000 feet, 18 to 26%. 24-hour trend, up 3 to 5%. Wind 20 foot, 10-minute average. Slopes, downslope, 2 to 5 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to upslope, up valley, 3 to 6 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges, southeast, 3 to 6 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to southeast, 4 to 8 miles an hour by afternoon, LAL of 1. Sunday, sky weather, sunny, max temperature 5,000 feet, 74 to 79, 8,000 feet, 65 to 70. 24-hour trend, down 1 to 3 degrees. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 23 to 32%, 8,000 feet, 22 to 32%. 24-hour trend, up 2 to 8%. Wind 20 foot, 10-minute average. Slopes, downslope, 2 to 5 miles an hour in the morning, shifting to upslope, up valley, 3 to 6 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges north, 3 to 6 miles an hour in the morning, increasing to southwest, 4 to 8 miles an hour by afternoon, LAL of 1. This concludes the afternoon report. Time check 1606, KMU 26.
Wow. So I don't want to talk for hours and they'll be silent, but the moment I wanted to interject into chat and explain a point, there's this gigantic amount of radio stuff, and that was just mostly what I already read from InstaWeb. I was talking about a time in between wind gusts, I believe is an average of 10 minutes. That's, if I heard that right, Dusty. What the hell? Hang on, what happened in chat? Why did a bot just get timed out? What happened, Heather? Helen? Helen? What's going on? Hey, Wotho, are we now depending on the rain to tame the windy? Yeah, we always were. Once it got out of its retardant cage, we knew that this is a powder keg. All the dead sequoias for the most massive type of fire that there could be. The type of even worse than the Dixie, worse pyrocumulus clouds, worse rate of spread, faster even. We have been lucky that the windy hasn't experienced high winds yet. We have been really lucky the KNP has not experienced high winds yet. Eventually our luck will run out. It will be okay, there's a couple of scenarios. One of which is we get rain soon, and it dampens them down enough for them to get time, and they can make some lines, and they might have a possibility of containing it. That way, I just don't think that's very feasible. We just don't have rain in the forecast. So probably what will happen is they can work all they want to make lines all they want. It's just not going to matter because of the 8,800 foot peaks and the steep terrain and the kind of fuels that it has. When we see red flag conditions, it'll do what it wants and go over every line that it wants to. We saw that with the Dixie. So what do we have is a perfect example of what happened last year. It got into beetle-killed forest and it went wild. The Castle Fire went absolutely wild with no semblance of any kind of control until winter arrived. That was how the Castle Fire, which evolved into what they are calling the KQ. I can't even remember anything anymore. SQF complex. When it burned in the same fuels, same area, wrong pen color. Last year, it just got pretty gigantic. Let's just that in general. That killed 20% of the world's sequoias. And now the windy is killing probably at least 10% of the rest. And the KNP doing probably 5 to 15% of the rest. We're just starting. We may come out this year with 40% of the world's sequoias dead between this year and the last. It is a horrifying, devastating thing to watch. We just don't know yet. This kind of terrain, with this little amount of resource, the few amount of resources available to us, I'll just put it that way, you would need a crew of like 10,000 people to do something about this. Just because of the terrain and how long it takes to drive everywhere, because there's few roads, and it's up and down. Every single drive is going up 1,000 feet and down 1,000 feet and up 1,000 feet and down 1,000 feet. It takes forever to get anywhere except for a couple of roads that follow a canyon. And because of the 1964 rubber stamp about roadless wildernesses, which was one of the worst mistakes for a forest ever, before then they had their head screwed on right, where you had to build fire access roads in forests, and they started doing that after we learned our lesson in the 30s with the Tillamook burn and the other mega fires. Oh, whoops! The reason they got big is we didn't have the ability to access the part of the forest where the fire was by ground crews because we didn't have roads. Well, they stopped that in the 60s for a foolhardy heart in the right place kind of mission. They thought they were going to save forests from development. Well, that's not really it. Laws will save forests from development, but you still have to have a fire access road. Anyway, they haven't made them, so the kind of roads they're trying to reopen right now are from the 30s. Mostly civilian conservation corps roads from the 30s. They would need like 10,000 people on this. Just as much response as the Dixie, which had 6,000 people. But you saw how big the Dixie got, because they didn't even have enough people. They needed 10,000 firefighters on the Dixie. It's just at a pace where it's outrunning the crews. They need to make the dozer lines way faster. They need to drop the retardant way faster. They would need a hell of a lot more aircraft for any of the days they can fly. That's not available. So last year, this is just following the pattern of last year, where the SQF, which is first known as the Castle Fire, just rampaged through these mountains and ate the dead sequoia forests and the living ones all the same. And then it's rained that ended it in snow. So right now, their best chance is what communities can we save and what individual groves can we save. And then they just kind of have to wait. Unless we put assign several thousand more. Their priorities are going to be, let's stop it from reaching the valley. And all the structures, when you hit the structure button. Their priorities will be, wherever it's going to go to the west, just try to put some little blocks on it. From the morning updates, they'll be happy if they could save this community by just doing that. And they'll do what they can, but they're just mostly going to try to tie dozer lines around the west. They may be successful in that in some spots for some communities, but this is all going to be up to the weather. And we're going to lose some of them, probably. It'll be a miracle if they could save most structures in most communities. But it's just going to be up to nature. That do the winds, the high winds and red flag conditions occur? If they do, and a pyrocumulus type running train of a fire happens, like if there are 65-mile-an-hour winds or Santa Ana's, just kiss everything goodbye, really, in front of where the fire wants to go. As long as there's any material around the communities to burn, that thing will roar right through them. So the best thing they can do is do firing ops as fast as they can, create the black scorched earth lines around the communities, wrap up all the structures they can, hook them all up to the kind of elaborate type defense like they did with Taylorsville, but all that only works in the small communities. Small communities are more defensible than big ones. And they have to pray That's called herding the fire around communities. The same thing is at the state fair. There's a wild pen of the rodeo bulls, and they break out and they start rampaging around the fairgrounds. Think of them trying to defend this food court where all the baby carriages are, the mothers and the families and the kids and the old ladies and such, and the old men. You would want to try to pick up a sign, some sort of a barrier, and say, whoa, bulls, don't stampede here. That's what they're doing in front of the communities. They're trying to herd them away. It doesn't mean they have control. It's not like a cattle drive kind of herding. It's more like a pick up a sign and do what you can by putting dozer lines and trying to defend the communities. But if it's a raging bull like the stampede, doesn't change direction, which is going to be basically decided by the wind and the red flag conditions of the day, whether or not they exist. If that happens, they will leave. Firefighters can't stand in front of 600-foot tall marching walls of flame. That's suicidal. So a lot of this will be luck, and we hope that they can be successful. They have been so far in protecting the communities like Johnsondale and Ponderosa so far, fingers crossed. But the fire did not approach it as a mega fire at that time. It approached it at night with very small amounts of wind. We have seen nothing yet. The fire behavior here that's potential on the Windy is like the type of fires we haven't seen since the 1930s when we still had old-growth forests that were lit on fire back then. It was one of the last of the big chunks of old growth in the consecutive old growth left in the world. So we could have biblical apocalyptic type fires. So either A, we get rain really soon and it gets dampened down, they control it the traditional way, very unlikely. B, they can herd it away from communities and we get lucky that there's no red flag right in front of them. We just have enough time.
Engine 343 is back in quarters.
We just have enough time to protect the communities and take the huge loss of the wilderness, and that would be the middle ground scenarios. And some flanks of the fire go wild, just unstaffed pretty much, and just kind of doing their thing, just like the Tamarack. And then they let the wilderness go because there's nothing to do about it. They'll splash retardant where they can, try to protect the growth here or there where they can. But if you don't have enough staff, you don't have enough people to do anything about it. Wait for the rain, wait for the winter. The last scenario is the very worst. I think the middle ground scenario, the one I just illustrated, is what's likely going to happen. But the last scenario is the worst, and we don't get rain for a very long time, and then Santa Ana winds come. And this thing becomes the type of fire we have not seen since around the 30s and 40s. A full-blown, out of control freight train apocalypse on wheels, a charging bull of a raging old growth mega fire that will run for the valley and probably try to kill larger communities in the valley. It will be easier to control once it reaches the valley, but everything in whatever path it takes is a complete and utter devastated loss, paradise style. Just like the Bear Fire last year, the North Complex, but different because it's a old growth fire. Long range spotting, probably fatalities if everything's not evacuated in its path. Like the BG Creek last year, in Oregon, like the River Complex, but worse because it's old growth. So it's like the Camp Fire. This potential is insane. Whether or not it happens, it's completely up to nature. We have to have around 10,000 firefighters here if we want to avoid that possibility. And we kind of needed them to begin work already. So those three scenarios. The very best, immediate snow. Early snows from October. That would be great. The only fortune we have here is this fire gave us more than a week of just sitting up on a mountaintop doing nothing. And partially that was because they hit it with aircraft. That bought us a lot of time. However, it's now just being fuels driven and terrifying the way that it can run around at night like as if it's daytime, and we're getting a taste of the power with really, really mild winds. But when we have high winds, man, you just have no idea what can happen. It would probably be the type of fire that would move so quickly and be the pyrocumulus would probably break height records. We'd have record speed movement. We'd have all kinds of new records broken in the amount of acreage expansion in a 24-hour period. The Dixie fire did that, 100,000 acres in 24 hours with pretty mild red flag conditions, 35, 45 mile-an-hour wind gusts. Imagine the Santa Anas in like 65s and 75s. You have no idea what can happen. I can't even illustrate it to you. Because I think there may not be any film in existence that I could pull up out of an archive right now. It would date from the 30s and 40s. Things like the Tillamook burn was the last time we had that stuff happen. During an extreme drought. I'm talking about during an extreme drought. I mean, last year we had the SQF, which was bad enough, but it wasn't quite mega drought status like this year. So we were just really, really concerned about this. It's all up to nature. It has already reached a size that where mankind can't really put it out without the aid of nature. That we already knew that about the Dixie. The Caldor too is still going and is not going to get better without nature at this point. We need another. The Caldor, they finally got a handle on it because of that rain that happened last week. That was the same thing with the Monument and the River Complex Reprieve too, and the Dixie. So, yeah. Exactly, Big Dog. You're right. Remember this too. The Beachy Creek fires out on the mountaintop before it roared to life on Labor Day a year ago. Absolutely. And I have home video of me in the area in March. I was supposed to film it. I was going to do this start from the Columbia River on the Washington side and film starting from Trout Lake near Mount Adams, go to Mount Hood, and go down the Cascades, and then go down the Sierras to Mount Lassen, Shasta, Mount Lassen, down into the Mother Lode, and then go filming south towards and end up down here filming all of the historic mountain communities with my ghost towns and historic film career that I was trying to begin. I've seen almost everything in the last 3 years that I wanted to film already disappear to fire, like not just little towns and the mining towns and the ghost towns. I mean, history, not paranormal crap, you know. And almost everything I ever wanted to film has just burned up in the last 3 years. I can't believe it. This is one heck of a traumatic thing to even... I keep thinking, well, at least we didn't have a fire in this point this year. And I was talking about down here. And this is where it is. At least I can go to California Hot Springs. That's a hot spring that didn't burn. Okay. It's probably burning down right now. This is where the heat signature is. Or in the next 24 hours. I mean, here's Pine Flat. They could be doing structure defense. That's good. But it may be burning to the ground right now. We have no idea. Yeah, Bob Fraser says lightning, big winds, bugs, extreme drought have happened countless times throughout the millennia. What never happened here? 100 years of putting out every fire. Right. That's an extra. That's an extra thing to think about. The Indians managed the land and never let this amount of fuel that would build up on a landscape. They were smarter than this. They lit the small fires on the ground to burn off pine needles everywhere that was important to them, which is, well, most of the landscape. And they were doing this for approximately 10,000 plus years. The Indians depended on the environment. They took care of it. Otherwise, they were going to starve to death. The Indians that would be in one particular territory, I mean, they migrated around, but they would usually have a winter quarters and summer quarters, and then spring and fall is the travel time in between them. They had agreements with the other tribes for travel and which areas they were allowed to use. Not land ownership, but a different concept of land use. And so if their area burned up, they were dead. there was no such thing as like refugee Indian tribe movement unless there was some catastrophe. They had to take care of their own land or they were dead and they starved to death. I mean, sometimes they could move into other territories. That was relatively rare. The only way the other tribes will allow that is if they had room to spare and they had, a good year. So everywhere they went, the individual tribes took care of their land, and the landscape. This is no accident that when the pioneers came and the colonists came and the explorers came, there were amazing, pristine, the epitome of health forest, which is called an old growth forest, all over the place in many spots. That's because they carefully prevented megafires, one of the few things that can kill old trees. 3,000-year-old trees are not an accident. They're a sign of very careful management. I mean, the Forest Service pats itself on the back for saving old trees by packing them with mud in the 1920s on their burn scars where they're missing bark to save them. Well, guess who taught them that? It was the Indians. It's white people patting themselves on the back for that kind of technology. The Indians doing it about 12,000 years in a row before then, rolling their eyes going, oh, seriously? And what Bob is trying to point out, the Forest Service policy was put out like every fire on the landscape immediately, but don't introduce any controlled burns. That means around Tahoe and other places, just where the policy was. It's not all over the entire forest. If you turn on a grid map about it's somewhere in Caltopo, but the concept is this: you can turn on a map and you can see these grids of who owns what land, and it would look like this everywhere on the landscape. Not exact squares, but you're getting the concept. It would be like BLM. Ignore the picture behind here. It would be like BLM, Forest Service, private, a mining company here, and then it would be like Park Service, and then you would have like a tribe, and then you would have timber company, and then it's dotted in its landscape like that. Each one is a different entity with different ways of looking at the thing, different policies about what you do with fire, different management tools, different budgets. What am I forgetting? There's other agencies too, right? And so you could have a perfectly managed area right here with a horrifically managed area right here of just overblown forest too thick here, where the timber company clear-cutted this thing here. And it's madness. It's stupid. We need to have, not based on which agency or thing owns it, we need to have laws and systems in place based on what the land requires. But here we have a mixed hodgepodge of agencies, and I can't tell you from one section to the next where they've done good things. We hear on the K&P the praise that near the Giants Meadows, they've had a policy of burning the landscape, of doing control burns. But that's because that's Park Service, but Forest Service doesn't have a policy, right? And so you only have the park boundary versus the Forest Service boundary versus the BLM boundary versus and within each little pocket, areas where mining companies still own the mines. They may be derelict or they may be under current management. But when you see this on the landscape, on the maps, that's usually where mining companies own everything, including mineral rights under the soil. And so there are these, like down here, if you turn on the Forest Service map. I don't know if these went back and were turned over to the parks, but you'll have these weird chunks that are not. And this might not be the best example, but I'm sure some of these mines are still privately owned, and you'll see a weird chunk on the map, usually in the form of a square. This might have all been turned over to Park Service. But it is madness. So where they're able to manage very well one section, next door might not be managed well, and the embers can blow over from the poorly managed area. So it is sanity is in the center. What there needs to be is just a different kind of agency that manages for fire. I don't know why park rangers would have anything to do with a fire, honestly. They should just be there to educate kids about the forest and look at the animals, and the fire department types, fire crews should be making the decision on how to manage a land for fire, because that's their specialty. We should all be listening to the Indians and going back to the way they perfected over thousands of years of trial and error. Maybe they should be consulted, and we should shut up, close our mouths and open our ears for that. Right now we're reaping like 100 years of foolishness in certain sections. And then we allowed invasive species to take over the landscape and just didn't do anything about it that promote fire. All this has got to change, but when it does, we'll have a brighter era. But meanwhile, is anything going to be left? We need immediately to have more crews and more planes and more engines and more firefighters available. That's our number one problem, is staffing and budget for it. And maybe Washington will get a clue that if they put money into prevention, they'll save billions of dollars in the cleanup and the damage, the economic damage. Some of these counties are just not going to recover for the economic damage for probably 50 to 100 years. You look at the way Tillamook County was damaged by the Tillamook burn in 1933, the economy has never recovered. They have a cheese factory, and they have a bay that some people go to experience and go on an occasional fishing trip from. But that county never recovered from the incredible amount of revenue that logging and such was making the county. It was a bad kind. It was non-sustainable, but it could have been changed to sustainable. They had a huge, robust fly fishing and excursion train, to the lovely old-growth forest. They had tourists. They had horseback riding through the forest. They had many more towns than they do today. It never recovered. Same thing after wildfires and things hit Columbia County. It just didn't recover. To build schools and stuff, they're dependent on lottery funds and handouts from the government after the old growth disappeared. So the study of ghost towns is how I know these things. This is my expertise. Whether or not areas recover. I have a little bit more of a depressed view and outlook on some of these things because I've studied history and know that a lot of the people in these communities and in these mountain towns, it's going to be extremely difficult to recover from this. Yeah, and Dusty says, and the railroad companies sold most of the blocks to logging companies. Yeah. So, yeah, ONC lands sold to the railroads for putting in the track, and that's why we have the checkerboard of land ownership. Yeah, it's one of those factors. I don't know too much about it, but yeah, I remember the railroad show chapters. But the Tillamook forest never grew back, and after around 1960, they realized they had to replant it. Many of the fire policies are good, such as the policy of hit a wildfire struck, lightning or whatever cause, with everything that you have and put it out before noon the next day. That's a good policy. The only type of wildfire you should have on the landscape is the kind that you lit, which is really not wildfire. It's control burning. There's two types of fire. It's under your control or it's not. And that's it. Wildfire is bad. It's not under anybody's control. It can be destructive or extremely destructive. Control burning is beneficial on the landscape. Nature had a 50-50. Lightning strikes sometimes got out of control. But the and started a mega fire. But lightning strikes at some points of the year were beneficial, as it usually was accompanied by rain and would burn off, would do a renewal restorative thing, and the Indians helped promote that as a idea, because they kept the fuel load low, so when lightning strikes happen, they didn't become major fires, mega fires. But now lightning causes mega fires because we didn't do that. We didn't keep the fuel load down. In fact, we suppressed every fire and forbade the control burns that a lot of the tribes wanted to do. A lot of the ranchers who intermarried into Indian families and knew about, and they are absolutely right. That chicken came home to roost. So the kind of fire here that could arrive with Santa Ana winds could be biblical in proportions and break all records. And do things we've never really seen before on film, unless we go back to 1920s and 30s archives. Maybe the 40s, but I don't know how to get to that right now. I know of a couple companies that have that stuff, and we could request it. I was going to make a Tillamook burn documentary. But I don't have the funds. It would take a bit for my request to go through. But I think maybe it's more important than ever that I do make that documentary. We learned from the Tillamook burn, most of what we need to know about wildfire fighting today. Get every new start under control by noon the next day, because after noon, the winds pick up, the heat picks up, the humidity goes down, and then boom, it's out of your control. What did we have here? We had more than a week to respond to these fires, and nothing happened. The Beachy Creek could have been put out immediately, but they didn't have fire access roads. Why? Because of the rules about roadless wilderness coming down from 1964. So they didn't put hot shots in the Beachy Creek fire because they knew the hot shots would die with no way out, no road out, no trail out, no helicopter extraction point out. So they didn't put them in. And everybody who worked so hard to save the Opal Creek wilderness and that old growth, 30 years of fighting logging companies and interests and county and all that legally, millions of legal dollars spent to create that lovely historical preserve and interpretive center, when it all went up in smoke last year and burned to the ground in less than 36 hours. Oregon's Cascade Mountains just don't have old growth anymore, pretty much now. That was pretty much last of the Mohicans. Why fight to save the forest if you don't allow access roads and don't allow the fire crews to save it? We learned our lessons in the 30s, and for some stupid reason in the 60s, they forbade building new roads into wilderness designated areas, and that's one of the biggest mistakes ever. If you care about the environment, please write whatever environmental group you're a part of and say the roadless wilderness thing is stupid. Too many of our forests just burned down. The anti-salvage logging thing is stupid. If you leave dead trees in the landscape like we have here, the Windy Fire and the Beachy Creek, all you're going to do is prime the landscape for an inferno, a wildlife holocaust. And you have to remove them off the landscape. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. You leave some snags, a couple for evilness and such, but you have to get the standing dead trees off the landscape, or you have a mega fire like we're seeing on the Windy right now. It's just that simple. I hope policies will change soon, but geez, look what just happened here. Yeah. Let's look at Leak Springs and then go look at the Shasta. This is just depressing. Yeah, when you know about the lessons of history and people not following them, it's just like, come on, we already knew this. I'm now intrigued by the whole thing. There's hope, though. There's rays of hope we can learn them again. I mean, nothing teaches us like a disaster. FDR was trying to protect California and the West from fires. He saw firsthand the Tillamook burn, and he and other presidents did. And so they tried to make a huge fire access system called the Ponderosa Way, I think it was. We were exploring that last week. And that was abandoned because of World War II when Pearl Harbor was attacked. But they began making fire breaks to protect like this area and all the way up to Butte County and where Paradise is. And there's still remnants of it. We could resurrect that concept and kind of improve it. We could have CCC camps again working, giving employment to youth and helping prevent these mega disasters. Okay, Leak Springs is looking better. Here's Highline Trail, which may be escalating right now. I wonder if winds are hitting it or what's happening. Let's look at Highline Trail. Remember, this is Shasta looking what are we looking due west again? Yes, northwest. It's zoomed in quite a bit. Let's do our 1 hour time lapse. But the intriguing article written right after the campfire, when it was still burning actually, was Butte County refused to take control of part of the Ponderosa Way fire break from the 30s that FDR had put in place. And they basically said, we don't want it. And they let a couple bridges that were washed out stay washed out. That may have been another escape route for the people. It's hard to say. I need to go investigate this. Yeah, Dusty said the wind shifted towards the north a couple hours ago. Fire finally starting to reflect that. Look at that. That just happened. Look at that flare up. That happened at 1637. It's now, so that's 437. It's now 443. That just went wild. I wonder if that dozer line is going to matter. We might want to try to put on that radio because we're just hearing nothing about the KNP. I'm going to pause Tulare County. Let's go listening to what's going on at Shasta. I have no idea. We'll just have to wait for an evening update on what's happening with California Hot Springs and those communities down there. Okay, Cal Fire SHU is on. I'm turning on Shasta, Trinity, Tehama Glen, Cal Fire Dispatch.
Red Bluff, Medic 712 is available. Can you repeat the location of your incident in Red Bluff?
Now, do you...
Medic 712, affirmative, unknown type medical at Red Bluff Gas, 245, Antelope Boulevard.
Dusty, what's your opinion on the lake? Do you think it's a good enough fire barrier at this point? I don't know which... I know the water levels are quite down.
Gas, engine 3.
That smoke column's almost vertical. That's...
Medic 712, confirm you copy location. 712 copies responding.
I'm not...
Medic 711, can't see response, cover post 1. Medic 711.
Spreading into 2463 available.
711 copies, post 1.
1643.
2463 available, 1643. Red Bluff, 714 asking.
Medic 714 at scene, 1643.
I just wasn't seeing any high winds forecast. I don't see that we have any. We've got 14-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported at this location. Almost a dead calm otherwise. It's really hot. It's 93 degrees. Now, what I hate about windy is you have to do this. What, dusk is 7:30. Sunrise is 7, sunset is 7:04. But what's the humidity? Our altitude is 447 meters, or what the heck? 1,466 feet, sorry. Why wouldn't it say humidity? Now the winds should reverse by 8 p.m. and push south again, but it's just 10-mile-an-hour wind gusts, very, very weak throughout the night. I think we'll have a really good night for them to work through and make a lot of progress. We just don't have high winds like we did the other day when it went, yesterday when it went wild. Daniel O'Brien says last night we had a lot of wind out of the north in the mountains. Right. Yeah, yesterday it went hog wild, but the forecast is for it to be much nicer. We just hope that the forecast is correct. Let's look at webcams in vicinity. I wonder if there's any others. Hey, there's a helicopter dipping out of the lake. Did you see that? That's the Bridge Bay cam at Shasta Lake. bridgebayhouseboats.com. Wow.
Engine 3 at scene, 1645.
bridgebayboats.com. Did you see it? God, the water's low. Oh, there it is. There's a helicopter. How do I make this bigger? Yeah, check it out. So that just happened.
Red Bluff Medic 712 at scene. Medic 712, 1646.
Huh. Nice. Big Dogs has been over that bridge many times. It's a fair jump to the other side. Oh yeah, that bridge, and that's the new one. The old one scared me to death. It's 101 degrees and 10% humidity at Reading Airport right now. Ooh, man. That's brutal. I'm in a sweater in the Pacific Northwest. I'm in a sweater. Occasionally I've been running the little heater under the desk. Yeah, Lori Mead says, glad to hear about lower wind speeds. Yeah, at least there's a bright spot here. This will give them a good opportunity of time, if this weather forecast is correct, a really good nighttime work period to get a handle on things. They have the great advantage of that, the fires are next to the shore almost. And unless there's extreme winds, I don't think it can jump the lake at all. It would have to be pretty fierce. So, yeah, 5 p.m. is actually...
We're at scene at 245 Antelope Boulevard. UTL so far. Do you have anything further?
Engine 3, this was originally reported up at Hog Lake in 36 for a female in a white Chevy Suburban, possible vehicle description with an unknown type medical.
Time lapse of Bass Mountain Caltrans.
Engine 3, where you see this location, would you like us to respond that way?
Yeah, no, Big Dog near Rickard Lowe's. I wanted, as part of my filming, to go to the lakes and film the ghost towns popping out of them.
3, affirmative.
They drowned a lot of towns to build the reservoir system of California. You can still see the remains when they're at low levels. Yeah, High Sierra says the smoke on the alert cams is about a half mile behind this view. Yeah. So that's the Bass Mountain Caltrans time lapse. I think it looks good. The forecast looks good for the situation at Shasta. Just, of course somebody has to be stupid with fire. When there was high winds yesterday. Of course.
Engine 3 copies. Red Bluff Engine 3 is ED at scene. Engine 3, a negative. This came from CHP.
I would like to see laws changed like this. Instead of just a red flag and fire watch.
CHP was given this report from a cell phone caller. They're not at scene.
To help prevent wildfire, we could have legal penalties that are on a more reasonable kind of scale. Right now, you just have things like arson or like recklessness, endangerment, right? What about changing laws like this so that people think twice? Have a scale like a rainbow.
Antelope Boulevard. Cancel your response. Medic 712.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to turn that down a second so I can think. How about we have a rainbow of fire danger, just kind of like the fire danger one that already exists. You know, green is like it's okay, and yellow is less okay. Orange is pretty dangerous. Red, it's like don't even think about it, and extreme. You know, and then you let the public know every single day what the fire danger is. And put that in road signs everywhere. And then when it gets to be pretty bad on fire danger days, the penalties are way worse for being stupid with fire. And it's not reckless endangerment. It would be reckless endangerment on a yellow day, which is a fine that's this big. Reckless endangerment on a red flag day should be like mandatory prison sentence stuff. So it's not like, Billy, where are you going with those fireworks? It's, Billy, give me those fireworks. You could cost the family $20,000 in a fine, and I could do a year in jail. You know, a year in prison if you go somewhere with the fireworks. Billy, come back here. I need to teach you a lesson about fire. And that's the kind of thing that we kind of need anymore. The arson during red flag versus arson during, you know, here's the thing. We can't stop arsonists from acting, right? But the most common type for like insurance fraud, can you imagine how they would choose a non-red flag day, perhaps, to do like, oh, I'm going to burn down my structure for the insurance, or my boss wants me to do this, right? At least it wouldn't spread and take out the entire town, because they would want to do it with the least amount of legal penalties if they're caught. Just like thieves, there's a difference between thievery and burglary and robbery. Robbery is when you have a weapon. You do hard time as a felon with a weapon. So most thieves don't enter any structure, any store with a weapon. They want to go in there and they get the lesser charge. But it should be proportional too. Apply it to corporations like PG&E as well. You kept the power on during a storm, but it was a wet storm. That's a lesser offense. You kept the power on when you knew your lines were rickety during a red flag event. Okay, that's going to cost you about $50 million in fines. Then that will change behavior. We know that laws and penalties influence behavior. It's never going to influence crazy people. It's never going to influence accidents. But I believe that would be a positive change. So let's go and keep an eye on that. Let's go back to the horrifying situation and the Windy Fire. Let's go to TF Outdoors. Scan topos. Maybe the wind has changed. I can hope that the structures weren't impacted. We have a margin of error that's huge. Tobias Peak still doesn't have fire on it, or heat detection on it. Not at the top, the very top, where the lookout facility is. If the winds change down here and blown towards the northeast, that may have been the saving grace of the communities. Okay, going back to the... Hey, Terry, how are you? That's a good idea. Yeah. Daniel says it was 90 degrees when I left. With change of wind direction, the plume looks pretty big, though. Yeah. How can it still be so hot? That's actually typical. California is the valley, and the mountains are totally different. Totally different climates. The valley is Mediterranean. It's just like Greece. September isn't winter. Like, it's not fall for California. Late November is California's fall for the valley, and it lasts about 2 weeks. And then you've got winter, which is more like fall anywhere else. Doesn't rain very much. Most of the rain would occur in places like March, and the March storms. February, of course, has rain. It's a pretty wet month, February. January, too. In the valley, if it does, and that's pretty much always snow in the mountains. But California's valley, all of California is basically snow melt, trapped in reservoirs and steered around by a canal system. A major canal system. Like it just doesn't really rain. It'll pour really hard in an occasional storm, but just rain is almost non-existent. But the extreme snowpack in all the Sierras up here results in a bunch of reservoirs that they made to hold it in the lakes. It pretty much looks like this all over the area. And then the excess water is irrigation. It's going into the farm system down there. And then a huge canal system brings it all the way down to where a desert should be. But they used to grow oranges and all kinds of stuff in Orange County. And when there's too much snow, and then the pineapple storms happen, which are the hot torrential downpour kind of rains. Let me go back to the other map. From Hawaii. When this happens, when Hawaii has a ridge of high pressure on it, it's a shield. And all of the tropical storms that form here, the cyclone type things in the lower, way south of here, in the hot waters. Remember, south of the equator, it's summertime and our winter. They try to go towards Australia and China and stuff. They hit Hawaii and they bounce off, and they do this, and that's called a Pineapple Express. It's a choo-choo train of a series of storms, all linked together, all impregnated with heavy amounts of moisture, and they come back to back to back, because what the cyclone will do is shatter apart, or the tropical storm, break into pieces, and then it'll head for the Pacific Northwest. Then you have It's February, remember? So you will get 70-degree temperatures sometimes in February, or even 80s, depends. Kind of mostly on if there's any cold Alaska stuff mixing in. But if it's not, if Alaska is sleeping, and there's no like cold fronts hitting it, you can get 70-degree temperatures in the western valleys from Seattle to California in February, and it will torrentially dump rain on the top of snowpack that can be like 12 feet deep from all the way from like Bakersfield. Excuse me, where's my pen? It got stupid. All the way from here up into Kamloops. This is the Columbia River's basin, so all of these mountains too, absolutely full of like 12, 15, 16 feet of snow sometimes. Then you have torrential downpour on it, and it all melts at the same time, and you have the incredible floods. 1861 was the worst, with the craziest floods anybody's ever recorded in the West. 1864 wasn't a cakewalk. 94 was incredible as well. And then you have more recently in the 50s, I think it was 1955, was pretty bad with the grandma telling stories about the bridges being washed out between Yuba City and Marysville, and that's when Juan Corona lost his mind and became a crazy serial killer, seeing dead bodies in trees and stuff in the orchards in Northern California. Then you have the 1996. That was not a cakewalk, and but very minor compared to the others. And oh yeah, the 80s ones. The 86, wasn't it? 86, and 1996 was about a decade later. They're supposed to be 15-year events. But those were the humongous major ones. We had the entire towns washed off the face of the earth. Oh, 1948, I'm sorry, forgot that one. Vanport washed off the face of the earth. Oregon had as the second largest city was located right here, called Vanport. It is on no maps today because it was erased in one instant. And there's a lot of towns that no longer exist. Monticello, Washington, early pioneer town, erased off the map. That was the 1860s. Cascade, the town of Cascade. How far is it over here? Like, no longer exists. There's Cascade Locks these days, but they rebuilt it. There was a place called Orleans. Doesn't exist anymore. Wiped off the face of the earth. Lincoln doesn't exist. Plenty of small ghost towns. And California has them too. It's just a very, very simple explanation about what happens at Pineapple Expresses. So you basically have drought and flood in California. That's about it. That is about it. It is not as fortunate as Oregon and Washington, which constantly gets this moisture stuff coming down from Alaska, kind of raining on it. It kind of skips California. California has a snowpack thing where all of the moisture arrives in winter and it stays there in snow. That's why they have the massive reservoir systems, the Oroville Dam, you got the Lake Allenor Dam, you got the Shasta Dam, Whiskey Dam, Folsom. Yeah, smaller ones like Bullard's Bar, Englebright, Thermalito Afterbay, the smaller ones like Round Valley Reservoir and the Big Meadows and others. Things like Bucks Lake and Butt Lake, these are all water collection reservoir systems. And I'm skipping a lot. And there's Folsom down there. But the concept is California just doesn't really rain. It's pretty rare. It's snowpack. What's going to stop these fires is probably snowpack. And inside the bigger trees, you could have the fire just nestled there in the roots for the entire winter and even pop out the next spring. It's known to happen. And Big Dog says the same. Some of those floods you speak of in the 1860s covered the Willamette Valley in 10 feet of water. Yeah. So here's what's supposed to have happened. In the flood years, the Indians had their hidey holes that they went to escape. Sutter Buttes is an island, basically a volcanic little island, because the entire valley fills up with water during those flood years, and eventually drains its way out San Francisco. There's a ton of rivers you can't see, just millions of rivers almost, that all feed into main ones, the Sacramento and then, oh gosh, what's this one? The American, right? I'm sorry, I forgot my rivers. I was required to memorize them as a kid, but I forgot those. So the entire valley used to fill up. One of the best things I've ever heard in a movie quote was, real estate agents call it a valley. Geologists call it a basin. It's a basin. That when that would happen, the entire thing would be filled. So when we were looking down here at Toohey area and some of the cabs, we were looking at Exeter. And so the Indians would retreat to the hills, and this is one of their sacred spots here, and it was visible on the cam. There's petroglyphs and such. This would be like a little island. And little spots like this would be good to retreat to. And then they would have overabundance of of good hunting with the birds. So to mimic what happens, California is a very hard place to live in and tame with its extreme climates and extreme weather. It's been mostly beneficial to trap the snowmelt in those reservoirs, prevent the damaging kind of flooding, and then introduce it back in the canal systems for irrigation for especially rice. That mimics more of the natural habitat. Ironically, rice is from Asia, but what the birds are used to is every spring at least a little bit of flooding in the valley, and they would gorge themselves and eat heartily on their way on their migrations back north. This is the great flyway of the great flyway of bird migration route. Through California. So when they did all this reservoir construction, it's not good for the fish. They can't spawn very well, but it's been good for the birds because the flooded rice fields support like billions of geese and other types of migratory birds that eat that and nest in it, or not nest in it, but live in the wet environment and migrate. It mimics more like what nature intended, with a slower release out of there. So let's go back to looking at we don't see red. That's a really good sign that we don't see red by California hot springs. Maybe the fire stopped at their doorstep. If the wind is going the opposite direction, they've got an opportunity for firing it in the opposite direction right now with a kind of a Hail Mary pass. I wonder what they'll do. But if the wind's going the other direction, it's going to expand eastward. There's some communities to the east that would be in the line of fire, but for the most part, they've prepped them already. So, yeah, Dusty says settlers called it a floodplain. There you go. There you go. And let's go back up to chat. But it's pretty typical to have 90-degree weather still in early September. I mean, that's the fall for Oregon and Washington. It's the fall for the mountains sometimes, the high elevations. But high elevations don't have much of a fall. They just, an autumn, they have summer and then like 2 weeks maybe of autumn, and then it's winter. Sometimes it just goes summer then winter with an early snow, and there's nothing in between. It's usually October. Mid-October, late October when you get your snows. So going back up to Dusty is going somewhere. Keep looking at what's going on at Shasta. Let's do another 15 minutes. It's just an ugly smoke there. Hey, you can see little airplanes. So they're not just working it with helicopters. They got airplanes. That's a little plane. That's one of the scout planes, I think. That's a bigger one in the front. Could have been an S2. I have muted the SHU stream because they just did a horrible bunch of tone tests. I'm going to turn it up in my headset again. It went. You didn't want to hear that, trust me. Yeah, Terry, the good news is that the heat detections.
Are you needing to ready and repeat your traffic?
Hang on.
Ready, RDS, Battalion 2 responding. Confirm the TAC channel, please. Green, Battalion 2 responding, TAC 11, 1709.
Let's go back. You know, a 9-year stretch in prison for arson or whatever is really pitiful. Because rape sentences used to be 10 years mandatory.
Responding 1710.
And yeah, that screws up a person's life pretty well. But arson can kill and hundreds of people at a time.
We're showing the fire west of the river near the end of Middle Creek Road off of Iron Mountain Road.
Oh, we got a location.
Engine 15 responding. Did you copy the routing instructions? Ready, RDN. Ready, RDN.
Wait a second.
Clear. 2 units at once, ready and repeat. Ready, RDN. RDN engine 1 responding. Ready, engine 1 responding, 1711.
Is that new?
Ready, RDN, prevention 3 responding. Prevention 3 responding, 1711.
Well.
Reading Battalion 2415 at scene of one fire. We're still trying to make access from the river trail. Half-acre grass, slow rate of spread. It's the only one that I see. No other smokes in the area. Access will be off Middle Creek.
Oh no. That's Eureka Way, but...
Battalion 2415, Reading copies. Will be River IC 1712.
Okay.
Additionally, if we could get CAL FIRE prevention, and they can come in off the boat ramp and catch the river trail from there and work back towards the south. Maybe they'll catch somebody that was continuing up the river trail.
Reading copies. Conflicting reports. Just received another RP stating she thought she heard voices down in the brush between the fire and the river. A shouting match between 2 individuals at 1712.
Copy.
What? That seems to be... It's a report of a new fire, I guess. Just east of Shasta, the town. At Iron Mountain Way and Middle Creek Road, or that's where the access is. I don't have a heat detection, but see if there's any cams. Yeah, Falcon's View is on it. No, just no. At least the wind is not as bad today as it was yesterday. There, yeah. So that is like a wispy little bit of smoke there. Ah, it's by power lines.
Oh, that's,
It's by power lines. But the report was in 2 individuals shouting at each other. Well, if a fire breaks out, people generally shout and say, no.
Reading, RDN engine 45 responding. Copy, TAC 11, river incident. Ready, engine 45 responding to 1714.
Are they really calling it the river incident? Is this going to be the 3rd river fire?
RDN 35 responding. The engine 35 responding 1714.
Wow. Okay. I don't think we have another cam on this.
River IC ready.
Yeah, West Peak is looking at the main fire.
Battalion 2420 and Prevention 2421 responding, both with extended ETA.
River IC, copy.
It'll take them a long time to get there, in other words. Well, at least it's evening, and an evening forecast with a lot lower winds. If this had happened yesterday, this would have been insane. Hey, Wine Country, hello. Sorry, I needed to look back up at chat. We now have to monitor two cams, the Highline Trail and then this Falcon's View with the new fire in it. So they're racing to respond. I'll keep it on that for a second. Great. So, yeah, and Antoine, that was what the Pineapple Express was. They're now calling it the Atmospheric River, and I want to slap really lightly, but slap, with the maybe a wet fish. Slap meteorologist.
Can you check with BLM and see if they have an officer or someone available that can open the gates to access the river trail? Affirmative. Ready here, attack 7 Hotel Sierra, operating here route to the river incident, ETA 17 at 22. Attack 7 Hotel Sierra, ready copies, positive AFS, 1760. Hotel Sierra. Responding to the river incident, city are ready. Attack 7 Hotel Sierra, 7 miles to the southeast, climbing 3,500, altimeter 2979, please advise air taxi 23. Engine 15 at scene 1770. 25 at scene 1770.
We're about to see an entire fleet of aircraft move around like a herd of geese being moved, by the lead goose. It's now going to converge.
35.
Where the new
35 ready, go ahead.
Where the new fire
all
is.
the access points, can you re-advise? Affirmative. Access at the end of Middle Creek off of Iron Mountain Road.
Ready, air attack. 7 Hotel Sierra, 5 miles to the south, 3,500, altimeter 2979. Please advise air attack 23.
Here comes the fleet, the airships. It's like being the captain of a ship and they just got a distress call. Okay, hard to port. They spin the wheel. Oh, man. I agree with what you just said, Dave, actually. It may be, I guess. I don't know. That's a valid theory. I want to take a fish and slap, comically in like a comedy show. People inventing new words for the same old crap. It's a wetland, slap. It's a swamp. Just make swamp a good term. Just tell people we need swamps for the ecosystem, that many animals depend on the swamp, okay? Just stop making it pretty. Real estate, we need to call it a valley. It's a basin.
Ready, already in engine 15, already in engine 1, already in battalion 2 at sea. Ready, copies at 1719.
Yeah. Yeah, here they come. Here's all the aircraft converging. This fire stands no chance. With like 16 aircraft and no winds. This fire was dead before it was born. But it'll be interesting to watch the attack. Man. Yeah, it's new. But it's the 4th river fire of the last 2 months. What is wrong with people and their naming? So everybody, let's include the drinking game every time they create a river fire. Every time they create a river fire, we take 3 shots, okay? Milk, of course. I don't drink alcohol, and I don't promote alcohol, but that's the thing. They are, Desiree. They are. They're calling it a river fire. You know, the river complex is not even out. I will have yet, when I look back on this year and explain it, I'm going to have to explain how I covered 4 different river fires, or maybe a 5th. I've lost track. There's Placer County's river fire, the river complex up in Shasta, Trinity. And then what was the last river fire that they called it? The Riverside Fire, which was last year.
Air Tax 7 Hotel Sierra is at scene of the river incident. Half-acre, 4-way to spread. Road on 2 sides, river on 1. Reverting in grass. The ascending river air time.
Yep.
River air attack ready, copy, 1721.
Yep, take your 3 shots. Not every time they say river, but every time they name a fire, the river fire. Oh my God. Dusty Smoke says they have to put it out quick so we don't have 37 river fires going. Yeah, exactly. One good VLAT, that would be done. That's we might get a really cool. I don't know. The camera is looking down too much. We probably will get a good shot of something like that happening. We don't know. But they won't use a VLAT drop or anything like that. It's usually retardant. A Chinook could probably take care of it with a couple of hits. But right now I think they're full of retardant. They might have to land to fill with water. Cue the Ride of the Valkyrie. Yes. Yeah. That is appropriate. A couple of them are going into land. They may fill. That would be interesting. Do you think they'll fill with water? We should watch the other cam too because they're still working. This one, okay. That's the main fire. That's the one at Shasta. That's the fawn. This is the new river fire, which is by Shasta the town, not Shasta the lake. Well, this is going to be a fun one to explain. There's many different Shastas. There's a Shasta County, a Shasta Lake, Shasta Town, another town called Shasta Lake City, and then another town called Shasta City. Good luck keeping them apart. Newcomers. Dusty says there's no reason not to dump retardant on it. I guess. I guess that would work, wouldn't it? Well, yeah, I mean, it's liquid. I guess it could possibly put out a small fire. Shasta Ginger Ale. Yeah. Now, there was a ghost town called Shasta Springs, which was accessible only by train, really. And today's Amtrak Coast Starlight goes north. And I was hoping it would make a stop nearby, but it doesn't. It doesn't stop there anymore. But it used to be a resort place where you get your healing water. It's some of the cleanest water in the country. Filtered by the mountains, and then some of it is literally still meltwater from the ice age. Some of the spring water coming out of the Sierras is water from the ice age that trickled down, and it takes a long time to filter right back up to the top. There's enormous reservoirs and hidden caverns and such in mountains. But hi Emma, hello. Let me go back to just look at the I think they requested aircraft on it. There's Tinker 40. Now, does this aircraft have a nickname, the BAE 146-200A? Because that's a mouthful. There's a lead plane, a Mustang. Double Bell 407s, Bell 212, a 690A Scout air attack plane. A small craft just took off. Oh, that's FedEx from the Reading Airport. cream soda. Yeah, it's good stuff. It used to be made with some of the purest water on earth. That was part of the secret. The water came from Shasta Springs, which is by Dunsmuir, California. But they...
Ready RDN, Prevention 3, RDN, Engine 45 at scene.
The historical buildings
RDN
I hear...
Prevention 3 and Engine 45 at scene, 1752.
I hear are gone.
Ready, Engine 32 at scene. 32 at scene, 1727.
Yeah, exactly, Big Dog. This is a family channel, so we are not at liberty to say how we personally actually feel about the people who purposefully start a fire or are stupid with fire. We need to contain ourselves, lest we go wild. So, just check our cams. Slow rate of spread was one of the best things I've ever heard on the radio, but based on the weather forecast, that's not seems appropriate. So where's the actual Highline cam? That's around Mountain Shasta, which is kind of zoomed in too much. Shirley Peak too. Now when nightfall comes and Shirley Peak goes infrared, we'll finally look at the windy again. Whoops, I missed the Caldor briefing, but looking at a new wildfire seemed more important. We'll go back to the Caldor's thing. That's Buck Rock looking at K&P. We just can't see anything. Look at all the dead trees in front of the Buck Rock. In front of the Buck Rock lookout tower. The irony is so crazy. It's a fire lookout tower, and they don't even groom the area around it for fire protection. No wonder these are constantly burning down. It's like when I went through Butte County, or Yuba County, I can't remember which one, and I saw a volunteer fire department station, and they had eucalyptus trees at the fire station. Also known as gasoline trees. Oh my god, that was loud. Also known as gasoline trees.
At scene 1728.
Alan T says initial dispatch.
Can you send me the RP's info?
Dang, Alan.
92420, affirmative, 1728.
Yeah, Alan says initial dispatcher said it was 3 individuals lighting fires. Look back in chat. Yeah, we can say that. We can say what happened on dispatch. And oh boy. That still doesn't mean that it's arson. It just means 3 individuals lighting fire. You have to be really, really literal. I know, Bugs Bunny. The irony image courtesy of PG&E. Oftentimes it's 3 individuals trying to do something like get their cook fire going because they're cooking outdoors or deep frying that turkey or whatever. Illegal burning. Illegal burning is not arson. It means you're being stupid with fire. Yep, cam on the new river fire shows crews arriving. Oh, really? Okay. Where? Did I miss it? All right, down there. I see him. Let's zoom in. There they are. It's a little red vehicle. And a little red, little person right there. Why aren't these in 4K is what I want to know. put a couple more of these on the landscape, and we would catch arsonists. We'd read their dang license plates when we zoomed in. Arsonists, idiots, and everybody in between. Hey, Derek. I'm kind of sad and grumpy because I canceled my day plans on one of the last days of summer. Didn't really have a summer for life. Life gets in the way reasons. I was hoping, I really got positive that we'd have one more week of it, one more couple of days of summer, and that just kind of got dashed, and I could participate in it. It was just this day 75 of the fire stream being here about 14 hours a day, with 6 days off or something. But so I'm grumpy and I'm upset about that, but I'm manning up and putting my big bro pants on and dealing with it.
Reading River IC update, forward spread stopped. Commitment time for CAL FIRE resources be an hour. I'm going to transition with RDN Battalion 2.
Yay!
River IC Reading copies at 1732.
And they didn't even need a tanker. Boo! I was kind of hoping that one would just do a one mighty splash and then we would be over. We'd be out of it. That kind of stuff is satisfying to watch. Now let's check on Caldor, and I guess we could go look at their meeting. I'm hoping for an update on Windy. That maybe California Hot Springs was saved, and maybe Pine. Oh God, I keep forgetting its name. I keep wanting to say Pine Town, but that's by Westwood. So I then can't remember what else it's called. Pine Flat. Maybe it was saved by a change in the wind today. Maybe I'll buy them some time. But the only way we'll see what the Windy's truly doing is by having the cameras flipped to infrared and finally being able to see where the smoke's going. Because the smoke is going to be hot, and so it's going to be a big white column. Let's do our leak strings. I have a good feeling about the rest of the bonfire, because tonight is going to be a dead calm with very little in the way of wind gusts. And today the wind was favorable and kind of pushed it back up on itself towards the lake, which is great. And now they're making dozer lines and such, and hitting it with aircraft and reinforcing return lines. Everything's going good with the fawn. I don't like the way it's leaning to the right, which means it might be trying to follow the lakeshore to the east. But today into tonight's favorable conditions will give them, I think, all the time they need to get aligned to the east of it. Okay. Bugs Bunny says, American alligators live in freshwater environments such as ponds, marshes, wetlands, rivers, lakes, swamps, as well as brackish water. Yeah. It's a swamp. Even when they live in ponds, ponds are pretty swampy. They could just do with a little simplification. It's a swamp. Wetland. Smack. No, duh, it's a wetland. Swamps are wet. You ever seen the Batman slapping Robin meme? If you're too old, you have to be plugged into memes, otherwise it sounds weird. But oh, cool, and that I hope it does, because they need for the fiscal year some tourism down there to help to help the economy that's been butchered by not only 2020's closures because of COVID, but 2021 closures because of fire. They said the Tulare Reservation was extremely impacted. Very low attendance rate of the annual powwow because of the fires and the smoke. And the sooner people can go back in there and spend money, the better the community will recover. Bugs Bunny says apparently wetlands dry out and swamps don't. Okay, I guess we can keep that around. No, we can just call it floodplain. Slap. No need for a new word. It's floodplain. It's floodplains and swamps. Swamps aren't bad. They're critical habitat, and they are natural filtration systems. They are also hurricane barriers. They lessen the effect of hurricanes. Swamps are pretty good as long as you demalaria them. Demalariify. You know what I mean.
Ready. River air attack aircraft release.
River air attack ready, go ahead.
Why are you drinking, Alan?
River air attack release, returning to ready. ETA 1742.
River air attack at 1737.
Next 7 Hotel Sierra.
Alright, they're mopping up that little river incident thing. Bugs Bunny says the English have way more words than Americans do. I've been reminded by my English coworker who threatened to defenestrate me. Whoa. That's quite I hope it was with a jolly English sense of humor. That's a pretty serious threat. Whoa. The word river is not part of the drinking game. It's every time they name a fire a river fire. Because they do that like every week. Put the glass down, Alan. This is for your own good. Even though it's a milk drinking game, we can't have you, Wait a second, let me smell that. Hey, I know now. Okay, really, put it down. Cancel drink, lol. Yeah. Oh, man. That is the thing. They're naming every new fire, a river fire this, a river fire that. There was Placer County and El Dorado County had a river fire, didn't it? No, El Dorado County didn't. Shasta Trinity had a river fire, then that became River Complex. There was a river fire, it was at Colfax, and that took out neighborhoods. That was awful. Yeah, that was Placer County. That's part of that oh my god kind of thing on the stream is they need to figure out better naming conventions so people know where the heck fires are. I had a whole bunch of people, a lot of traffic come in from Southern California when I labeled my video tracking the Riverside fire. Last year, it was in Clackamas County, Oregon. They just decided to name it that. Most people came in, they were in a panic. Not because of what my title was, but because they heard of a Riverside fire that just went around the rumor mill. Then they found my channel on YouTube that said tracking the Riverside fire. And they were really upset. They were like, because Riverside County had devastating fires years ago. And people from around the world who knew about it were tuning in. And I constantly had to explain it's Oregon. The next thing that questions were is, what is Oregon? And I realized people were tuning in from around the world. But then a couple of people were really nasty and said, I'm blocking your channel. Clickbait. And I went, what? That's what it's called. It's Clackamas County, Oregon. I just looked it up. This is not Riverside, California. I didn't say it was. What? I was just like, okay. But the point is, I don't care about that at all. People that unstable, I'm glad they blocked me. That's perfect. I never have to deal with them again. But the point is naming fires this kind of thing creates confusion, panic, and a lot of upset amongst the public. And maybe we need a new idea, a new way to do things. We could use a Greek alphabet or something. And there's an alpha fire and a beta and a gamma and an omega fire or something of that sort.
Ready, your tech 7 Hotel Sierra is on base ready. Hello.
Your tech 7 Hotel Sierra 1740.
Bear Mountain is still dead. Let's check on any moment now. It might be so dark in because of the smoke, we might get infrared views of things like Shirley Peak. Oh, it's smoky again. The last view that we had of the Windy Fire was from Rocky Point. What are you saying, Gail? We can't fix it, but maybe we can understand? No, the drinking game isn't canceled. We definitely should take 3 shots of milk every time that they name something the river fire, because humor is the only way that we get past this. But you were never supposed to drink every time somebody said the word river. You know, it's just think about how many trips to the bathroom that would be. That's hazardous to I mean, and imagine the truckers listening to the stream live, going, "Man, I have to. You're interrupting my deliveries. I gotta pull over a lot." Whoa, Desiree says Canary Island volcano is expected to put enough lava out to reach the ocean. That is horrifying. That's going to take out neighborhoods on its way down. Yeah. Bugs Bunny says people love or hate me and there's no in between. Yeah, I'm kind of like that. It's alright. It generally means that you have a kind of an odd sense of humor with people. People either gravitate to one style or the other. I have the dry British kind of sense of humor that oftentimes many Americans are way too well stuck up to relax and understand. So I have a lot of deadpan delivery too. A lot like that show. What was it, Gracie and that guy who played God? What was that comedian guy, the old dude? That Gracie played a dumb blonde constantly, and her character was annoying as hell, but she was actually really funny as a comedian. I'll do that kind of comedy and say I don't believe in Australia, only for people in Australia to be like, I just unsubbed. Most Australians, though, have a good sense of humor, but you know, there's always somebody in the crowd that just, what do you mean you don't believe in Australia? I just unsubbed. Okay. George Burns, yes, that was him. I think I'm most like, what was the wife of, when he finally got happy and then she was killed, Clark Gable. Clark Gable's wife, Carol Lombard. I see old 30s, comedy, and I have her kind of screwball style, you know? It's kind of off the cuff. She was paid more than most male actors back in the day. She was a big thing. It was such a sad story. See, when you're the later generations, you know, the older generations know what happened to the older celebrities, but the newer generations, it's, if you get into classical film like I did, just through loving film production, and a lot of times we can edit for our homework, you know, classical film without copyright stuff. I got into the early stuff, like in the 30s especially, and you don't know what happened to celebrities. So I was like, oh, that's so cute. They're so cute together, Carol Lombard and Clark Gable. And then you realize the messed up things that happened. He was known as a adulterer, and had affairs all over the place. And she spent a lot of time with him, but apparently he went after or got seduced by what was her name? One of the hot actresses of the day. oh gosh, I can't remember her name right now. You guys, somebody in the crowd will remember. Yeah, Monty Python type of stuff. That's very quotable. I like the Three Stooges. I love the Beatles comedies like Help and Hard Day's Night. Mr. Bean, just awesome. I love Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton, physical stuff, Dick Van Dyke. I'll imitate all these people variously at random times, and occasionally somebody gets the reference. I also like Ren and Stimpy, the classical Nickelodeon cartoons, classical Cartoon Planet stuff. You know, and of course Looney Tunes and whatnot. I like screwball zany stuff. Yay. No more heat detections by California Hot Springs. What we want to see is it to go gray. Yellow is a heat detection when it's 6 hours old, and gray means more than 6 hours ago was the last heat. And now the orange is bothersome because that is less than an hour ago. But this might be a grand time for them to do backfiring, actually. If the wind is shifted right there, right, which we think it might have, we need to check on cams and satellite again. That would be time for a Hail Mary pass. Light everything east of these towns on fire to hope to make scorched earth by the time the wind shifts again. What was her name? No, it wasn't Audrey Hepburn. She was a nice lady. That was not the lady. It was Lana Turner. Yes. Bing, 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 bing. Charlotte, you got Charlotte Butcher. I'm sorry, butchered the last name. Charlotte B. Lana Turner. She was a vixen. Seduces. But as far as we know, this is all rumor, but mostly believable rumor. And Carol, their marriage went on the rocks. Carol Lombard's. Remember, this is World War II. She's running around the country doing the war bond drives, convincing people to buy war bonds, which was where you, the person, loaned the government money for the war, and the government pays you back after the war, which is a pretty safe bet. But she goes around raising money that way, and she was very, very popular and paid more than male actors at the time, which was about unheard of because Hollywood just generally pays females less than males. Just one of those things. And wow, look how orange it is. That's what the Wendy's pollution did over the last few days. Virtually unbreathable air quality down there in Southern California right now. But the moment he's alone, Lana Turner seduces him. She hears about it, and she wants a separation. And they go on the rocks for a bit, and he gets morose and realizes he needs her and all that nice stuff. And so there's a famous phone call. Of course, it's not recorded, but it was put on the air. The radio's on, but CAL FIRE SHU is not talking any longer. We know aircraft are still working out of Redding. They went back to their normally scheduled fire, which is around. They're still hitting it pretty well by probably will until dusk, about 7 or so. 6:30 maybe because of the shadows up by Shasta. But to finish the story, here I am getting all happy, and maybe I should have watched Saratoga before I knew about what happened to the old Hollywood stars. I can't watch Saratoga now. It's just too sad. That's another Clark Gable movie. But the story with Clark Gable is all of the women in his life died. Every single woman that he bonded with died, including his mother of brain tumor when he was really little. And so when he married finally, he had affairs with the already married, who was Fran Chotone's wife? I need blood sugar. When I can't remember anything, I need blood sugar. Oh, jeez. Anyway, she was taken. They were compatible as lovers, but not as a married couple anyway, probably. So he goes. He goes and gets Carol Lombard, big fish. It's a big catch. And their marriage is on the rocks, and she's thinking of divorcing because she's heard about Lana Turner, and she's going around the country doing the war bond drives. And there's a famous phone call. They make up on the phone. How adorable! And she wants to catch the first plane home. She wants to catch the first plane home. And so she goes to, Albuquerque or something like that, to the airport. And they said, ma'am, all the seats on this plane going back to Hollywood area are only for people involved in the war effort. Soldiers, like males. And she goes, I may not be enlisted, but I've done much more for the war effort than what a lot of males do. And they realized, oh, you're right, we are being sexist. Actually, get on board, lady. Happy to have you on board, which was really kind of cool. Unfortunately, that plane took off and crashed into a mountain immediately after takeoff. And there was a great fire in the mountain that could be seen for miles. And Clark Gable gets some sort of ride out there, and you can still see it burning on the hillside. And it was a steep hike to get up there by the rescue team, but there were no survivors. It was just instantaneous death for everybody on board. Flight plan was screwed up, and it was dark. And they took off on the wrong one-way and thought the plane was facing the wrong direction, the other direction. And so they thought they didn't need to climb as hard as they did. It was a real terrible misunderstanding. And something like that. And so he apparently enlisted in the military immediately and wanted to get killed in the war, as far as anybody close to him said about his depression. And he became a waist gunner in one of the B-17s over Europe. And they're like, that would be very, very, very demoralizing if we find out Clark Gable was killed in Europe, you know. So they then put a camera in his hands, and he actually became kind of a filmmaker. Some of the film of some of the dog fights to defend the B-17s was shot by him out of special, more secure airplanes, and sometimes from B-17s. But old Hollywood, you know. Yeah, Gail, I am feeling a little bit better. I'm feeling a little bit better. But yeah, I have to talk about things that are not fire related in between information that we get about fires. We're waiting for the cams to click over into infrared. Look at King George. There's a nice sunset. I guess that's sunset. Looking out my window, it doesn't seem like it's exactly sunset, but you have an earlier sunset, so to speak, with the lighting conditions when you have a fire and lots of smoke. But yeah, I need a little bit of a pick-me-up every once in a while. Big Dog says Clark Gable and Gary Cooper were both 60 when they died. Yeah, early heart attack. But everybody was smoking and drinking at the time. Plus, the actors were exposed to a lot of bad stuff. They used to use asbestos for fake snow. There's some horrifying images on the internet of asbestos products with funny, happy, enthusiastic advertisement and packaging. Apparently asbestos was the old way of flocking a tree to make it look like it had snow on it. It was sold in little packages at stores, and people were supposed to rip it out of the package and throw it on the tree, literally, in their living room. And that's what all that fake snow is in most of Hollywood films. And the other problems that some of the actors had was they went out and filmed in deserts where they did nuclear testing, and they were exposed to inhaling a lot of the radiation. They were kind of like downwinders. which is, if you Google that, is a horrible nuclear legacy to this day. Plus, there's secondhand smoke everywhere, unless you really try to avoid it. But couple that with the weird trend of trying to get a tan, they didn't survive very well, the old Hollywood. A lot of the actresses smoked just to keep their figure and fit in their dresses and lose weight and stuff. Plus the crazy amount of diet pills that were available, it ruined people's hearts. Just, man. Yeah, drugs. Can't forget the drugs, yeah. And Antoine, I found out they never banned asbestos in Canada and Southeast Asia. Unreal. Just unreal. So, the Lake Springs. Let's look at Sierra Tahoe. It's kind of aimed the wrong way. I mean, Echo Lake still does have hot spots in it. Now that's looking southwest towards the Caples area, with where the tree is, obscuring completely our view about what might be going on. We hope that their firing operations went well today. We'll watch the video in a second. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Exactly. I have to go on. Oh, good night, Terry. Good night. Come back and see us. I have to randomly talk about some happy subjects. It's going to be part of the mental health care here. Oh, Kim Weaver, yeah. I heard about that, but mostly the landslide thing was a bunch of fear hype. It's been overblown. It's dangerous, like how soon that might happen. The current eruption is probably nothing to do with any landslide activity, but it would take a massive type of eruption, the kind that the world rarely sees, to cause the Canary Islands to have that landslide potential. I know the crack is there, but VEI 7s are extremely rare in human history. How many have there been, even? VEI 7 eruptions list. It would have to be a VEI 7 or 8. So Yellowstone would be an example of an 8, which is a super. 7s are Tambora, last happened in 1815. And Mount Mazama 7,500 years ago. And the Long Valley Caldera 760,000 years ago. Remember, the VEI scale is exponential. So Mount St. Helens final eruption was on a 4-ish scale. Pinatubo, which was major, really big, was a 5. And so was Krakatoa. Krakatoa may have been 6, actually, but that's relatively rare too. So a VEI 7, when there was, that's when the entire world's climate changes, and so honestly, the tsunami might be the least of our worries. It would cause worldwide famine, nuclear winter conditions, probably for 3 to 5 years. Indonesia had one in the year 1257. 2 more 6s and 7s in a couple centuries after that. It is likely that the Rinjani eruption triggered the onset of the Little Ice Age. We're talking about an entire century or 2 of a miniaturized ice age, the kind we're just leaving because of Tambura's eruption that was in 1815. Honestly, a mega tsunami would be the least of our worries if we had a VEI 7 volcanic eruption. Let's see, where's the list? Just want to look at that real quick while we wait for the cameras. Yeah, the 1465 mystery eruption. The 946 AD, Payaktu Mountain. The 1257 Samalas, which is what I was just talking about, eruption. The 1815 eruption of Mount Tambora. The Mazama. Oh, the Minoan eruption at Thera. That was a 7. The Mesa Falls Tufa. The Bishop Tufa. This is a very short list. This is a very, very short list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's about 12 of them that have happened in the last 100,000 years that are well known. 7s are crazy, and 8s have only happened a few times on Earth. Toba, the Fish Canyon Tufa thing, that was what? That's Colorado, really? I didn't realize there was a super volcanic eruption. Oh, that was 28 million years ago. Right, an ultraplinian. La Garita Caldera. I was worried about it. We could have a VE7 on the Canaries within our lifetimes. Very unlikely, though. We'll see, though. This is new volcanic activity on the Canaries. But even if a volcano is capable of producing a mega eruption like that, they usually don't. Like, most people think the next time Yellowstone erupts, it's going to be a mega or a super plinian. It'll probably just be minor. Minor eruptions happen from those capable of doing super ones all the time. So let's go back to looking at chat. It's time to watch our meeting for Caldor. Let's look and see if we have any. That's right. I was going to check the satellites. The new ones. Geocolor loop. Man. So here is the current image of what's going on in Southern California. We've got those torrential downpours still affecting San Diego, and none of the rain came to the Windy. If it had just come up to it, it would be so amazing. It might have just turned the tide. That is the most frustrating thing ever. I don't know that I've seen this before in my lifetime. A line between not super. Let's give it some dignity. Mega fire and drought. And torrential flooding. It's just sad. Just a little bit of wind, that's all it would have taken. Well, we'll check back on it. Let's see how it went at the Caldor today. After we have to make sure there's no new evacuation stuff. Real quick. Oh, but the point is that Clark Gable, finishing that whole story, he had all the women in his life die. The next person he kind of like fell in love with was Marilyn Monroe. The guy couldn't catch a break. Could not catch a break. Couldn't even get himself killed in World War II. He did not. He was cursed. Okay, there's a K&P operational update. Did we see this 3 hours ago? Oh yeah, we did, because it was 9 hours ago that it was made. So there's nothing new for Tulare County. Let's look at the Sheriff's Office. Nope, 7 hours ago. Alright, let's look at the Caldor meeting that we missed. So that would be Cal Fire. There's a news release. Downgraded evacuation orders. East of Pioneer Trail between Larch and Al Tahoe. Include the area of Heavenly Ski Resort out to Alpine County line and the Nevada state line. Cool. I think. It means it's a watch and not mandatory, I think. Alright, Heavenly meeting 24th. Let's open it. Okay, let me change bottom static message. So this is the Caldor meeting from 7 p.m. Yes, follow it, whatever. Okay. Let's do live comments version. Okay. Got audio. Here we go. The scrolling says is. I'm just going to take this off a moment. There are 1,419 personnel assigned. Public information line 520-303-2455 between 8 and 6 p.m. for more info. Okay.
Michael Page. I'd like to let you know. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Caldor Fire virtual community meeting for Friday, September 24th. My name is Jonathan Ashford. I'm a public information officer currently assigned to the Caldor Fire and representing California Interagency Incident Management Team 12. I was recently given some information that is important to our community, so we'd like to let you know that the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office is reducing the evacuation order. So they are downgrading the evacuation order for the Heavenly area to a warning effective at 5 p.m. this evening. This is for the area east of Pioneer Trail between Larch and Al Tahoe to include the area of Heavenly Ski Resort out to the Alpine County line and the Nevada state line in the east. A reminder, the above mentioned downgrade does not apply to federal land and the following forest closures remain in effect. Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit has the following closures in effect. Caldor Fire Emergency Closure has been extended for the following areas: Desolation Wilderness, Mice Country, Barker Pass, McKinney Rubicon through December 31st of 2021. Access and orders will be refined over time. Backcountry closure order remains in effect until October 20th, 2021. So if you need details on any of those mentioned closure orders, please go to the websites for those forests, whether it's the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit area or the El Dorado National Forest. Go to those sites to get the specifics on the closures before you plan to recreate on public lands this weekend. Now getting back to the Caldor Fire. We are currently at 221,505 acres, 76% containment with 1,419 personnel. Yesterday we had a big day with activity in Quebec with the strategic firing operations that we did. To get an update on how things are progressing this afternoon, I'd like to bring up Operations Section Chief Michael Page.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mike Page, California Incident Management Team 12 Operations for an update on the Caldor Fire. Yesterday into last night with the aid of the weather, we were able to button up and complete a very crucial firing operation here between drop point 69 and 73. This allowed us to remove a lot of that dead and down fuel between the line and the fire's edge, allowing us to get in there and be much much more successful with our mop-up operations moving forward. And so today, this was the primary focus for the fire. We spent much of our energy in here with our crews. Again, really want to eliminate the possibility for potential spot fires here in the future. And this, again, will allow us to get in there and do some really good, crucial mop-up work in the Strawberry and Caples Creek area, and hopefully set us up looking real good moving forward. You guys will hear an update from our IMET here, incident meteorologist, about the weather we're looking at experiencing here over the next few days. And so this is a very crucial piece. It remains a very crucial piece of the fire. We're definitely not out of the woods yet. There's a lot of work to be done out there. And with that being said, we do have plans and contingency plans, and continue to look to complete additional work east of this area in preparation for any adverse weather or potential spot fires we might see. Coming around the rest of the fire down here in Division Romeo, we did see some interior fire activity today. This was caused in part by some of the winds we were experiencing with the addition of that pine needle cast that we've been talking about, the leaf litter falling out of the trees due to the winds, adding additional fuel to the fire and any heat signatures in here. So we do have crews continuing to mop up in here like we've talked about in the previous few days. That's a big part of why you're still seeing red line down here in the Kirkwood area. Nothing threatening the line as of right now, just crews and resources continuing to be diligent and do their job in there. As we come around the fire, continuing along the Highway 88 corridor, again, we still have a lot of crews out there patrolling, mopping up. This is going to be a very long process. We're going to continue to see smokes throughout most of the fire on this thing for the coming weeks. Up here, east of Pollock Pines, last night we did see some flare-ups interior as well. Crews were very quick to react to that heat, and were able to mop it up in coordination with aircraft. Up here in the Wrights Lake area, between Wrights Lake and the Desolation Wilderness, you still continue to see red line on the map, again indicating that is uncontrolled fire line. This area in here does contain a lot of heat. We do have crews continuing to work in there, mopping that stuff up. It's just going to take some time due to the inaccessibility, the steep terrain, the fuel type in there. And so again, this will be another area that we're going to continue to work for the coming weeks. We did talk about a new fire that had started north of the Wright Lakes area, up here by the Division India and Division Mike Break. So right in this area, the Smith fire, a couple acre fire. There's not a lot of fire activity up there. It's a fire that started probably about a week or so ago. We did get some aircraft working in there and dropping some water on it just to secure it ahead of these winds that we're going to be looking at here coming into the weekend. We do have plans to get folks in there in the coming days. We're just trying to mitigate some safety concerns for those firefighters. The remoteness of this fire out here, it causes potential issues with communications, with snags, with steep terrain, and having our fire crews working in pretty inhospitable terrain. So we just want to make sure that before we get folks on the ground in there and commit them into a spot, that it's safe. But we do have plans to get folks out there. Coming around up here into Echo Lakes, there is still smoke, as a lot of people are asking about. You guys are going to notice smoke in there, interior in the black, again for quite some time. There's heavy timber. This area has a lot of down fuel on the ground, and it's going to remain to contain. It's going to have heat in it for quite some time. So you guys will continue to see smoke in the Highway 50 corridor, up there south of Echo Lakes. Again, this is something that our crews are working diligently on. It just takes a lot of time and in cooperation with Mother Nature and the weather. So out here in Trimmer Peak, again, inserted some crews up there with helicopters today. Just wanted to ensure that we were getting folks into the right places. We are utilizing our IR maps, our infrared maps, to assist us in locating some of these heat sources. And so we continue to work this whole entire area out here east of the 89 in Christmas Valley there. And again, coming back down here to Scout Peak, we continue to have folks working here. This fire perimeter up here north of where we did our firing operation, that stuff has not moved. That perimeter has not moved for a few days now. We continue to keep crews engaged in there, and we will do so for quite some time. So I'll be around to answer any questions. You guys have a great evening. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you for that update, Michael. If you do have questions for any of our speakers this evening, please put that in the chat box or actually in the comments tonight, since we are now only on Facebook. We will be able to get that information to our speakers and get your questions answered appropriately. We'll now have our incident meteorologist, Sean Palmquist, join us with an update on our weather.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sean Palmquist, incident meteorologist. With high pressure over the region, we'll continue to see those hot and dry conditions into the weekend, bringing well above normal temperatures for this time of year. We're looking at temperatures in the 70s and 80s and fairly light winds for Saturday. As we go into Sunday, we are expecting similar conditions. However, we're going to see some southwest winds start to increase over the fire area. That's in response to the next weather system approaching the west coast. And that'll be moving in sometime early next week, probably Monday night or Tuesday. So that's the next weather system we'll be looking for. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. Our next speaker is going to be our fire behavior analyst, Dan O'Connor.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan O'Connor. I'm a fire behavior analyst with California Incident Management Team 12. So just generally, the area has experienced extreme to exceptional drought, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor. So that's really why we're seeing this long-term holdover heat really throughout the fire area. We're still seeing some smoke down on the west end. It's been a month and a half or so since we've had fresh fire down there, but continuing to see smoldering through the west. And then off to the east in the more recent areas, and especially down in the Caples Creek drainage area that is visible from Highway 88. Also up above in the Strawberry Creek drainage, where we did have a firing operation yesterday, very successful with northeast winds, very dry, and they helped pull the fire away from our fire line. And then through the night last night, we had very good consumption. So that's really a best case scenario with this area. If you're in South Lake Tahoe today, you may be seeing smoke, but just rest assured that is it's consumption. It's very dry, burning down fuel, so setting us up well so that we have more security going into this wind event into early next week. So that's kind of the main area that we've got going. As you're probably aware, down in the Highway 50 corridor, still we'll see smoke in stubborn areas that are maintaining those heat sources due to the long-term drought. But crews are making a lot of access and have done a lot of good work in that corridor to make the area more secure. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that, Dan. Dan and Sean are two members who you may not have seen on our community meetings before, but they're very important members of our team. They work closely with our folks in operations and have a lot to do with the strategies and tactics we use and when we appropriately do things like the strategic firing operation we did yesterday. Without that information, it would be difficult to plan large operations like that and have the success that we did in the last day or two. At this point, for the final presenter of the evening, I'd like to bring up our incident commander, Michael Nobles.
So, good evening once again, community. Another good day. We're building upon success each and every day. Like has been mentioned, FBAN and the weather, there's been an exceptional drought. So this fire has been extremely persistent to control, extremely resistant to control, excuse me there. And then with the upcoming weather, the hot and dry temperatures, it makes it even a little more difficult to mop up. And then, on top of that, we do have another round of winds. So I say that to say that this fight still isn't over. We got a number of resources on Division Quebec. I counted them today. It's like 12 crews, 16 engines, And they're all aggressively mopping up, securing that line to be in front of this predicted wind event. So every day we have available to do that, that success grows more and more each and every day. But I really want to re-emphasize that what was mentioned today with our incident meteorologists and our F-band in alignment with our our staff is that we were very prepared for this event, and this was a part of our plan. We anticipated it, and we responded appropriately, and we're looking really, our position is getting more favorable and more favorable as the days goes on. So we're just continuing to exercise the plan, and we still have a 72-hour outlook just to make sure we're covering the bases. I would really like to close with a lot of the success and a lot of the momentum and a lot of the motivation has really been fueled by the amazing support this community has provided the firefighters. And I just want to make sure that you all know how much that means to the firefighters. And so a big shout out to the community for your extra effort and supporting the firefighters, along with the amazing partnerships that we've had with CAL FIRE, Caltrans, CHP, El Dorado County Sheriff, PG&E, AT&T, and Cal OES. We all partnered together to make this a better and more successful incident as we move forward. So once again, thank you for your support, and we look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
Thank you, Incident Commander Nobles. At this point, we're going to move to our question and answer portion of the evening, just trying to get you the best information possible. So we'd like to bring Michael Page, Operations Section Chief, back to the map.
And thank you guys for the questions. It really helps me try to hone in on my skills and try to make sure I'm providing you guys with the correct information that you guys are asking for. And so the first thing I want to do is kind of echo what Incident Commander Chief Noble said about the coordination and participation with our F-band, our fire behavior analysts, and our incident meteorologists. The products and tools that they give us in the operational world are instrumental to any success that we have, and really like it was brought up, that really helps us develop plans, not just for today, not just for tomorrow, but moving into the future. We do talk a lot about the weather coming here over the fire in the next few days, and again, that wouldn't be we wouldn't be able to have those conversations in detail without those folks. So again, just wanted to echo that. A couple specific questions in regards to Christmas Valley, and where do we stand with Christmas Valley for this evening. We do not expect to see any significant fire movement towards Christmas Valley tonight. And I hope that answers that question. It was a very specific question. So again, with the weather the folks are seeing out on the ground right now, the resources that we have in place, and the work that is being accomplished today and this evening, we do not expect to see the fire move in an eastward direction towards Christmas Valley this evening. When can we expect Division Romeo and Division India to be fully contained was the next question. And so I talked a little bit about this. We are going to continue to see heat in those areas for probably the coming weeks. And like it was mentioned, that's due in part to the severe drought-stressed fuels that this fire is burning in, coupled with the weather and coupled with the inaccessibility, the rough terrain that these folks are working in. It's very slow going. So in closing, that's really where we stand. Division Romeo, I could see a few more days, up to a week of good work in there before we feel a lot more comfortable about calling that area, if you will, contained. Like the common message of this meeting and previous meetings has been, there is a lot of work to do out here, and we do not want to shortchange ourselves, you guys, the public. We want to make sure that we are doing the job that you guys want us to do in protection of the communities and everybody involved. So we are going to do our darn best to be as thorough as possible to make sure that we're leaving the community, the public, everybody with the best product, and that best product is that this fire goes out. That's our job. And so just really want to emphasize that. I understand that it can be frustrating at times, and that this can be a slow going process, but that is due to diligence, and that is due to the outstanding work that's going on out on the field here at the incident command post with the planning and all of that goes on, that takes place to be able to one day here, ideally, soon, be able to say this fire looks really good. So I hope that answers your questions. Again, if there's anything else, please let me know. You guys have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for answering those questions for our audience. Before we wrap up the English language portion of our presentation this evening, I want to have a few reminders for our wonderful audience that's been joining us every afternoon. This is expected to be a busy weekend along the Lake Tahoe area. With Highway 50 back open and warm weather forecasted, we ask you to please take your time if you are traveling around the Tahoe area in any direction. Not only are there fire crews, PG&E and other utility workers up along the Highway 50 corridor in areas that have experienced the burn and the fire, but throughout town, there's going to be an increase in personnel. There's a lot of folks that support this fire and work with us on the fire who aren't necessarily up on the fire line. Please plan accordingly for increased traffic, pedestrians, and lots of folks out on the highways. So drive safely, be cautious, and be kind to one another. If you do plan on going out to recreate, if you're going to use public lands, go to the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit Forest page or the El Dorado National Forest page, and ensure that the area you want to recreate in is open to the public. There are still closures on the forest that could impact your ability to get into an area. If you are out recreating and the area is open to the public, be careful. The conditions we're experiencing that are keeping this fire active and challenging exist throughout the area. It would not take much to have another start. So if you are planning on recreate, please be smart, be safe, and take care of each other. This will wrap up the English language portion of our program, except for one more note. If you do have a recreational property on forest land and you plan on going out this weekend, please check in with your permit manager before doing so. You want to validate whether or not your cabin is in a closure area and what process you need to go through to get a day use only permit. With the forest closure, there is not full access to all areas. So make sure you're there and you have the appropriate paperwork. This will now conclude the portion of our English language portion of the program. We'll now turn it over to Adelene Negrete for our Spanish language audience. Thank you.
Okay, so I had a phone call in the middle and gesturing at the map where I wanted to know about things. So I had a kind of sick and hurt and confused friend, so I had to actually take it. I'm going to go back and see, just what was it today? We're seeing some firing ops. Sorry, I need to go back to that point where they talk about cables.
Yeah, we're still seeing some smoke down on the west end. It's been a month and a half or so since we've had fresh fire down there, but continuing to see smoldering through the west, and then off to the east in the more recent areas, and especially down in the Caples Creek drainage area that is visible from Highway.
Cameraman, stop following him. He's stepping back and forth. Please stay on the map. God.
88, also up above in the Strawberry Creek drainage, where we did have a firing operation yesterday, very successful with northeast winds, very dry, and they helped pull the fire away from our fire line. And then through the night last night, we had very good consumption. So that's really a best case scenario with this area. If you're in South Lake Tahoe today, you may be seeing smoke, but just rest assured.
It's a map. It's not a stage actor. You don't have to follow the actor. Just play. Oh my God, this guy's making me car sick.
Sure that is it's consumption. It's very dry, burning down fuel. So setting us up well so that we have more security going into this wind event into early next week. So that's kind of the main area that we've got going. As you're probably aware, down in the Highway 50 corridor, still we'll see smoke in stubborn areas that are maintaining those heat sources due to the long-term drought. But crews are making a lot of access and have done a lot of good work in that corridor to make the area more secure. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that, Dan. Dan and Sean are two members who you may not have seen on our community meetings like this.
and dry crew
Yeah.
The correct information that you guys are asking for. And so the first thing I want to do is kind of echo what Incident Commander Chief Noble said about the coordination and participation with the weather, and coupled with the inaccessibility, the rough, and we do not want to shortchange ourselves, you guys, the public. We want to make sure that we are doing the job that you guys want us to do. We really want to emphasize that to one day here, ideally, soon, be able to say this fire looks.
If you are this will wrap to an air.
Okay, wait a second. Did they actually explain what's going on at Cables? Did I miss that at a specific point, or was it all filler the entire time? I mean, here he gestured at it, but did the firing operation work, or is he talking about it? Who was talking about it? Okay, maybe I had to go back further. Sorry, guys.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mike Page, California Incident Management Team 12 Operations, for an update on the Caldor fire. Yesterday into last night, with the aid of the weather, we were able to button up and complete a very crucial firing operation here between drop point 69 and 73. This allowed us to remove a lot of that dead and down fuel between the line and the fire's edge, allowing us to get in there and be much more successful with our mop-up operations moving forward. And so today, this was the primary focus for the fire. We spent much of our energy in here with our crews. Again, really want to eliminate the possibility for potential spot fires here in the future. And this, again, will allow us to get in there and do some really good, crucial mop-up work in the Strawberry and Caples Creek area, and hopefully set us up looking real good moving forward. You guys will hear an update from our IMET here, incident meteorologist, about the weather we're looking at experiencing here over the next few days. And so this is a very crucial piece. It remains a very crucial piece of the fire. We're definitely not out of the woods yet. There's a lot of work to be done out there. And with that being said, we do have plans and contingency plans, and continue to look to complete additional work east of this area in preparation for any adverse weather or potential spot fires we might see. Coming around the rest of the fire down here in Division Romeo, we did see some interior fire activity today. This was caused in part by some of the winds we were experiencing with the addition of that pine needle cast that we've been talking about, the leaf litter falling out of the trees due to the winds, adding additional fuel to the fire and any heat signatures in here. So we do have crews continuing to mop up in here like we've talked about in the previous few days. That's a big part of why you're still seeing red line down here in the Kirkwood area. Nothing threatening the line as of right now, just crews and resources continuing to be diligent and do their job in there. As we come around the fire, continuing along the Highway 88 corridor, again, we still have a lot of crews out there patrolling, mopping up. This is going to be a very long process. We're going to continue to see smokes throughout most of the fire on this thing for the coming weeks. Up here, east of Pollock Pines, last night we did see some flare-ups interior as well. Crews were very quick to react to that heat, and were able to mop it up in coordination with aircraft. Up here in the Wrights Lake area, between Wrights Lake and the Desolation.
Okay, so we didn't get an answer, did we? There's high winds coming tomorrow for the next few days. And we kind of got mixed. I'm feeling like we got mixed messages about how okay the area is. Is the question that the person asked, I think I saw a whole bunch go by. I saw a whole bunch go by in the comments. And yet they responded to one. So is Christmas Valley okay? Because we know that the winds would want to push the Caples thing over towards Christmas Valley and, well, towards Alpine County. And it's at elevation. There's a lot of heavy fuels there. They said they're trying to make some lines to the east. Okay, but I really wish they went in depth and explained thoroughly, like, what is the exact status. Do they have a lot of confidence? What percentage of confidence do they have about lines holding? Are they going to need to fall back on another? When about what time do they want to do firings? And when should we expect them? The amount of time they spent on this meeting, these are pretty long. But I've just really come to the conclusion that it's because it's full of a lot of filler. When a single person generally speaks, like with the Forest Service, and they just explain the whole deal, the filler crap isn't there, and they can take their time to explain what's going on. The congratulating each other stuff, you could have that at the end. That's usually what you do. Like, imagine all the actors in a play, and then they break out of character and say in the middle of the play, "Hey, I'm so glad you're a part of this team," and looks at the audience and said, "Isn't it swell that we have this other actor? You compliment our team so greatly." It's just like, can you put that at the end so we can just get the information we need out of it? And there's no harm in that. Go ahead and thank each other, but put that at the end. And why do they have like 10 different people explain the same part of the map? The weather looks bad. It's going to be really fiercely windy. There's going to be 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts for days on end. So the community wanted to know how safe is Christmas Valley, and what kind of confidence do they have for it not reaching the Zero Tahoe or Alpine County right now. I don't think we got anything. Out of this, honestly. Steve, hello. The smoke plumes look worse than those yellow blocks on the computer. It's really active and hot right now. Yeah, where's your location at, Steve? Yeah, Husky says the Windy Fires update is 72,700 acres, but it's 5% containment, but it's really at 70,000 acre plus. I feel like you may be right. It's big. They won't have an idea until they get a really good map. Wow, Hawkins Peak has a neat sunset. Yeah, where is your location and view of the fire, Steve? You look back at what's going on. Well, the type of fuels that are up by Shasta 2 produce black smoke. Really dark stuff. That's just kind of the nature of those kind of bushes. We know it is active, but it's not particularly fast moving thanks to the amount of retardant they put around it. They're constructing dozer lines, and there really wasn't that much wind today. It was blowing it right up against the lake, and it may be pushing it a little bit east now. But Pine Grove Boulevard, I'm glad you came out okay. Is your place okay? Are you allowed back in? We've been seeing this, but you're taking pics from the gas station parking lot. Were you able to email me those? I'm sorry, I can't check my email. Yeah, there's 10% containment-ish, 6,820 acres. A 1K jump from yesterday is still 10% containment. Yeah, the nice thing about the Fawn Fire is they really, if the forecast is true, they got a good night ahead of them of really like dead calm, but with occasional wind gusts of only up to about 17 miles an hour. So, and they pounced on the new fire from today, which apparently might have been started by people, according to dispatch. They pounced on it and put it out. There was a fire east of Shasta, the town, today, southwest of the dam. Your home's in a warning area, but okay for now. I'm so glad to hear that. That was freaky. So we can watch the complex update. We have that on the YouTube, and thanks guys for providing the link. Wanted to check out the Windy, and the Caldor first, because the Caldor is worrisome with the forecast. I'm less concerned about what happened at Redding. The type of fuels also just kind of burn up and then they leave. They're flashy. Whereas the heavy fuels, the really big, thick forested stuff, like down at the Windy and the Caldor, can go for a long time. Yeah, Redding has a couple of nice things going for it. They move fast, but they generally just kind of peter themselves out. I know by the lake it's a little bit thicker in there, but they got a lot of positives going for them. And this is a 15-minute meeting, I guess, or maybe less. Yeah, here it is. Let's turn this on.
Good evening. My name is Chris Harvey. I'm an engine captain with the Sacramento City Fire Department, currently serving as a public information officer for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. Tonight, we're here to give you the latest information regarding the Fawn Fire. We will be available to answer questions after the briefing. To start with, I would like to give you the latest numbers for the incident. We are currently at 6,820 acres with 10% containment. As far as personnel and equipment goes, there are 169 engines, 45 dozers, 35 hand crews, 29 water tenders assigned to the fire, with a total personnel of 1,663 persons. At this time, over 9,000 structures remain threatened. A damage inspection team from CAL FIRE is en route to the incident and will be here tomorrow. They will begin a detailed survey of the damaged and destroyed structures, so we should have an accurate and updated number of damaged and destroyed structures beginning tomorrow. At this time, we have done what's called a windshield survey, where crews have been able to identify that there has been some structure loss. We just don't have an actual number for you tonight. We will begin with an operations update. Let's try this one. Oh, it's working.
Good evening. Shane Lauderdale, day operations with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. I just want to begin by saying that what we are looking at tonight is a result of strong work that was done by firefighters yesterday throughout the day. And for those of you that saw the column and were able to see what was happening with the fire activity, you can thank those firefighters and the work they did for saving literally hundreds of structures. And as you said, the 9,000 structures that were threatened are now sitting in a much better situation than they were yesterday as those firefighters tackled what they had. With that said, we have a lot of work left to do. So today, our focus was with the priority in what you'll see on the map as Division Yankee. It's the area just south of Fondell, where we have a significant number of structures that were in the threatened area. And those structures that were saved yesterday, one of our #1 priorities for today was ensuring that mop-up and patrol was done around all of those structures, so that as we went into today and this evening, that we did not have further structure lost. And I'm happy to report, as of this evening, we have not had any reports of additional structures being burned. As we move up around Fondell into Divisions Alpha and Bravo, which is the area between Mountain Gate, that's between I-5 and the Gray Rocks, just south of the lake, what we have is a power line structure that runs down north and south along I-5. At this point, we've been able to hold the fire to the east of that power line structure, and we're going to continue to work through the night to try to hold that. It has been a challenge throughout today. They have been using helicopters to control the spots and other slop-overs that we have had, but as of this point, we are within our control lines. Moving around the north side of the lake, that area is going to continue to give us challenges. Today we evaluated exactly how we can make access down into the lake to the west of Jones Valley, and build control lines to the lake. That's going to take us a couple days, and we're going to continue to work on that. As we move around to the area of Jones Valley and the Dry Creek Road area, we have made success. we're happy to say that everything that we have done at this point is holding, and we will continue to mop up and patrol along the Bear Mountain Road area all the way down to the south of the fire. So if things continue to go as they have today, we should report even more success in the morning. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Pangburn. I'm the Fire Behavior Analyst for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. I will start off with a weather update. We are looking at winds shifting back and forth. We are having a bit of a continued northeast component of a wind, and that will be overnight and to tomorrow morning when it shifts to more of a south to southwest. So for now, just as a demonstration, the winds are going to keep coming from this direction, and then at some point tomorrow morning, they will shift in the mid-morning hours to coming out of the south to southwest. The temperatures are going to be in the 80s and slowly over a couple of days dropping down into the 70s as we have a bit of a cooling off period coming. As far as fire behavior, what that means is that we will be seeing a little bit of a moderated attack in the southern portion into more of the communities as we have the wind shifting a little bit more in our favor, pushing it away from the community areas. Unfortunately, that means we're going to have some difficulties with control efforts in the very steep and inaccessible terrain that's closer to the lake. Generally speaking, though, we should see some favorable conditions over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Josh Allen. I'm a sergeant with the California Highway Patrol. I'm assigned as a law enforcement liaison officer with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. Currently, we have approximately 1,950 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 7,400 residents under evacuation warnings. If you would like to see where your home falls on the evacuation map, whether that falls under an evacuation warning or an order, you can go to www.zonehaven.com and zoom in onto the Redding area, and you'll be able to see that map on the website. Currently, there are 6 road closures in the area. Dry Creek at Squawgrass Road, Old Oregon Trail at Holiday Road, Union School Road just north of SR 151, Old Oregon Trail at Oasis, Fondale Road east of I-5, and Pine Grove at Twin View. Those are our current road closures in place as of right now. There's also been an evacuation center established at the Redding First Church of the Nazarene, and that's located at 2225 Bocelli Lane in Redding, California. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Scott Korn. I'm one of the incident commanders for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. The first 24 hours of this fire proved very difficult for us. It started in a remote location, which challenged our initial attack resources. Then a wind event came through and pushed the fire into its current perimeter. I want to assure you the fire was attacked aggressively, and many of those first initial attack resources were on that fire scene for 36 hours plus. The air attack remained at about 18 air tankers, and the air attack base located in Redding also delivered a record amount of retardant to the fire. I want to assure you that our first priority is to get yourselves back into your homes as quickly and safely as possible to get back to a sort of normalcy. We're working with our local entities and all of our cooperators and the utilities to ensure that. However, your safety is first. We ask that if you are in an evacuation area that is mandatory, that you heed those warnings and stay out so that our first responders can provide due diligence and continue their jobs safely without worrying about your safety. And rest assured, we will try to get you back to your homes and back to your families as quickly as possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're now in the portion of the meeting where we will answer any questions that may come from community members or media here in the room. If there are any questions here in the room? All right, seeing none, we do have one question from our Facebook viewers. This is for operations, and the question is, how imminent is the fire danger to the west side of I-5 near the Fondale exit?
At this point, we do not have any evacuations west of I-5, and that's because all of our control lines are holding at this point, and we're evaluating that through the night. We do not have a concern at this moment, but if that changes due to weather, we will advise you as soon as we know.
All right, thank you, Shane. If there are no further questions, we will be conducting a community meeting tomorrow, which is Saturday at the Shasta College. It's going to be at 6 p.m. We will be putting out a press release, a media announcement here shortly or tomorrow with more details regarding that, but we do want our personnel, our community members to know that our personnel will be available there to answer questions. It appears like we do have one more question from a Facebook viewer.
The question was, has the fire crossed Bear Mountain Road? The answer is no, it has not.
All right, that concludes our press conference for tonight. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I don't know about you guys, but I find that last sign language was adorable. Where she's talking about this concludes our broadcast. Take a look at her down there in the corner.
The question was, has the fire crossed Bear Mountain Road? The answer is no, it has not.
All right, that concludes our press conference for tonight. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I want to learn that part of sign language.
The answer is no, it has not.
Where she just rattles her hands there like jazz hands for a second.
All right, that concludes our press conference for tonight. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
So tuning in is tapping your fingertips together, I take it? So that concludes as jazz hands, and then thanks for tuning in is tapping your fingertips together? Oh, that's awesome. I hope they didn't cut her off. I don't know exactly what that meant, but that was great. So I'm going to subscribe to CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4 YouTube channel. This is what you guys could do as well. Yeah, J.A. Cat, I thought that was great. Which one was the picture that was so red? I believe that's mostly the sunset, but the aerosols have something to do with making sunsets red. The Shasta area has a whole lot of aerosol pollution too. Well, thanks to the fires in general, like the Dixie, but plus what just happened. So, was that Danaher? No, that's down by the Dixie. I was looking at the Greater Tahoe cams, wasn't it? Or no, sorry. That's Shasta Lake. That's strangely beautiful. The fire with the strawberry sunset. Wow, look at the view of Mount Shasta right now. That's amazing from Hammond Ranch. The deep red one was, I don't think I was view from Weed. It's weird to see Shasta naked without heavy snowpack. Showing Hamilton Mountain and A-Fork Divide and such. I don't know. I think it was just a camera looking into the sunset. But we have Shasta Lake. You can always rewind my broadcast too. Just remember to hit the live button. Double tap the left side of your screen. Sorry about that noise. Or you can tap the left button on your keyboard. That's the left arrow. But remember to hit live afterwards to come back so you're not behind and everything. So we're finally getting a good view about what's going on at Lake Shasta. We'll finally get a good view about what's going on in the Whitney hopefully soon. The last 15 minutes at dusk are kind of amazing time lapses in general. But it's very active and it's going. But the thing about wildfires is they can be active and they can be big as long as they don't move very much. That's the thing about them. We know to the north is a big lake. I don't think they're going to have wind gusts big enough, impressive enough to cross the lake. It's not in the forecast. We know that freak weather events can occur. However, it's not in the forecast. They're not worried about it. They just gave a pretty confident outlook about it. They explained the reason it ran away from them was a high wind event, and it's starting in an inaccessible bad area. They tried to respond to it all night, but it was dark. They couldn't hit it with aircraft at night. And they can do all they want. A fire can chew through everything that it wants to, as long as it doesn't move. Because all fires have to find new fuels and move to live. So the fact that it is producing a lot of smoke or doing whatever it is today during lesser winds and in the evening, go right ahead, fire. Go ahead and do that. I don't know if they'll do any backfiring. I didn't hear that mentioned, but you just don't want to see new hotspots and new locations on the map, and you don't want it to move off those hills. You don't want to have it to go to the east. He mentioned that there might be a little bit of movement to the east, but it's still just edging along to the right side with a lake in front of it, and that is the most convenient dipping location ever for the helicopters. So I am much less concerned than I am even for the Caldor, but I'm critically concerned for the Windy. Now here's the Highline Trail. We could do a little time lapse of that. Falcon's view shows the fire engines leaving the scene of the over and done with river event. Thank goodness that happened later in the day with less winds. I'm holding my tongue about who may have started that. It may have been individuals that did it, being stupid with fire or illegal burning or lighting them on purpose or whatever it was. But Bear Mountain Camp is still dead. Shasta Lake 2 Camp is kind of beautiful. Kind of beautiful. Except for, the smoking. So, oh yeah, that's a color code about heat detection time. It doesn't mean that there's less fire there. So it means that there is a button, and you look at it, it's right there. Just notice that it's right there. You have to turn off the wind in order to see it in history slider, but it tells you about when the heat detection happened. It has to be a significant flare-up, usually 4 acres in size approximately, to trigger something, although I've seen it happen in like 2 acres that were just crazy fuels, like gas station fires, for example. But it just tells you last time there was a flare-up that would trigger the GO-17 satellite. And remember, it cycles back and forth over the area in like an average of every 22 minutes. So you have to take that into account. And the thing you want to see is for everything to go gray, because that's more than 6 hours ago. A fire can still be very active in an area. If it is at the same level of activity, it doesn't re-trigger it. It has to be worse than before. It has to be pretty significant, or right about exactly the same. Mostly a new trigger means it's found a new source of fuel and has a new flare-up in a spot that's I'm going to pick it up. I hope that makes sense. So yellow is evacuation warning area. If you were talking about that, that's evacuation warning rather than mandatory, which is a red. So it's not a fire detector, it's a heat detection system. The Windy fire, I can tell you right now, this is still all on fire. But the last time there was a significant flare-up was so long ago, past 6 hours, it looks like nothing has happened. There's, and that's what you've got to realize. You got to check it. You got to throw it into different modes. That's just 6 hours. What's been going on in the last 6 hours? That's the only thing that that the GOES 17 detections mode will ever tell you. You have to go to the perimeter map to show you where the fire has been. Is it still there? Yeah. But the reason there isn't a flare-up is probably because wind hasn't hit that peak in the exact spot where there's new fuel for it to flare up. And the moment it does, you will see detections up in here. The fire is still up in here. That's just a heat detector. It's not a fire detector. Firefighters don't even know where the fire is inside of the columns. They have no idea throughout the day. They have a good guesstimate. But the smoke obscures everything. Without a FLIR camera like we had before in the Caldor and Dixie, you just don't get it. They have to fly over with an infrared detecting plane over the landscape like this every single night. You'll see the planes do it. And even sometimes when the fire is too active or too crazy, they can't really map it. What they want is for it to be slightly less active at night. They can see through the smoke to some extent with infrared, especially if there's less smoke at night, and they can pick up the heat detections. But if the fire is going too fiercely at night, ironically, they either can't fly over it at all because it's just going too crazy. It might interfere with the aircraft and cause a wreck, or it's too bright and it's just solid white beneath them, and they're just like, well, we can't map that exactly. The problem with that is the smoke is white too with the heat, and will be drifting, and so you can't tell where the perimeter is. So, Don Hawkins says hello, hi there. Now I want to have somebody over for dinner. I could just start the stream in a couple of hours and have an evening thing, or I could leave on some radio and just leave the cams on. What is it you guys would rather have? I need a little bit of a break. I'm absolutely just feeling terrible, and I need to get some good food. Someone's bringing me some groceries, and I'm gonna make sure that they're rewarded. So I didn't get to go to my HotSprings thing today and cancel my plans, but at least I could take time off and have a bath too afterwards and come back refreshed. I feel like I should probably set up the multicam like from last night and then just turn on radio. Yeah, we can have as many cams as you want, really. It's just the more we add is they're going to get smaller. The one I set up yesterday is this. The multicam. This one. Yeah, Zachary says I spend so much money on Instacart I need to cut down. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can turn on the radios again. Turning off Shasta because we kind of know what's going on. Let's go to this is Sequoia Sierra National Forest, Kings Canyon. I'm kind of afraid of putting Cal Fire Artillery Unit on because it might talk over it. But since we almost never hear anything from Sequoia Kings Canyon, it might be appropriate. Let's see if I can hear anything. Okay.
02.
Right, let me fix this. Okay, pop out camera 1. Nope, that's not it. There it is. Okay. Oh, didn't realize.
07. Access will be made on the west side of the dairy between the residence and the milking barns. Orange for equipment call.
Yeah.
1904.
Going 95 available. Y'all with the report.
Medical aid company 101, 7th between Maine and Fresno. Unknown medical. 223 South 7th Street, 1904. 5 available, 1905. Return to quarters.
Area 25, medical aid for difficulty breathing, 2460 West Alpine, across Haven Street. Station 25, medical aid for difficulty breathing, 2460 West Alpine, crosses Haven Street. Timeout 1905.
Just 16 quarters.
Patrol 11, 1906.
Okay, how's that? Alan teased his injury on Bear Mountain. Seizure patient sending an ambulance. Oh no. I hope
Water Center 25 responding.
out there okay.
Water Tender 25, 1906.
Shit. What the heck? Why is the wrong... what? Why did it just suddenly change windows, you stupid program? Oh man, guys, sorry. Just totally screwed that up. There we go. Why is it... Stupid program? Come on now. What are you doing? No. Do I have to adjust this again? Yay! Fixed it!
Company 101, cancel for 7th Street. Company 101, cancel 7th Street, 1907.
Yay! See you guys later after my break. My evening break. Fingers crossed. I hope everything goes okay on the fires. My mods will help you. Thank you so much for volunteering, guys. But I have to take an occasional break for myself. And I'll come back to give you guys an update, and then I'll have to do some computer maintenance during the night, if all goes well. But we'll leave this open because we know that there could be some developments, and I'll check back in with you later tonight to see what goes on. See you soon.
207. Scene. I have 100,000 ton large bale burning in the middle of a 200-foot hay barn. We have one exposure to the east, a silage pile. We have additional haystack to the north. To the west, we have a 1 gallon methane fermentation tank.
The engine 207-1908.
Battalion 13, did we get confirmation on
Battalion 13, the request was made.
Go ahead and start one additional.
Battalion 13, 07. A water tank on the east side has a connection for supply to fill water tenders.
Firecom, Kings County Engine 1's responding.
Additional hay squeezes to assist in clearing additional of the haystack.
Battalion 13, his transmission was broken. Are you able to repeat that?
And 13, he was broken. I was able to copy that there is a water tank on the property on the east side to supply the water tender. Additionally, they are attempting to get additional hay squeezes.
Copies. I'd like to continue the Kings County as well as that additional water tender challenge until we get things established.
Battalion 13, the additional water tender will be responding from the Porterville area.
What was the ICU designated?
Engine 207, this will be the dairy incident on V-Fire 2424 for the task.
Engine 207, assuming dairy IC on V-Fire 24. Break. Next unit in, supply engine 207 with water and a fire suppression.
Engine 2 fire com. Engine 2, did you copy dairy IC to supply water?
I only caught the first couple words. He had additional on top of that.
Dairy IC is requesting you supply the engine with water.
Copy.
Transmission was they were going to attempt to keep it contained to the one haystack, the original haystack. No further information.
engine 1. Responding.
Kings County engine 1, I copy you responding. This is the dairy incident on V-Fire 2424 for the PET.
Fire Cal Water Center 4, at scene trying to make access.
Center 4, 1913.
Center 4, dairy IC. Go to the west end of the dairy. At the end of the corrals is a driveway that goes to the north. Make access that way and come in behind engine 207.
Yeah, copy.
208 is at scene, making access.
Engine 208, 1914.
Right. Did you make your access on the west side? If you can, come in, march to the first right, come around the first dairy corral before the methane. Go ahead and make a right, come around to the south side of the pole barn, the haystack pole barn.
Available 1914, return to quarters. Water Tender 15 out of Station 20, respond to an agriculture fire, haystack fire, 6350, Avenue 328, Crossroads 58. Water Tender 15, respond with units at scene. K-Barn fire, 6350, Avenue 328, Crossroads 58, come out 1950.
Water Tender 25, at scene.
Water Tender 25, 1915.
Clear 25, dairy IC. I need you to come in the same pattern as 208. Come into the dairy barn, correction, come into the west side of the dairy, make access, come around the first cattle corral, right, go between that corral and the methane tank, come up on the south side of the haystack, set up to protect an additional haystack as an exposure on the east side.
Okay, so confirming that traffic was for Water Tender 25, he's on different medical aid traffic.
And correction, dairy IC, copy.
17.
C15.
Engine 2, 1917.
Access point.
Engine 2, standby.
A residence that's there, there's a driveway, gravel driveway that goes back off to the north. Come to the end of the dairy barn there. Correction, dairy corral.
By that row of trees.
Water Tender 15, Firecom, confirm response.
Use available, round up report.
Return report is 1990.
Water Tender 15, Firecom, confirm response. This is the dairy incident on V-Fire 24, 24 for the pack. Access will be made to the north of the dispatch address.
Copy.
19.
I've got a little bit of time to talk as I'm waiting for my friend to arrive. I'm trying to figure out how I can put the King George 2 cam on it because it's so dang clear. It's much clearer than Shirley Peak. I think I'll just try to swap it. But on that subject, it was actually not as bad to live in California fire country than it is to watch it from a distance now.
Gary, I see. Take access with it.
We had a sense of control over our own property. We groomed it. We had 2 ponds. We had a fire break. We had multiple water tanks on the property. We made good friends with the local fire department. We gave them the keys to our access roads. We kept it up. We watered it. We mowed it. We raked. We gathered. We burned. We did everything. And we made a great defensible space and knew, hey, we might lose a house one day, but we have ponds to get into. We have places to retreat. And the fire department would basically want to save our house in the neighborhood because it was such a good defensible kind of base of operations, like an anchor point. But watching it from we knew, fire might affect other people. It might one day affect us, but we then went to sleep pretty well at night, not worrying about stuff. We did everything we could do, and that was it. Now you go to bed. And seeing this stuff go mega fire and go out of control and not have any feeling that I'm able to do anything helpful, that is the worst stress I've ever felt about fires, is being actually far away from them and not being able to do a dang thing but watch. I found it helpful to do that quote, do what you can with what you have where you are. That's from Teddy Roosevelt. So I feel a little bit better trying to make a public service about fire info, and I'm so...
Yeah, I see. I need you to go back to the end of the west, to the end of the methane storage, make a left, come back around, go to 208 location.
But I still feel pretty dang helpless. I was never this stressed living in California wildfire country. At least you can do something with your own property, and you can see it out your window. Just what is the situation? Having no idea what the situation is worse. So let me try to add King George 2. It keeps rotating in a good area. Let me go to that camera thing. Whoa. Wow, Highline Trail looks incredible right now. I gotta show you that as I screw around with the camera. That's one of the more beautiful fires I've ever seen with a strawberry sunset. I mean, all wildfires are ugly, but the colors are amazing. There's your 3 hour. I have to replace Tobias Peak 1, I just realized, because it's not functional. So I'll do King George number 2. Seems clearer than number 1. Okay, King George 2 rotates a bit. But
Fresno engine 131 available.
Available 1925 for return to quarters.
oh crap, I forgot. I have to put it on its refresh mode. Let's see if I cut anything out of frame on accident. The very bottoms are cut off. Okay, I think I can fix it. There we go.
Fire comp, battalion 13, good.
Battalion 13, 1926. Kings County engine 1, 1926.
There we go. They used to call that the executive monkey effect. There's a lot of people who haven't heard the story. Sorry if you already have, but in psychological studies, it was a long time ago, probably the 1920s or something. They put monkeys in a cage, 2 of them, that they were divided by a barrier. Other than that, they could interact with each other.
131 back in quarters.
I just checked. I don't think we have a cam.
131 in quarters, 1927.
Yeah, I don't think we have a cam for this dairy fire. I looked. But they put 2 monkeys in a cage with a little barrier between them. They could still touch each other and interact, but the second monkey couldn't really reach much into the other monkey's cage. And the other monkey, out of reach of the second one, had a button to press. And they pressed it randomly and it didn't do anything, but later introduced into their lifestyle was a really light electric shock that was just unpleasant somewhere around their cage. So no matter where they were, they would get shocked. It was metal all around them. And then they introduced a sound, and it increased their anxiety. It would randomly happen throughout the day, no rhyme or reason, no schedule. And then they introduced a sound before the shock. And then eventually the monkeys figured out if they pressed the button at the time the sound rang fast enough, there would be no shock. It was a disabling thing. So the first monkey that had access to the button relaxed. It knew that whenever it heard that sound, it just had to press the button. Everything was going to be cool. Sometimes it forgot, though, and the shock would happen anyway. So the second monkey never calmed down like the first one ever did. it was always worried that the first one wouldn't press the button, and that monkey would cause them both to get a shock. So its blood pressure stayed crazy. Its heart rate stayed elevated. It developed nervousness and lost weight and all the things that are associated with anxiety. It didn't sleep well. But the first one was fine and slept like a baby. So, polar vortex, that just goes to show that when you feel like you can't do anything, when you don't feel control of the situation, your stress level is a lot worse. So, Mountain Mike, you have to keep this a family-friendly site. Mods, please step in when that stuff happens, man. Yeah, Alan T says polar vortex, yes, humans control them. The name of the person is usually in the text. Really? I didn't realize that. Oh. That's all kinds of privacy violating. I think, though, a lot of times they're left on a mode. No, what are you doing? Don't ban people when I'm here. You guys aren't supposed to do that. You know you just banned him forever and he can't come back? You just made it so I could never interact with Mountain Mike again? That's what you guys have been doing, and I need you to stop, mods. Would you please stop being overzealous? I've found out that people have donated money to me and have been helpful to me the whole time are on the ban list. I did the appropriate action. The heck is going on?
All units, TLC-1, check for an open mic. All units, TLC-1, check for an open mic.
That sounded like screaming a little bit, but almost like laughter. What the heck? Okay, I have to lay down some rules. You guys, you can't stop. You gotta stop doing that to me. Mountain Mike's, I believe, a firefighter. If somebody barely does an infraction like that, a really minor thing, you have just eliminated my ability to interact with that person for the rest of my existence here on YouTube. And when you do that behind my back, I'm really getting mad. You tell people the rules, and then you say, hey, don't violate them. And you time them out if they persist. And if they really don't want to obey the rules, then you would ban them, you would take a note of their name, you would take a screenshot why, then you email it to me. But the randomly hiding people on this channel means they can never comment here again, they can never post here again. And some of the mods have been banning the people who have been donating to me and who have gone out and reached out and said that they would train me to do things. Yeah, Smitty, Mountain Mike is a retired firefighter from the area. He may not be aware of all of the rules. He's relatively new here. You guys have banned, I don't know if you realize this, you have banned actual firefighters and the people who are keeping the channel alive and who have donated to me. And I've been going through the hundreds of emails that I'm behind on, and it's full of a bunch of people saying, why can't I talk on your channel? What happened? And I needed to find out. I need to find out about the fires, where what's going on. I went to ask a question, and I can't do that. So some people have been doing it maliciously, and some people don't understand what that means. But hide user on this channel means they can never come back. I'm really disturbed that it's for really minor things, and at the same time, I look at the chat, and there's like porn, girl cam stuff going by. Like, that's the kind of stuff you guys are supposed to be banned, but you are under no circumstances to ban anybody while I'm here.
I just wanted to confirm
confirm that we just have one additional water tender responding to the incident. All other units are at scene.
Just bring it to my attention, please. I looked at the ban list every day to see if anybody got banned, and I was satisfied that nobody really was being banned and that everything was going well. At the same time, I was very disturbed that the lovely favorite people of mine who kept coming in and supporting me were missing. I thought, well, maybe they're on vacation, or maybe they didn't come back. And then one day I found a small button at the end of the thing that says, show the next 250. And I went, what? There was another 250 people on the ban list. It was a very tiny button at the bottom. And I went, what? And then there was another, show the next 250 people. I am now going through about 1,200 people that you guys banned. And please just stop doing it right now, okay? Please just, if somebody's out of line, you can go ahead and do it. The F-bombs, the S-bombs that they won't stop, the adult content, people out of line, people that look drunk, people that looked hacked, whatever, that's okay. But please do make a note, take a screenshot, and email me. Because I have no idea if all the people on the list now are actual people who did something wrong and did something heinous, or if they were an accident. And I'm now faced with the horrible idea of maybe I have to unban about 1,300 people or so. I don't know how many are on the list. And we can have some real serious clowns, people who are sexually harassing me, and the other mods come back in, because I now don't know who they are anymore. I used to be confident that everybody on the ban list should stay there. But after seeing some of my good friends on it, and some of my former mods on it, I'm really dismayed. So just please understand that you're kind of hurting my own career when you ban people that are here to help, here to give me the expert advice that I asked for, and here to donate to me. This has really disturbed me, and so that's what it's my fault. I'm not blaming anybody, but I just want to tell you guys I'm very upset. I want to fix the situation. It's my fault the situation existed. Some mods. Hang on.
519-1936.
That's just about a fire truck needing to move up to a station. But some mods I recruited real fast who just volunteered because we needed them during Tahoe. We had thousands of people in here and really persistent bots. But hide a user on the channel means we can never hear anything from them again. Yeah. And that's what I've found is some mods got irritated by others, and just irritated by other people's comments instead, and they left and right do hide user on the channel. So my best thought is this, that we all have to have a powwow. We all have to have a little talk about what when it's appropriate. I've already taken wrenches away just to kind of narrow it down to see. You did, Mark. You hit him on this channel. You may have thought you were pressing another button, but you did hide user on this channel. I had some mods come up and say, oops, I banned so-and-so. I thought that I was hiding them, so I didn't see them. Well, that's not good either. If somebody's annoying you, then you can't just hide the person from your own site, because then you can't police them. It's a policing job, But yeah, I had some of the newer mods come in and say, I thought hide user was like, I just don't see them anymore. And so I have a gigantic mess on my hands now. I'm trying to deal with it, but my stress level is really high. I've now typed personal apology emails, and that is dominating the end of my day. And I don't know who's been doing it. Well, you must have pressed the wrong button, Mark. I'm the person who unhid him just now, and I've been disturbed by seeing that. I just, I really need to attend to chat better. But sometimes we were just kind of hanging out, and I've seen some of my own mods When somebody's saying just something kind of normal and even helpful, they ban people. Hey, teen, we just went over it. The fawn is looking a lot better right now. So it's smoke clouds have picked up, but it's good. It's good weather throughout the night. It may move over towards the east, but for the most part, the wind was favorable today. There will be only like 17-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The fact that everything looks worse at night is just because infrared cameras can see heat. So, yeah, and I'm not mad at anybody's honest mistakes. I'm trying to explain my stress level is extremely high now. Smitty, you didn't enough, though. We got to talk about that. I asked for the mods who watch other mods to tell me which ones are behaving badly, and I've gotten very little information about that. If you see it happen, if you see a mod take an action like that, then take their name, take a screenshot, and let me know, please, in an email. Because either that mod's confused, or they got hacked, or the cat's walking on the keyboard again, or something like that. So, in general, it's good to tell them to just put them in a timeout, explain the rules, and then to see how willing they are to obey them. If they keep pushing boundaries, you don't have to tolerate it. Just take a screenshot. As long as I feel like I'm in control, I'm not stressed, because I'm the best judge of the situation. I have the list of my donators, and I can see if somebody's actually donated to me or not, or like what, So, okay, Mark, what happened is Mountain Mike made the comment, and it was adult-oriented. A little bit too risque. I'll just say it that way. Which is okay in normal chat channels, but the agreement I have with YouTube is I've marked this for like family-friendly content, and therefore we can't have any adult kind of jokes. So, Tobias 1 is back. Oh my gosh. Let me check. So, what happened is he made the comment, and then it said, Mark has hidden that user on the channel. And I said, what? And I unhid him and deleted the comment. So that's what happened. And I was explaining what you should do instead, which is...
Backfire 6350 Avenue 328, Crossroad Road 68.
Be right back.
Are you able to put on active?
Water tender 25. I just placed you on it. Not sure if it'll hit your active.
Okay, guys. Let me see if Tobias Peak 1 is back, and let me try to put the camera on. West Peak 2, what is that? Oh, sorry, that's Reading. I was in Shasta. Never mind, wrong cams. You try to put Tobias Peak on. Anyway, what I was just trying to do is just train, because we never did have the powwow. I wanted to have a training session for all mods, explain the policies, the people who are never to be banned, the list of donators, people who should very, very reluctantly be banned, if ever. Oh my god, Tobias Peak 1. Holy crap, look at this. We never had it. I take full responsibility for all the confusion. I'm just trying to explain my stress level and why this can't happen anymore. Look at Tobias Peak 1. Look at this camera might just have come back in time to see its own destruction. That's the windy fire right there, and it's I don't know about the wind direction right now, but it doesn't have. It's so close to Tobias Peak. It's almost at its base that it could just eventually back over towards it and kill this camera, unless they've taken pretty extraordinary measures to protect this. So, yeah, we'll get it all worked out. Wait a second. Now I'm looking back at the chat. What's going on? Oh, my God. Okay. All right, guys. Okay, Firestream will resume tomorrow. I think that's the best way to handle this situation. I can't deal with this right now. So I'll be back in several hours. I'll check in with you guys, and really, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Well, I'm turning off the chat. I'll leave the camera on, and we'll have a powwow. But when it was a mistaken button press. Okay, that's fine. Behavior like that, I don't know, guys. It's a hard job, but I appreciate you, but you really, if you can't understand how much this has stressed me out and hurt an issue that has hurt my career here, I don't know. If you don't have any sympathy for me in this situation here, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just telling you guys what has happened. I already forgave you. There was a mistaken button press. You obviously just did it on accident, but this wasn't addressing down of you or a specific thing. If you don't laugh, anybody laughing right now should shut up. Really. Seriously. Come on now. Be an adult. Is it really too hard to ask? Wow. Okay, chat's going off, guys. We'll I'll leave the camera on. Thank you. Thanks for the tip there, John. But really, I can't deal with this. See you guys after a little bit of rest and relaxation. I really need a vacation. And I'm gonna just have it on Tobias Peak. We'll add that to the mix. And we'll have a little powwow about things. Okay. The fine, I'm going home thing, I'm sorry. Just, it's a hard job, but I don't know what to say. Let me set this up real quick. I think the camera that's not that as useful as Mackenzie Ridge. King George 1, I think King George 2 is better. I have to kick off one of these cams to add another one. Yeah, King George 1 can go. Okay, I think I got a solution.
Show engine 91 responding to 294 North Reservation Road for testing. AOS unit? That's affirmative. 891 is responding with us. Engine 91, 1947.
There, we fixed it. Sorry, the only thing I have to say is this job is too important to be super sensitive, take personal offense, and say, I'm taking my toys and going home. It's really important. So, mistakes will be made. I have to explain what goes on, the appropriate way to do things. I have to explain my stress level and what's been happening. And how your guys' actions can affect me. And that's it. If you want to no longer be a part of things and help the public because you want to feel personally insulted and you have to be praised and you can't take any constructive criticism or feedback or anything, not the place for you. Just think about whether or not it's more important to help people or feel insulted. That's all I gotta say. I did not insult anyone. And what kind of position am I in? In order to have volunteers, I'm supposed to just kiss everybody's ass and let them do what they want and ban people, so I get to never talk to them or interact with them again. I don't. That's not going to happen. So hopefully we can round up some volunteers that'll be a little bit, service oriented. All right, we've got this set up right. Tobias Peak camera. I wonder if it's going to burn over. I hope not. Hope it stays up. I'm going to send it on to refresh right now. And no, I mean, I just want people to think about every day firefighters go out and risk their lives, and they suffer burns and they die sometimes. Their job, that's a real thing they can handle. Can you guys in chat and in the mods, can you handle a minor insulted feeling? Putting it in perspective, I kind of think that it's not the end of the world. I put up with so much BS, you would not believe it. And it's nothing compared to what a firefighter or first responder really does. Just get rhino skin, come back to the table, work for the public good, and just demonstrate emotional maturity. That's all I'm asking for other adults here. But for now, let's cool off. I'm going to go have my dinner, and we'll go back to the fires.
fire problem. You can show engine 91 available, returning quarters.
03.
Course station 7.
03.
Engine 91 in quarters.
Engine 91, 2008.
Center 25 is that scene.
13-4174 local.
Go ahead.
Are you going to meet these guys at the ranch?
18 Reba is going to be their contact.
This is the Derry incident on V-Fire 24. 24 for the TAC Battalion 13 is Derry IT.
Intercom, Kings County, Engine 1.
Intercom?
Yes, advisory ID.
Copy, Kings County, Engine 1. Release on County Incident 10654. 10654. Residential structure fire, Kentua Creek, 18517 South Sonoma. Structure fire, battalion 4316, engine 95, engine 94, engine 90, engine 4354, water tender 93, water tender 96. Sonoma between Davis and Serini. Structure fire 18517 South Sonoma, 2020. Repeating on tone 2, structure fire, engine 94, engine 4354, water tender 93 with a balance. Sonoma between Davis and Serini, structure fire 18517 South Sonoma, 2021. Medical aid engine 82, company 71. Conscious person, big and first. For an unconscious person on the football field, 2037.
716, dispatch status check. Copy code 4, 2042. Area 83, medical aid, 145 North Magnolia Avenue. Station 83, priority 3, medical aid for abdominal pain, 145 North Magnolia, across the Visalia Road. Station 83, priority 3, medical aid for abdominal pain, 145 North Magnolia Avenue, across the Visalia Road. Timeout 2047. Three 2049. Result 2052.
Company 75, Hidden Hollow Lane, across of Quail Mountain Lane, diabetic problems, 28565 Hidden Hollow Lane, house number B Bravo, 2054.
Icon, engine 83. Confirming it was 145 North Magnolia.
The TCAD was unsure if it was going to be South Magnolia or North Magnolia. It was a disconnect. We received it as North Magnolia. They have it as South.
Engine copy. We'll be responding to South.
2055.
Something. It's going to be 145 South.
Engine 83, 2057. Diabetic problem, 28565 Hidden Hollow Lane, 2057.
Anyone available?
58, return to quarters.
Spending 1 1/4.
2103. 232105. Area 22, medical aid 34716 Wilson Drive, scene is not secure. Station 22, medical aid overdose 34716 Wilson Drive, cross of Bogart, scene is not secure. Station 22, medical aid overdose 34716 Wilson Drive, cross of Bogart, scene is not secure. Come out 2109.
Available. Been released.
2110, return to quarters.
22 is responding. Staging will be at 190 and Bogart.
First tab. Calls now upgraded. Cardiac arrest. Starting additional. Patrol 22, that's affirmative. They're not staging.
Yeah, I thought it.
They have advised CPR is in progress. Station 20, respond with Patrol 22 en route, medical aid, cardiac arrest, 34716 Wilson Drive, across the Bogart. Company 22, Station 20, respond with Patrol 22 en route, medical aid, cardiac arrest, 34716 Wilson Drive, across the Bogart, send out 2113.
Tulare County assist, medical aid, cardiac arrest. 34716 Wilson Drive, Springville. Surgeon 4173, Tulare County assist, medical aid, cardiac arrest. 34716 Wilson Drive, across the Bogart Drive, repeating Surgeon 4173, Tulare County assist, medical aid, cardiac arrest, 34716 Wilson Drive, across the Bogart Drive, time out 2114.
Major player spotting.
They're 96 and quarters, 2115.
Engine 4173 responding.
I say option 4173 responding, switching to county, 2116.
Fire comm engine 4173 responding.
Copy engine 4173, 2116.
Top patrol 22 on please.
Patrol 22, 2116.
4362.
Present.
Attempting to locate. Can you check and see if they can have the RP come out and meet us? There's several residences in the area.
Engine 83 with engine 111 on request. Conejo and Temperance vehicle accident. Conejo and Temperance 2119. Engine 4362, Fresno, are you with the ambulance?
Affirmative.
Copy. The map shows at the fork, stay to the left to the very end. I'll try to get an answer on which house it is.
4362. We've located the driveway. We're going to end up walking in. 4362, I think.
2120.
93 and quarters.
Water tender 93 and quarters, 2124.
This is 4173, I think.
Then 4173, 2124.
Res rising 4354 and quarters.
$54 and quarters, 2125.
Cancel Company 75 if they're not at scene. Engine 4362 available, report Maker 9.
Engine 4362 available, 2128.
Engine 20 on scene.
Engine 20, 2130.
Engine 82 is available. Zach Gucci with the report.
Available 2131, return to quarters.
Ministry is available, quarters.
2132.
engine 4173 has been released.
Copy available on counting the incident number 10656. 10656.
Vicelli, engine 4173 has been released by county on county incident 10656. 10656.
Say, copies from 4173 released. Return to quarters, 2140.
Firecom, engine 20 is available.
Engine 20, 2141. 86, malfunctioning generator, Woodlake Manor Apartments, 200 East Sierra Avenue. Station 86, malfunctioning generator behind Woodlake Manor Apartments, 200 East Sierra Avenue, across Magnolia. Station 86, malfunctioning generator behind Woodlake Manor Apartments, 200 East Sierra Avenue, across Magnolia. I'm out 2144.
Those 22 recorded.
To 2145.
Responding.
Engine 86 for the RP, he advised the generator behind the apartment complex is rattling and he did see some sparks. He's unable to get a hold of the manager, requesting the fire department to inspect it.
I copy.
2145. Engine 86, 2148.
Engine 4173 in quarters, Bear Creek.
Advise say copy, Engine 4173 in quarters, Bear Creek. On TU 838, 2150.
Wildland Fire Battalion 4307, Engine 4382, Engine 4381, Engine 4362, Engine 4361, Water Tender 60, Water Tender 63, BNC Dozer, CNA 43 Charlie, CNA 43 Alpha, Company 60, additional resources on order, Ridge Road and Toll House Road. Report to be unknown type fire growing in the Granite Ridge subdivision, Ridge Road and Toll House Road. Timeout 2153. Check back on local 1.
All fires are uniform release.
Terry, I see you're coming through the voter only, however you are readable. Go ahead.
In quarters.
2 and quarters, 2154. Copy, 2154.
Report to 61 responding.
Engine 4361 responding. Stand by for check back.
Response check back, unknown type fire in the wildland. Be in the Granite Ridge subdivision, Ridge Road, cross of Toll House Road. First unit at scene, Leaf IC. Command Local 1, TAC, CDF TAC 8. County 4307. 362.
362.
Water tender 60. 3. And C dozer.
ESC dozer responding.
Crew 43 Alpha.
Crew 43 Alpha.
Crew 43 Charlie. Will be a single report. RP calling from the Dogwood subdivision, looking across 168 with binoculars. Says she sees a fire. Unknown what is burning. It is growing. She would be directly across from Red Leaf. No further information. No other callers. Responding 2157 on incident number 15433.
SARCOM engine 86. This is just a loose fan on an AC unit. Maintenance has been advised. Unit's been shut off. I'm available.
2159.
Savage and Azalea. I'll be out of service. Have a good night.
Copy. Have a good night. 2201. Engine 862201. The RP was calling from Woodland Road, just inside the Dogwood subdivision. Looking directly across the road, he said, towards Ridge and Red Leaf Lane. Units were covering which dozer responding? Water Tender 15, place a call to Firecom. Water Tender 15, place a call to Firecom. KMDH 519-2205.
Battalion 4307.
Battalion 4307, Fresno.
Fresno, Battalion 4307. Can we recontact the ERP? It appears the moon is rising in that direction. Just want to confirm if that's not what they're seeing.
Affirmative. We're on the landline with her now.
Copy. Additionally, can we hold everything at their present location? And 4262 and water tender 60. Water tender 62 responding.
Stage at your present location. Rate units responding to wildland fire. With the exception of engine 360 and 4382. Stage at your present location.
Water tender 63 copy.
Yeah, service. Have a good night.
Copy. Have a good night. 2210.
Copy.
8381, copy.
Engine 4361.
4361, copy.
CNA 43 Alpha and 43 Charlie. You copy stage.
CMA 43 Alpha, copy stage.
Charlie will be staging at Millerton Station. Dozer BNC, Dozer, correction, Dozer ENC, you copy stage.
BSC, copy the station.
Tender 60, kind of 4207.
Battalion 4307, Fresno.
Fresno copies looking towards the Ridgetop subdivision. Break engine 43 East 2, water tender 60 Fresno. Battalion 4307 is speaking with ERP, looking towards the Ridgetop subdivision. Fresno, copy.
208 in quarters.
Engine 208, 2219.
Engine 360, 4307. Do you have the combination to the Ridge Class Gate? Turn behind the gate. Copy, I'm at the gate. If you're comfortable with it and you check your discretion, we'll cancel all incoming and I'll meet up with you at Full House and Rooftop Gate.
Battalion 4307, Fresno. Battalion 4307, you must have moved a little bit, but your transmission did not come through. Try again.
Fresno, Battalion 4307, next up.
I'm clear.
Fresno, Battalion 4307, I've met with the RP, Engine 4382. They're in the area or the RP station. I'm unable to locate any fire. Cancel all incoming.
EPL and fire will cancel. Those are the balance break. The unit staging for the leaf incident. Cancel. Engine 360.
Engine 4381, copy, cancel.
Engine 4362.
4362.
Engine 4361.
361, copy, cancel.
Water tender 63.
Water tender 63.
copy. Available.
PMC dozer available.
Crew 43 Alpha.
CMA 343 Alpha, copy that.
A43 Charlie.
DNA Crew 43 Charlie, copy canceled.
Units available 2225.
quarters 2240. Engine 360 quarters 2240.
Well, the Tobias Peak 1 and 2 cams are back. And boy, do they look eerie. It may seem like the fire is magenta because of a camera error. A small amount of that is camera distortion. They call it chromatic error or aberration. But mostly that actually is the color of the sky if you were there. The extreme amount of pollution, including aerosols, actually do turn the sky red. The moon will turn the color of blood, and it's a thing with a lot of aerosol pollution, mostly due to volcanic eruption.
Quarters 2241.
But when wildfires are extremely bad, they do it too. If you look at Windy, there's an aerosols button for tracking pollution, and you see it coming off the fires pretty bad. So the aerosol pollution kind of has a scale of colors. The first thing you would notice is there's a green tint to the air, like when you're far away from a wildfire, but the smoke's kind of coming your way. It's a smaller amount of aerosol pollution, and it's so faint you might kind of think that's just a weird look. You notice it on the horizon and around glowing objects, especially at dusk or dawn. Yeah, street lamps and stuff. And then yellow is the color that comes next, and it's much more common. And then it'll get a stronger yellow to like a bit of an orange. And it'll have like a muddy grayish yellowy orange. Then as the pollution is thicker, like if you're closer to the wildfire, if the fire is worse.
Firecom, very IC. Incident's been turned over to engine 207. Battalion 13.
Battalion 13, 2243.
As you get closer, or if the wildfire is worse, or if you're in a valley or something that doesn't have a lot of air circulation, a real stagnant air day, then it'll become a deep orange, and the sky will get very dark. And then the blood red is the worst. If Dusty was making a rhyme about that today, the firefighter, he was saying there's something akin to, if at noon the sky is as dark as midnight, then you better be heading down the highway at 55, running for your life, or however his improvised rap was supposed to be. But that is what's true. Firefighters take that as a very bad sign that things are dark red or beer bottle brown color, or that the sky is getting as dark as midnight at midday. And that means that the thick of the smoke is coming at you, coming your direction, even if you can't really look in the sky and tell a direction. That is what that means. And if a smoke color like that comes your way, then you should just be going the opposite direction and fast. Not driving like a bat out of hell, but just as fast as you can make your way out of the area. Reasonably safely. So, and that's what we're seeing on the Tobias Peak cams. It is blood red there, because the fire is right at the doorstep of these cams. It is really, really close. So if we do a Tobias Peak 1 time lapse, we only can do a 3-hour because they've just come back. We can see that the windy is mostly traveling towards the east right now, I believe. Let's double check the cam. Now the cam, if it's pointing to the northwest actually, and that means that the fire is going to the northeast, to the east and to the northeast. That's where the wind's blowing. So that may have saved the towns. I hope it did. It's giving firefighters the opportunity to go direct on the side of the fire that was affecting California Hot Springs, best we can tell. We hope they have that opportunity, and because it's not going directly that way as like a charging, wind-driven thing. Go back to scan topos here. The Pine Flat area, there might be an ongoing battle to try to take back land from this thing. It may have spotted into the town. These heat detections either could be a moving wall of flames, or it's most likely just actually spots fires that had moved ahead of the main area. And we may have lost some things today, but maybe not the entire community if they've got opportunities like this to, well, it may be a time to do a Hail Mary pass and just do an emergency backfiring, like the landscape on fire to the east. Because the wind direction is favorable right now to blow it to the northeast. And then when it blows back towards the west tomorrow, assuming it would, they would find mostly scorched earths or a lot less lighter fuels to be not as bad when it came back the next day. That would be a wise choice if they're able to do it, and if the conditions on the ground look the same way they do from my armchair, from satellites and from the cam view. But the Hawkins Peak cam, I'm worried about Tahoe a little bit. Hopefully they get some good time tonight to prepare for the wind craziness that's coming down the pipe next couple of days. In the Sierras, there'll be some wind that just doesn't really stop day and night, with some pretty heavy gusts, including 45 mile an hour, or here by Echo Summit in this place. So.
Fresno, BNC dozers in quarters, Sanger.
Area 19 report about a traffic accident in the area of 20696 Avenue 144.
There's plenty of things to still burn.
Station 20, report about a traffic accident near 20696 Avenue 144, cross of Road 208. Station 19, Station 20, report about a traffic accident near 20696 Avenue 144, cross of Road 208, timeout 2249.
Watching the wind. Caldor smoke is going towards the east northeast, just like the windy fire is right now. And try to see what EK&P is doing. That's right, I have other windows open. That's Shirley Peak. Now the K&P is usually Bear Mountain, Fresno 1 and 2. this point.
19 information per 2 off-duty firefighters at scene. They're advising it's going to be a single vehicle rollover. Correction, 2 vehicles involved with 1 rollover. They're advising 1 patient, 1 yellow tag, 1 green tag.
I don't know what that means. Not that much visible from McKenzie Ridge. Lots of smoke over the KMP, which is going to be a blessing for that fire to have a sleep under a smoke blanket, so to speak, to be less active. At least in its lower elevations. The windy fire smoke is smothering the KMP so much that the KMP has done less damage than it rightfully could have. It's a strange irony. I have no idea why that massive rainstorm, the massive rainstorm that we ordered didn't arrive. It got delivered to the wrong address. It got delivered to San Diego and Mexicali. Dang it! If only Mother Nature wasn't so confused. And the flash flooding had occurred over the windy fire. Oh. Oh, is it less than...
2 traffic accident southbound Highway 99 near 18th Avenue. Company 2, engine 201 out of station 2, 1 unit from Kingsburg City. Traffic accident southbound Highway 99 near 18th Avenue. Company 2, engine 201 out of station 2, 1 unit from Kingsburg City. Traffic accident southbound Highway 99 near 18th Avenue. Time out 2252.
Well, we can kind of see the KMP from the distance. Sort of. Trying to see if you can see it from the east side. I don't think too many of these cameras are high enough to look over the mountains, if any. So why I'm really not sure why they're located down there. Shouldn't they be up by Mount Whitney? Cerro Gordo, the ghost town. On my list of places. Okay.
201 response.
Engine 201, 2254.
Hope those people are okay. When I see this stuff, communities in front of a wildfire, it reminds me of that song quote from Frontier Psychiatrist. Avalanches above, business continues below.
Medic engine 141, 2254.
Now to check back up in Shasta. That was an oddly beautiful sunset. And with nature, pretty much everything that's deadly is beautiful. I guess it's a compensation. Whether it be the eyes of a pit viper, frozen Arctic waste, a glacier full of hidden fissures to fall into, tigers, the ocean.
Firecom, engine 19 on scene. One vehicle rolled over, moderate damage. TCSO scene.
Now that's interesting. Here at the bonfire, you can see the vehicles working on the ridgeline. I bet that's a dozer line under construction. That's pretty neat. You can see them moving around like little ants on the hill. In the foreground. And they're moving slowly, so I bet they are dozers. They're just going do 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 do. Remember the frame. The camera is taking a frame once a minute. So that's exceptionally slow driving. And we see pretty slow movement to the fire backing down the slope. On the other side of the hills, it's got a little bit of wind on it, but occasional gusts at 17 miles an hour is pretty much what's called for in the weather forecast, and that's we'll take it. Dead calm with the occasional wind gusts. Way better than what we could have. That should give them a really good head start on the fire for making those lines.
141.
Fire come.
Come from road 12 to 384 any further.
Static engine 141 negative. TCSO gave it to us as southbound Highway 99 near 18th Avenue. Nothing further.
If you're wondering why there's no chat, I have a couple things to figure out. It'll be back. I need to find my zen. Need to calm down. Been stressful as anything. I can only do a proper job when I'm centered. So I had a nice dinner. Got a little couple hours off. Really needed it. I need a few more now. We're coming up on 11 hours and 38 minutes of the stream. The stream, YouTube doesn't save it. Any video that goes beyond 12. So at the 12th hour, if ever I'm awake or at the keyboard, I make a point to restart the stream. Because
responding.
Like engine 141, you broke repeat?
Is engine 2 responding?
Affirmative.
Engine 2, engine 141. 141 is 201 responding. We're getting on south on 99. Go ahead. Copy. We're going south from 384 now, heading to Traver. Copy. We'll do the same. Check northbound from 384.
This camp at Anderson's pretty far away.
No.
Gives us a good idea of what's going on from the big picture view to the south.
Engine 20, go ahead. Can cancel.
Firecom copy. Engine 20 stay at Westing.
202301. Yeah, copy 2301.
Bastards, it was a hit and run.
201 has seen one vehicle off the off-ramp of Road 12 into a fence. PHPSC and standby for an update.
But then he wrecked? Or she?
The engine 201, one vehicle on the off-ramp at Road 12, CHP at scene, 2301. Firecom, did you copy?
Well, I hope they wrecked. Looking over the river, McCash, monument.
141.
No red heat detections.
When we got the freeway, go ahead and pass us and catch up to 201.
Now, Falcon's View is another interesting one from the southwest. Looking at Shasta. For a while, it fixated on the new river fire. We have to make a drinking game about that. For some reason, they keep naming fires river fire. This is like the fourth or fifth one.
First CHP will be a Lakeville. We've been canceled. Engine 201's available. You can cancel response.
Break Kingsburg engine 141 Firecom, did you copy? You can cancel.
41 copy Lakeville.
Kingsburg medic engine 141 released on county incident 10657 10657.
And when they arrive and get immediately released, it's either a very good thing or a very bad thing, typically. Either there's not that many patients that are injured, or they're very light and don't need medical help, or they're dead already. But it sounds like a light amount of damage for a rollover. And one of the strange, unexpected, hard, difficult things about doing the fire stream last year was constantly hearing the accidents. Monitoring fires, just getting more information, even if it was bad, just was stress relieving in a way, because you know what's happening.
Firecom, engine 20, you got driving.
What was not?
That's affirmative. TCSO is at scene of a secondary TA. They believe it's possibly the second vehicle that was involved. They're at road 196, 152. I'm going to start you that way.
Copy. Confirming road 196 and avenue 152.
20, that's affirmative.
Copy.
04.
Firecom, engine 19. Left scene, possibly a black Honda 41.
2304.
This shot reminds you just how many homes and structures were at risk. It was a terrible outcome for a lot of people who lost their homes and properties and maybe pets and such. But we can be so grateful that that quick response didn't let it get any worse. It goes to show when you have resources right next to you, when a fire starts, you can really pull a miracle out of your hat. We need to have more firefighting specific airports at the ready, I think, across the West, especially for the rural communities. Sometimes cameras move around in the wind, sometimes they're just unstable. And just seem to flop around for no reason. Now, let's go back and look at Windy. I don't think we can monitor the monument very well. We could try. Oh, is Round Mountain Shasta back? Or was it Bear Mountain was the one that wasn't back? Let's try Round Mountain Shasta. It was just kind of obscure today. As bright as the heat signature is, and as fierce as everything looks like it's burning, it's moving slowly. This is just moderate rate of spread compared to the craziness that happened yesterday. Not too bad at all. We're 11 hours and 46 minutes on the stream. I'm gonna go and look at the Windy. I mean, the hay fork is so great. It's great in a way that we can't see the monument because it's less active, but it's also not great because it is active somewhere, but just where we can't see. They need more cams out here. Same thing with the area by Old Station. We can just no longer see the Dixie. I would love to know what's going on in the Dixie and track it every single night, but we can't hear anything and we can't see anything, so we're kind of left with their updates and looking at airplanes on a map occasionally. But it's so nice to see the West Shore, the peninsula, Chester, still mostly there. They really fought valiantly for that one and took great steps. Much of it was just pure luck, too. The way it always works. If the wind took direct aim at Chester, it would straight up not be there. They would have just run for their lines, and you can't blame a firefighter when that happens. If anybody ever says you should have risked certain death or you should have gone to your certain death to save my town,
on scene with law enforcement.
Those people should be slapped. In handcuffs, you know, because there should be some sort of a crime for harassing first responders, I swear. There's freedom of speech, and you can express yourself. Harassment is expressing yourself in order to hurt somebody else. It's an actual crime, and some people just don't have a heart, and only hitting them in the pocketbook matters. As a means to effectively change behavior. The occasional bad comment is not what I'm talking about. The real bad stuff they have to suffer is just really sick. You know, the people coming in my chat saying, I hope you all die and stuff. Some kind of sickness is just awful. Yep, can't even see the Dixie fire. It's a welcome change. We have a Shasta Lake 1 cam here, but I want to really go back and look at the Windy. Sometimes you can only see this monster at night, which is eerie. Current 2 the last 6 hours. Those of you still listening, I'm doing my best on the edge of physical breakdown. At the edge of physical exhaustion and breakdown. I think it's about to turn day 76 or 77 of my fire stream. Had about 6 days off. I've been here even when really struggling with health issues and getting the flu and another random stomach bug. And doing my best. I figure everything in me says, hey, if you're in a bad mood or not feeling well, just don't stream. Just don't.
Fire company, 20.
And 20, are you able to provide a vehicle description?
Affirm, it's going to be a Chevrolet Cruze, black.
20, I copy, 2312.
I could stream only when I feel great, and I can present myself well, and we can have a more perfect time together, and I can react much more perfectly, but it's too important to really be picky and choosy about coming on here when I feel able to do it a good job or feel able to be 100%. Really, even doing a somewhat piss poor job at this is much better than nothing. I'm gonna have mods and people in chat pick up the slack, and I'm so grateful. I really can't do it without you and without you guys sharing the stream and liking, hitting that stupid button every day, and sharing the links and providing info, providing pictures and home videos and everything, and even little pats on the head really help. It really offsets the real negatives, the harassment, the people telling me that if I really want money, I should take my clothes off. The worst stuff, the sick stuff. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that I'm getting that I think will explain a bit more of my mood. That it's unspeakable to mention. And I can deal with it. I have big girl pants on, right? But it doesn't make a stressful thing easier. I really it ceases to bother me pretty quick, especially when I'm reminded that like 99.9% of everybody is so cool and so wonderful and so supportive and cares even from around the world about the victims here, what's going on. And the overwhelming amount of kindness. There's been a couple fishing boats of jerks in a tidal wave of kindness. That's the way I'd put it. That's been very heartwarming. And I am deeply grateful, and I feel guilty for any bad moods that I'm in. But really, if I stream 24 hours of my life almost, it's going to happen. I'm going to be cranky sometimes and kind of enraged, frankly, at some people's behavior, and well, just dismayed and sad too. about what we're witnessing. This is one of the worst things we're ever going to see in our lifetimes. We're going to be telling stories about how, 35 or 40% of the world's sequoias died in like a 2-year period. And, how 51% of the forest of Plumas County was lost, and massive desertification happened, and economic loss and impact, and people's lives broken.